Gerda, who is my Jane. In memory of Ruth Ebner, also known as Pepper, who was not just a faithful reader, but also an advocate of my work and much loved by her many friends. Creating a neural brain lace is the thing that really matters for humanity to achieve symbiosis with machines. Elon Musk. Ain't it strange the way we're ignorant, how we seek out bad advice, how we jigger it and figure it, mistaking value for the price. Paul Simon. So beautiful or so what? Part 1. Sucker Punch. 1. The triple-pane, floor-to-ceiling windows of Hollister's study frame the rising plain to the west, the foothills, and the distant Rocky Mountains that were long ago born from the earth in cataclysm, now dark and majestic against a sullen sky. It is a view to match the man who stands at this wall of glass. The word cataclysm is a synonym for disaster or upheaval, but also for revolution. And he is the leader of the greatest revolution in history. The greatest. And the last. The end of history is near, after which his vision of a pacified world will endure forever. Meanwhile, there are mundane tasks to perform, obligations to address. For one thing, there is someone who needs to be killed. In a few hours, when a late-season storm descends on these high plains east of Denver, the hunt will begin, and one of two men will die at the hands of the other. A fact Wainwright Warwick Hollister finds neither exhilarating nor frightening. Of profound importance to Hollister is that he avoid the character weaknesses of his father, Orenthal Hollister, and at all times comport himself in a more formidable and responsible manner than had his old man. Among other things, this means that when someone needs to be eliminated, the killing can't always be done by a hireling. If a man is too finicky to get blood on his hands once in a while, or if he lacks the courage to put himself at physical risk, then he can't claim to be a leader in this world of wolves, nor even a member of the pack, but instead only a sheep in wolf's clothing. The hunt will occur here, on Crystal Creek Ranch, Hollister's 12,000-acre spread, unto itself a world of pine forests and rolling meadows. The chase will not be fair, because Hollister does not believe in fairness, which exists nowhere, either in nature or in the human sphere. Fairness is an illusion of the weak and ignorant. It is the insincere promise made by those who manipulate the masses for gain. The quarry, however, will have a chance to survive. A very slim one, but a chance. Although Hollister's father, Orenthal, had been a powerful man physically as well as financially, his heart had been that of a coward. If ever he had decided that he couldn't farm out all the violence required for the furtherance of his business, if he'd seen the moral need for every prince to be also a warrior, he wouldn't have given the quarry any chance whatsoever. The hunt would have been an empty ritual with only one possible end: the triumph of Orenthal and the death of his prey. Now, the security system, which always knows Hollister's location in this 46,000-square-foot residence, speaks in a soft, feminine voice. Thomas Buckle has arrived in the library. Thomas Buckle is a houseguest from L.A., the sole passenger on Hollister's Gulfstream 5. He landed 2 hours earlier, at 11 o'clock this morning, on Crystal Creek's 6,000-foot airstrip, was driven 1.6 miles from the hangar to the main house in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and settled in a guest suite on the main floor. He will most likely be dead by dawn. The house is a sleek, ultra-modern masterpiece of native stone, glass, and stainless steel, with floors of limestone on which ornately figured antique Persian carpets float like lush, warm islands on a cold, pale sea. The library contains 25,000 volumes that Hollister inherited from his father. The old man was a lifelong reader of novels, but his son has no use for fiction. Wainwright Warwick Hollister is a realist from his epidermis to his marrow. Orenthal also read many works of philosophy, forever searching for the meaning of life. His son has no use for philosophy, because he already knows the two words that give life its meaning: money and power. Only money and power can defend against the chaos of this world and ensure a life of pleasure. Those people whom he can't buy, Hollister can destroy. People are tools, unless they decline to be used, whereupon they become merely obstructions that must be broken and quickly swept aside, or eliminated entirely. With no need for his father's books, he had considered donating the collection to a charity or university, but instead moved them to this place as a reminder of the old man's fatal weakness. Now, at 1 o'clock, as Hollister enters the library, Thomas Buckle turns from the shelves and says, "What a magnificent collection! First editions of everything from Ray Bradbury to Tom Wolfe, Hammett and Hemingway, Stark and Steinbeck. Such eclectic taste." Buckle is 26, handsome enough to be an actor, though he dreams of a career as a famous film director. He has already made 2 low-budget movies acclaimed by some critics, but box office success has eluded him. He is at a critical juncture, an ambitious young man of considerable talent, whose philosophy and vision are at odds with the common wisdom that currently prevails in Hollywood, which he has begun to discover will limit his. He has come here in response to a personal phone call from Wainwright Hollister, who expressed admiration for the young man's work and a desire to discuss a business proposal involving film production. This is a lie. However, as people are tools, so lies are nothing more than the various grips that one must apply to make them perform as wanted. Upon the director's arrival, Hollister had briefly greeted him. Now there is no need for the formalities of introduction. A smile is all he requires when he says, "Perhaps you would like to select one of these novels that's never been filmed and make it our first project together." Although he is the least sentimental of men, and although he has no capacity for the more tender emotions, Wainwright Hollister is graced with a broad, almost supernaturally pleasant face that can produce a smile with as many charming permutations as that of any courtesan in history, and he can use it to bewitch both women and men. They see compassion, when in fact he regards them with icy contempt, see mercy when they should see cruelty, see humility when he views them with condescension. He is universally thought to be a most amiable man with a singular capacity for friendship, though in his heart he views everyone as a stranger, too unknowable ever to be a friend. He uses his supple, glorious smile as if it were a farmer's seeding machine, planting kernels of deceit deep in everyone he meets. Having been flown to Colorado in high style, and having been treated like a prodigal son, Thomas Buckle takes seriously the offer to select any book in this library to translate to film. He looks around wonderingly at the shelves of material. "Oh, well, I sure wouldn't want to make that choice lightly, sir. I'd want to have a better idea of what's here." "You'll have plenty of time to pore through the collection later," Hollister lies. "Let's have lunch. And please, dispense with the sir. I haven't been knighted. Just call me Wayne. Wainwright is a mouthful, and Warwick sounds like the villain in some superhero movie." Thomas Buckle is an honest young man. His father is a tailor, a salaried employee of a dry-cleaning shop, and his mother works as a department store seamstress. Although his parents struggled to contribute to his film school tuition, Thomas paid for most of it, having worked part-time jobs since his freshman year in high school. On his 2 movies, he cut his fees for writing and directing in order to increase the budget for actors and scene setups. He is too naive to realize that his producing partner on those projects cleverly siphoned off some of the studio's money, which Hollister discovered from the exhaustive investigation he commissioned of Buckle's affairs. As the child of honest people, as an earnest artist and a striver in the all-American tradition, the young man has an abundance of hope and determination, but a serious deficit of street smarts. Much to learn, and no time left to learn it. As they make their way from the library to the dining room, Tom Buckle can't restrain himself from commenting on the grandeur of the house and the high pedigree of the paintings on the walls. Jackson Pollock, Jasper Johns, Robert Rauschenberg, Andy Warhol, Damien Hirst. He is a poor boy enchanted by Hollister's great wealth, much as the sorcerer's apprentice might be captivated by the mystery of his master during the first day on the job. There is no envy in his manner, no evidence of greed. Rather, as a filmmaker, he is besotted with the visuals. The drama of the house appeals to him as a story setting, and he is spinning some private narrative in his mind. Perhaps he imagines a biographical film of his own life, with this scene as the turning point between failure and phenomenal success. Hollister enjoys answering questions about the architecture and the art, telling anecdotes of construction and acquisition. Only when he senses Tom Buckle has been drawn into his host's orbit, and then, with great calculation, does Hollister put one arm around the young director's shoulders in the manner of a doting uncle. This familiarity is received without the slightest stiffening or surprise. Honest men from honest families are at a disadvantage in this world of lies. The poor fool is as good as dead already. 2. The wisdom of millennia and numerous cultures was stacked on a grid maze of shelves flanking dimly lighted aisles in which no one saw by 1,000 feet of sand. That first Friday in April, Jane Hawk was ensconced in a library in the San Fernando Valley, north of Los Angeles, using one of the public access workstations that were nestled in a computer alcove, which currently, because every computer featured a GPS locator, as did smartphones and electronic tablets and laptops, she carried none of those things. Although the authorities searching for her knew she used library computers, on this occasion she avoided websites they might expect to be of interest to her. Consequently, she was relatively secure in the conviction that none of her probes would trigger a track-to-source security program and pinpoint her location. In her effort to expose a cabal of totalitarians at the highest echelons of government and private industry, she'd repeatedly zeroed in on a person who appeared to be at the point of the pyramid, only to discover each time that the true numero uno was someone else still cloaked in mystery. Recently she had been urgently working with those names, all wealthy individuals, seeking connections among them. She had found one, a very public commitment to philanthropy, perhaps because being seen to have a charitable nature could be cover for dark intentions. Although there were tens of thousands of charities they could have chosen, the people she knew to be near the top of this cabal served on the boards of many of the same nonprofits, and the one whose name was most often associated with theirs, Wainwright Warwick Hollister, a new figure to her, happened to be the wealthiest of them all. In a conspiracy this radical, this bent on transforming America, indeed the world, the supreme leader, the self-appointed intellectual who inspired the loyalty of others, did not necessarily have to be the one with the most money. A fanatical passion for change and dominance might lift a man of modest means to that position. However, Hollister, a mega-billionaire, had a generously funded foundation of his own, and the deeper she probed into it, the more curious and suspicious it seemed. Wainwright Hollister's foundation, ostensibly formed to support cancer research, had made significant donations to a non-profit under the control of Dr. Bertold Scheneck. The genius who had conceived of, developed, and refined the nanotech brain implant that made possible the Cabal's quest for absolute power. Bingo. Many people using a computer or smartphone became so distracted that they ceased to be aware of what happened in the world around them, and were in condition white, one of the 4 Cooper color codes describing levels of situational awareness. After earning a college degree in forensic psychology in 3 years, after 18 weeks of training at Quantico, and after having served as an FBI agent for 6 years before going rogue, Jane was perpetually in condition yellow, relaxed but alert, aware, not in expectation of an attack, but never oblivious to significant events around her. Continuous situational awareness was necessary to avoid being cast abruptly into condition red, with a genuine threat imminent. Between yellow and red was condition orange, when an aware and alert person recognized something strange or wrong in a situation, a potential threat looming. In this case, through peripheral vision, she realized that a man who'd entered after her and settled at one of the other computers was spending considerably more time watching her than the screen before him. Maybe he was staring at her just because he liked the way she looked. She had considerable experience of men's admiration. Her own hair, concealed by an excellent shaggy-cut ash-blonde wig, blue eyes made gray by contact lenses, a fake mole the size of a pea attached to her upper lip with spirit gum, wearing a little too much makeup and Smashbox lipstick, she was deep in her Leslie Anderson identity. Because she looked younger than she was and wore a pair of stage-prop glasses with bright red frames, she could be mistaken for a studious college girl. She never behaved in a furtive or nervous manner, as the most wanted fugitive on the FBI list might be expected to do, but called attention to herself in subtle ways, yawning, stretching, muttering at the computer screen, and chatting up anyone who spoke to her. She was confident that no average citizen would easily see through Leslie Anderson and recognize the wanted woman whom the media called the beautiful monster. However, the guy kept staring at her. Twice, when she casually glanced in his direction, he quickly looked away, pretending to be absorbed in the data on his screen. His genetic roots were in the subcontinent of India. Caramel skin, black hair, large dark eyes, perhaps 30 pounds overweight, a pleasant, round face, maybe 25, dressed in khakis and a yellow pullover. He didn't fit the profile of someone in law enforcement or that of an intelligence agency spook. Nevertheless, he made her uneasy. More than uneasy. She never dismissed the still small voice of intuition that had so often kept her alive. So, condition orange. 2 options: engage or evade. The second was nearly always the better choice, as the first was more likely to lead to condition red and a violent confrontation. Jane backed out of the website she had been exploring, wiped the browsing history, clicked off the computer, picked up her tote, and walked out of the alcove. As she moved toward the front desk, she glanced back. The plump man was standing, holding something in one hand, at his side, so she couldn't identify it, and watching her as he spoke into his phone. When she opened the door at the main entrance, she saw another man standing by her metallic gray Ford Explorer Sport in the public parking lot, talking on his phone. Tall, lean, dressed all in black, he was too distant for her to see his face. But on this mild, sunny day, his knee-length raincoat might have been worn to conceal a sawed-off shotgun, or maybe a Taser X-Rep 12-gauge that could deliver an electronic projectile and a disabling shock from a distance of 100 feet. He looked as real as death, and yet phantasmal, like an assassin who had slipped through a rent in the cosmic fabric between this world and another, on some mystical mission. The Explorer, a stolen vehicle, had been scrubbed of its former identity in Mexico, given a purpose-built 700 horsepower 502 Chevy engine, and purchased from a reliable black market dealer in Nogales, Arizona, who didn't keep records. There seemed to be no way it could have been tied to her. Instead of stepping outside, she closed the door and turned to her right and made her way through the shelves of books. The aisles weren't a maze to her because she had scouted the place when she arrived, before settling at the computer. An exit sign marked a door to a back hallway that was fragrant with fresh-brewed coffee. Offices, storerooms, an open refreshments niche with a refrigerator. A short hall intersected the longer one, and at the end, another door opened out to a small staff parking area with an alleyway beyond. 3 cars and a Chevy Tahoe had occupied this back lot when she'd checked it earlier. Now, in addition to those vehicles, a white Cadillac Escalade stood in the 5th of 7 spaces to the west of the library's rear door. The woman in the driver's seat of the Caddy had the same caramel complexion and black hair as the man at the computer. She had a phone to her ear and was speaking to someone, which didn't prove complicity in a plot, though her eyes fixed on Jane like a shooter's eyes on a target. In any crisis situation, the most important thing to do was get off the X, move, because if you weren't moving away from the threat, someone with bad intentions was for damn sure moving closer to you. Avoiding the Escalade, Jane went east. Along the north side of the alley, shadows of 2-, 3-, and 4-story buildings painted a pattern like castle crenellations on the pavement, and she stayed in that shade for what little cover it provided, moving quickly past dumpsters, standing sentinel. To the south, past the library, there was a park, and beyond the park a kindergarten with a fenced playground. She was opposite the park, where phoenix palms rustled in a light breeze and swayed their shadows on the grass, when the tall man in the raincoat appeared as if conjured, coming toward her, not running, in no hurry, as though it was ordained that she was his to take at will. The structures to her left housed businesses, the names of which were emblazoned on the back doors: a gift shop, a restaurant, a stationery store, another restaurant. The buildings in that block shared walls, so there were no service passages between enterprises. When a sedan pulled into the east end of the alley and angled to a stop, serving as a barricade, Jane didn't bother to look behind herself, because she had no doubt the Escalade had likewise blocked the west end of the alleyway. As she hurried along, she tried doors, and the third one, classic portrait photography, wasn't locked. She went inside, where a series of small windows near the ceiling admitted enough light to reveal a combination receiving area and storage room. The shelves were empty. When she turned to the alley door to engage the deadbolt, the lock was broken. She'd been skillfully herded to this place. The previous tenant had moved out. She had walked into a trap. 3. The formal dining room, which seats 20, isn't intimate enough for the conversation that Wainwright Hollister intends to have with Thomas Buckle. They are seated in the breakfast room, which is separated from the immense kitchen by a butler's pantry. A large Francis Bacon painting of smudges, whorls, and jagged lines is the only painting in the 20-foot square chamber, a work of alarming dislocations that hangs opposite the ordered vista of nature, groves of evergreens and undulant meadows visible beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. They sit at the stainless steel and cast glass table. Buckle faces the windows, so the immense and lonely nature of the ranch will be impressed upon him by the time he learns that he is to be hunted to the death in that cold vastness. Hollister faces the young director and the painting behind him, for the art of Francis Bacon reflects his view of human society as chaotic, confirms his belief in the need to power and extreme violence. The chef, Andre, is busy in the kitchen. Lovely Mai serves them, beginning with an icy glass of Pinot Grigio and small plates of Andre's Parmesan crisps. She wears a verbena fragrance as subtle as the mere memory of a scent. Tom Buckle is clearly charmed by the girl's beauty and grace. However, the almost comic awkwardness with which he tries to engage her in conversation as she performs her duties has to do with sexual attraction than with the fact that he is out of his element, the son of a tailor and a seamstress, abashed by the splendor of the wealth all around him, and uncertain how to behave with the staff of such a great house. He chats up Mai as if she were a waitress in a restaurant. Because she's well trained, the very ideal of a servant, Mai is polite but not familiar, at all times smiling but properly distant. When the two men are alone, Hollister raises his glass in a toast. To a great adventure together. He is amused to see that Buckle rises an inch or two off his chair, intending to get up and lean across the table in order to clink glasses with his host. But at once the director realizes that the width of the table will make this maneuver awkward, that he should take his cue from Hollister and remain seated. He pretends to have been merely adjusting his position in the chair as he says, "To a great adventure." After they taste the superb wine, Wainwright Hollister says, "I am prepared to invest $600 million in a slate of films, but not in a partnership with a traditional studio, where I'm certain the bookkeeping would leave me with a return far under 1%, or no return at all." He is lying, but his singular smile could sell ice to Eskimos, or apostasy to the Pope. Although Buckle surely knows that he's in the presence of a man who thinks big and is worth $20 billion, he is all but struck speechless by the figure his lunch companion has mentioned. "Well, that is, a very valuable catalog of films could be created for that much money." Hollister nods agreement. "Exactly. If we avoid the outrageous budgets of the mindless special effects extravaganzas that Hollywood churns out these days. What I have in mind, Tom, are exciting and intense and meaningful films of the kind you make, with budgets between 20 and 60 million per picture. Timeless stories that will speak to people as powerfully 50 years from now as they will on their initial release." Hollister raises his glass again, in an unexpressed endorsement of his initial toast. Buckle takes the cue, raising his glass as well, and then drinking with his host, a vision of cinematic glory shining in his eyes. Leaning forward in his chair, with a genial warmth that he is able to summon as easily as a man with chronic bronchitis can cough up phlegm, Hollister says, "May I tell you a story, Tom? One that I think will make a wonderful motion picture?" "Of course. Yes, I'd love to hear it." "Now, if you find it cliched or jejune, you must be honest with me. Honesty between partners is essential." The word partners visibly heartens Buckle. "I couldn't agree more, Wayne. But I want to hear it out to the end before I comment. I've got to understand the roundness of the concept. Of course you know who Jane Hawk is." "Everyone knows who she is. Top of the news for weeks. Indicted for espionage, treason, murder," Hollister recaps. Buckle nods. "They now say she even murdered her husband, the hero Marine, that he didn't commit suicide." Leaning forward a little more, cocking his head, Hollister speaks in a stage whisper. "What if it's all lies?" Buckle looks perplexed. "How can it all be lies? I mean..." Holding up one hand to stop the young man, Hollister says, "Wait for the roundness of the concept." He leans back in his chair, pausing to enjoy one of the Parmesan crisps. Buckle tries one as well. "These are delicious. I've never had anything quite like them. Perfect with this wine." "Andre, my chef," Hollister says, "is an adjusted person. He is obsessed with food. He lives only to cook." If the term adjusted person strikes Thomas Buckle as odd, he gives no indication of puzzlement. After a sip of wine, Hollister continues, according to friends of hers, Jane became obsessed with proving her husband, Nick, didn't commit suicide, that he was murdered. And when she took a leave of absence from the FBI, she devoted herself to investigating Nick's death. On the other hand, authorities and media say she was merely putting up a good front to divert suspicion from her role in his death. We're told she drugged him and got him into the bathtub and slit his throat, cutting his carotid artery with his marine K-bar knife in such a way that it looked to the coroner as if he'd taken his own life. But what if that's all a lie? Buckle is intrigued. What if is the essence of storytelling. So, what if? Hollister continues with relish. Jane told friends that in her research she found a 15% increase in suicides during the past few years, that all of it involved well-liked, stable people successful in their professions, happy in their relationships, none with a history of depression. People like her husband. A few nights ago, Tom Buckle says, on that TV show Sunday Magazine, they did an hour about Hawk. They included experts who said the rate of suicide isn't constant. It goes up, goes down, and all this about happy people killing themselves isn't the case. Remember my what if, Tom? What if it's all a lie, and some in the media are part of it? What if Jane Hawk is onto something, and they need to demonize her with false charges, silence her? You see this as a conspiracy story. Exactly. Well, then it sure would be a conspiracy of unprecedented proportions. Unprecedented, Hollister agrees. Heroic, involving thousands of powerful people in government and the private sector. Let's say these conspirators call themselves techno-Arcadians. Arcadia, from ancient Greece. A place of peace, innocence, prosperity. Essentially, utopia. Hollister beams and claps his hands twice. You are just the young man to understand my story. But why techno? Do you know what nanotechnology is, Tom? Very tiny machines made up of a handful of atoms, or maybe molecules? They say it's the future, with unlimited medical and industrial applications. You are so cutting edge, Hollister declares, and pushes a call button on the table leg. When I saw your films, I said, this is a guy on the cutting edge. I'm delighted to see I was right. In answer to the silent summons, Mai returns to freshen their wine and remove the empty plates that held the Parmesan crisps. Thomas Buckle smiles at her and thanks her, but he seems to have intuited that the proper behavior in these circumstances is to treat her with reserve, not as if she were working at Olive Garden. The entertainment business hasn't coarsened him yet, for though Mai fascinates and attracts him, he watches her not with evident lust, but with an almost adolescent wistfulness and yearning. When the two men are alone once more, Hollister says, let's suppose these conspirators, these techno-Arcadians, have developed a nanomachine brain implant, a control mechanism, that makes complete puppets of the people in whom it's installed. And the puppets don't know what's been done to them, don't know they're now property. The director blinks, and a certain quiet excitement comes over him that has nothing to do with $600 million. That arises from his passion for filmmaking. So, central to the story would be the issue of free will. A conspiracy intent on subjugating all humanity, the death of freedom, a sort of technologically imposed slavery. Hollister grins like an amateur author thrilled that a real writer found merit in his scenario. You like it so far? I damn well do. I like it more by the minute. Even though Jane Hawk inspired the I'd say this is her story, so we'd have to change the character to maybe a CIA agent or something. Make her a little older. Maybe it's even a male lead. But one thing. Why would anyone submit to having a brain implant surgically installed? Leaning forward again, punctuating his revelation with a wink, Hollister speaks in a stage whisper. No surgery required. You drug them, or otherwise overpower them when they're alone, and the implant is administered by injection. 4. Jane Hawk hurried out of the storage room. Milky daylight spilled through a large sales area and curdled to gray in a hallway. 2 doors stood open on each side of the hall, a shadowy bath and dark, empty offices. At the front of the store, 2 frosted glass show windows each bore the words Classic Portrait Photography painted in script, reversed from Jane's perspective. Between the windows stood a door with a frosty inlay, and as she approached it, a man's shape loomed beyond like a stalker emerging out of fog in a disturbing dream. He must be one of them. She'd have to take him down to get to the street and away, but even if he was a mortal threat, she could not risk resorting to gunfire when there were sure to be pedestrians on the sidewalk. The tall man in the raincoat might already be entering the back of the place from the alleyway. Jane's attention swung toward an interior door to her. 4 panels of solid wood, no glass. If it was only a closet, she was cornered. Instead, beyond lay stairs ascending into gloom. In nearly blinding darkness, she used the handrail to guard her against a fall until she arrived at a landing. Another flight led up to a second landing, where pale light issued from an open door. Perhaps the photographer who had once run a business out of the ground floor had lived above his studio. Considering that the people closing in on her seemed to have herded her into this building, one of them might be waiting in the second-floor apartment. Her heart labored, but didn't race, of dread rather than full-blown fright. If these were Arcadians, and who else could they be? They were not going to kill her here. They were going to corner her, taser her, chloroform her, and convey her to a secure facility where she could scream herself hoarse without being heard by anyone sympathetic to her plight. Ultimately, they were going to inject her with the neural lace that would web her brain and enslave her. Then they would drain from her the names of everyone who had been of assistance to her in this crusade, and would insist upon knowing the whereabouts of her 5-year-old son, Travis. When she was their obedient puppet, they would eventually instruct her to kill herself. But not just herself. She knew these elitist creeps. She knew the icy coldness of their minds, the blackness of their hearts, the pure contempt with which they viewed those who did not share their misanthropic view of humanity, and did not endorse their narcissism. They would relish cruel vengeance for the trouble she had caused them, for their comrades who had tried to murder her and had been killed instead. They would instruct her to torture her own child and slaughter him. Only when he was brutally ravaged and dead would they tell her to kill herself. In the thrall of the nanoweb, with its filaments wound through her brain, she would be unable to resist even the most horrific of their commands. Compared to injection, a quick death would be a mercy. She put her tote beside the open door, drew the Heckler & Koch Compact 45 from the rig under her sport coat. She hated clearing doorways in such situations, but there was no time to hesitate. Pistol in a 2-hand grip, leading with head and gun, low and fast, she crossed the threshold, stepped to the right, back against the wall, eyes on the Heckler's front sight as she swept the room, left to right. 3 windows facing the street, no blinds or drapes. Morning light slanting in under scalloped fabric awnings. No furniture, no carpeting on the hardwood floor. Nothing moved, except a few dust balls stirred by the slight draft she'd made on entering. An archway connected this room to others toward the back of the building, where darkness reigned, and there was a door on the right, ajar. She held her breath, and heard only silence. Both training and intuition argued that if someone was in the apartment with her, he would have made a move by now. The silence was broken when a sound rose from below. Perhaps someone ascending the stairs. She returned to the apartment entrance to retrieve her tote. Among other things, it contained $90,000, all of which, and more, she had taken from the stashes of wealthy Arcadians who had tried, and failed, to kill her. She couldn't afford to lose it. She was fighting a quiet war, but a war nonetheless, and wars cost money. The building was old, and the stairs creaked under the weight of whoever was climbing them. She closed the door. The deadbolt was intact. She engaged it. 5. My serves a small chopped salad sprinkled with pine nuts and crumbles of feta cheese. Tom Buckle smiles and thanks her and watches her lithe form as she exits through the butler's pantry. When the girl is gone, Wainwright Hollister says, "I need to explain how an injectable brain implant might be feasible, Tom. I don't want you to think of this as a science fiction movie. It's a thoroughly contemporary thriller. I know a little about nanotech, Wayne, just enough to accept the premise." Good. Very good. Now suppose hundreds of thousands of these microscopic constructs can be suspended in ampules of fluid and stored at temperatures between, let's say 36 and 50 degrees, where they remain in stasis. When injected, the warmth of the blood gradually activates them. They're brain-tropic. The veins conduct them to the heart, then the carotid and vertebral arteries bring them to the brain. Do you know what the blood-brain barrier is, Tom? Buckle evidently finds the salad highly agreeable and pauses to swallow a mouthful before saying, "I've heard of it, but I'm no whiz." "Nor do you need to be. You're an artist, and a damn fine one. Ideas and emotions are the stuff of your work. So, the blood-brain barrier is a complex biological mechanism that allows vital substances in the blood to penetrate the walls of the brain's numerous capillaries while keeping out harmful substances such as certain drugs. Let's imagine tiny nanoconstructs have been designed to pass through the blood-brain barrier, after which they assemble into a control mechanism in the brain. Could they really self-assemble? I mean, many thousands of them? An excellent question, Tom. We wouldn't have a viable story if I didn't have an answer." Hollister pauses to enjoy his salad. "It's..." Thomas Buckle points to the windows behind his host. Hollister turns in his chair to watch the first snowflakes, the size of quarters and half-dollars, spiraling out of the low clouds like some jackpot disgorged by a celestial slot machine. Refocusing his attention on his guest, he says, "The forecast is for 12 inches. Temperature will drop to the low 20s by nightfall. No wind yet, but it's coming. Winter lingers on these plains. Have you experienced a storm in territory such as this?" "I'm a California boy. My experience of snow is entirely from TV and movies." Hollister nods. "If a man were on the run from a killer on a night like the one coming, his least concern might be his would-be assassin. The weather itself could be the deadlier foe." Before Buckle might wonder at this odd statement, his host favors him with a beguiling smile. "I've got a story in mind for just such a movie, but before I bore you with a second scenario, let's see if I can make my nano tale convincing to the end. You asked how these tiny constructs could be made to self-assemble in the brain. Have you heard the term Brownian movement? 6. Jane was, at the moment, safe behind the locked door of the second-floor apartment, although not safe for long. This was a 2-story building, and like all the buildings on this block, whether 2, 3, or 4 stories, it had a flat roof with a low parapet. There would be an exit to the roof somewhere in these rooms, probably by way of a metal spiral staircase tucked into a service closet. But she didn't want to go up and out that way. If she got to the roof through a trap door or through a stairhead shed, She might discover that they had anticipated her and had stationed one of their own up there to greet her. Then she would have nowhere to go. Even if no son of a bitch with an ex-rep taser waited above, Jane didn't fancy a wild flight across rooftops as in a James Bond flick. Although the buildings varied in height, they were contiguous, and she was likely to find service ladders bolted to walls to allow roof maintenance men easy passage from one elevation to another. However, she'd already counted 5 agents in this operation, so there might be more. And if they had mounted a force of that size, they might also have a drone at their service. She'd previously survived an encounter with 2 weaponized drones in a San Diego park, something similar to a DJI Inspire 1 Pro with a 3-axis gimbaled camera. An 8 or 10-pound drone couldn't be fitted with even a miniature belt feed loaded with caliber rounds, because the recoil would destabilize the craft. But those in San Diego featured a low-recoil compressed air weapon that fired needle-like quarrels, perhaps containing a tranquilizer. The people now closing in on her would not risk using such a drone on a busy suburban street in a commercial district, but they might above the roofs, where if she appeared, she could be at once dropped unconscious without much chance that anyone at street level would see the assault. The prospect of a machine assailant gave her a deeper chill than did a thug with a taser X-Rep 12 gauge. Not necessarily for good reason, but because it seemed to herald a new world in which those people not enslaved by nanoweb neural lace would be policed and punished by robots incapable of empathy or mercy. She went to the front windows of the apartment living room, which faced onto the street, and offered her the best, the only, chance of escaping capture. 7. Sitting with his back to the windows, Hollister is so attuned to the moment, so looking forward to Tom Buckle's sudden realization of his dire situation, so enthusiastic about the pending hunt, his senses so heightened that he can almost feel the huge through the windless day behind his back, can almost hear those delicate wheels of crystal lace turning as they descend, can almost smell the blood that will form patterns in brilliant contrast across a canvas of snow. Brownian movement, he explains, is progress by random motion. It's one of nature's primary mechanisms, Tom. The easiest way to explain is with the example of ribosomes, those tiny mitten-shaped organelles that exist in enormous numbers in the cytoplasm of human cells. They manufacture proteins. When his host pauses for wine, Buckle appears to be dazzled when he says, "Man, you've really worked this story out in detail." Hollister can feel his blue eyes twinkling with merriment, and he knows his captivating smile has never served him better. "Only because I so very much want you to be part of this, to sign on for this adventure with me. Now, ribosomes. Each one has more than 50 different components. If you break down thousands of ribosomes into their individual components and thoroughly mix them in a suspending fluid, then they ricochet off the molecules of the suspending medium and keep knocking against one another until, one by one, the 50-some parts come together like puzzle pieces and, amazingly, assemble into whole ribosomes again. That is Brownian movement. It works with Bertold Schenck's control mechanism because each of the components is designed to fit in only one place, so the puzzle can't assemble incorrectly." "Schenck?" Buckle asks. Hollister should not have mentioned Schenck, who had, in fact, invented the nanoweb implant. Now he covers his slip of the tongue. "As I was working this out, I named some characters. That's just what I call the scientist who developed the nanoweb implant." "It's a good name for the character, but..." The director frowns. "It sounds a little familiar. We should check it out. Make sure there's not a prominent Bertold Schenck out there anywhere." Hollister dismisses the issue with a wave of one hand. "I'm not wedded to the name. Not at all. You're better than I am at this." Having finished his salad, The director blots his mouth on his napkin.
So, how long does it take this brain implant to assemble once it's been injected?
Maybe 8 or 10 hours with the first-generation implant. But the device will be improved, so it might be brought down to, say, 4 hours. The subject has no memory of being restrained and injected. Once the control mechanism is in, can be accessed with a key phrase like, "Play Manchurian with me." Once accessed, he'll do anything he's told to do, and think he's acting of his own volition. The key phrase delights Buckle. That great Cold War movie about brainwashing, The Manchurian Candidate. John Frankenheimer directed from a Richard Condon novel. Sinatra and Lawrence Harvey. Angela Lansbury as Harvey's power-mad mother. About 1962, I think. Shenek liked his little jokes. The scientist character. Whatever we're going to call him. My head is swimming, Wayne, but in a good way. I'm really getting into the whole concept, but exactly how does this tie to Jane Hawk, where we started? Responding to the call button, Mai enters to remove the salad plates. Hollister says, "Just imagine, Tom, that these techno-Arcadians are intent not only on repressing the unruly masses by injecting and controlling selected leaders in politics, religion, business, and the arts. They also want to prevent charismatic individuals with wrong ideas from influencing the culture." Tom smiles at Mai and then responds to his host. "What wrong ideas?" "Any ideas in disagreement with Arcadian philosophy. Let's say it's been decided that controlling these charismatic types isn't enough, that it's necessary to remove their unique genomes from society, prevent them from propagating. So they receive a brain implant and are later directed to commit suicide." Tom Buckle nods. "Like Jane Hawk's husband. But how would these people be chosen for elimination?" "A computer model identifies them by their public statements, beliefs, accomplishments. Then they're put on the Hamlet list." "Hamlet? What?" "The theory is that if someone had killed Hamlet in the first act, a lot more people would have been alive at the end." Frowning, Tom Buckle says, "For the movie, we'd probably have to call it something other than the Hamlet list. Anyway, how many people would be on this list?" "Let's imagine the computer model says that, in a country as large as ours, 210,000 of the most charismatic potential leaders in each generation would have to be removed at the rate of 8,400 a year. Mass murder. This is a very dark movie, Wayne. To the Arcadians, it's not murder. They think of it as culling from the herd any individuals with dangerous potential, a necessary step toward peace and stability." Mai returns with the entree. Sea bass, asparagus, and miniature buttered raviolis stuffed with mascarpone and red peppers. Conversation throughout the main course focuses on what changes to make in the lead character and possible twists and turns in the storyline. Hollister mentions the whispering room, a feature of the brain implants, by which adjusted people are able to communicate with one another via microwave transmission, brain to brain, as Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX fame has predicted will eventually be possible. They have the potential of forming a hive mind. The idea delights Buckle. He enjoys this blue sky session far more than he would if he were actually going to finance a motion picture. Movies are terrible investments. Perhaps 3 out of 10 make a profit. And there are countless ways that the distribution company can massage the box office numbers and pad the costs, so when there is a profit, much of it disappears. However, Tom is bright and enthusiastic. Inventing this movie with him is a pleasure. The more the young man talks, the clearer it becomes that the computer model was right to put him on the Hamlet list, and it is good that he will be dead by dawn. When Mai returns to remove their plates, Hollister says, "The time has come for you to do as we discussed." She meets his stare. And though she is submissive, she is also afraid. Her lips part as if she will speak, but instead of words, her voluptuous mouth produces only tremors. As she stands beside her master's chair, Hollister takes one of her hands in both of his, and he smiles reassuringly. He speaks to her as he might to a daughter.
It's all right, child.
It's just a moment of performance art.
You have always excelled as an artist. This is what you were born to do.
Fear abates. The tremor fades. She answers his smile with an affectionate smile of her own. She bends down to kiss his cheek. Tom Buckle watches with evident perplexity. When Mai leaves the room with their plates, the filmmaker is at a loss for words and covers his uncertainty by taking a sip of wine and savoring it.
I see you're curious about Mai,
Hollister says.
No, not at all,
Buckle demurs.
It's none of my business. In fact, Tom, it's the essence of your business here. Mai is 27, a year older than you, an exceptional woman.
Tom glances toward the swinging door through which Mai left the room.
She's quite beautiful.
Quite, Hollister echoes.
She's also supremely talented. Her paintings redefine realism. They're stunning. By the time she was 22, she'd won numerous awards. By the time she was 24, her work was represented by the most prestigious galleries. She broke new ground as well by combining several of her larger paintings with a unique form of performance art that began to draw enthusiastic crowds. Does she still paint? Oh, yes. Better than ever. Magnificent images exquisitely rendered. Then, why is she here serving us lunch? I can't help but wonder. She creates paintings, but doesn't sell them anymore. You sure know how to build mystery, Wayne.
Hollister smiles.
I've intrigued you, have I? Greatly. I'd love to see these paintings. You can't. After she finishes a new canvas, she destroys it.
Bafflement creases Tom Buckle's brow.
Why ever would she do such a thing? Because she's an adjusted person. She made the list.
This incident with Mai has disoriented Tom just enough so that the word list has no immediate meaning for him.
The Hamlet list,
Hollister explains. Puzzlement gives way to misunderstanding, and Tom smiles.
You give one hell of a pitch meeting, Wayne, and she's quite an actress. She's not an actress, Hollister assures him. She's just an obedient little bitch. She destroys them because I tell her to.
Just then, Tom Buckle's gaze shifts from his host to the wall of glass behind him.
What on earth?
Tom rises from his chair. Wainwright Hollister gets to his feet as well and turns to the window. Mai stands naked on the terrace, in the swiftly falling snow, facing them and smiling serenely, seeming more mystical than real.
Her body is as perfect as her face, says Hollister, but one can grow tired even of such perfection. I've had enough of her.
A scarlet silk scarf drapes Mai's right hand. It slides to the snow-carpeted terrace, revealing a pistol.
Performance art,
Tom Buckle tells himself, for he is both confused and in denial. Soundlessly, snow falls and falls, cascades of white petals, as Mai puts the barrel of the gun in her mouth, and seems to breathe out the dragon fire of muzzle flash, seems to fold to the terrace in slow motion, the flower fall of snow settling silently on her silent corpse. 8. Jane raised the lower sash of a double-hung window. A foot below the windowsill, running near a 5-foot-wide cantilevered marquee overhung the public sidewalk, the front of it bearing the name of the closed photography studio. She dropped her tote onto the lid of the marquee and followed it through the window. The entire block was from the Art Deco period, and each of the shared wall buildings had its own stylized marquee, each separated wide gap. Jane hurried eastward, sprang from that first projection onto a second, from the second onto a third. With the tote slung over her left shoulder, she knelt on the edge of the third marquee, facing the building, gripped the decorative masonry cornice, and slid backward into empty air, hanging by her hands for a moment before dropping to the sidewalk. She startled an old guy in a tam-o'-shanter and walking with a 3-footed cane.
"Pretty girls falling from the sky," he declared. "These are the days of miracles and wonder."
In the drop, her tote had slid off her arm. She snared it from the sidewalk.
"If only I were 50 years younger," he said.
Jane said, "If only I were 50 years older," kissed him on the cheek, stepped between 2 parked cars, and dodged across 3 lanes of traffic. From the farther side of the street, saw the man in the dark raincoat at the open window through which she had exited the building, and below him, another man venturing forth from the recessed entryway to the former photography studio. They both had spotted her. At the corner, she turned north, out of their sight. Ahead, a 30-something guy was preparing to climb onto a fully chromed Harley Road King cruiser. His open-face helmet boasted an American flag decal. She hoped it meant something to him. Breathless, she said, "Give a girl a ride?" He didn't look her up and down, as men usually did. Only met her eyes.
"Where you going?"
"Anywhere but here. And fast."
"Cops or not cops?"
She had to give him something to win cooperation. Badge, but it's bogus. As he swung aboard the saddle, he said,
"Climb on, and hold tight."
She sat just forward of the saddlebags, tote straps over one shoulder, arms around him. The motor was hopped up, with the distinct sound of screamin' eagle pistons and cylinders. Jane glanced over her shoulder. One of her pursuers turned the corner. The Road King shot away from the curb. 9. The sky unseen, behind the raveling white skeins with which it cocooned the world, and on the terrace, Mai's once lovely form stiffening under a crystalline lacework. This side of the windows, Tom Buckle repeats, "Performance art." Though the artist is not going to stand up, bloodied and brainless, to take a bow. Adam, Brad, and Carl, the 3 most senior members of the ranch's 18-man security force, who once had other names and personalities and real lives, enter the breakfast room. They are dressed in black, with the Crystal Creek Ranch logo in white stitching on the breast pockets of their shirts. Although Tom Buckle still regards the suicide of Mai with stunned disbelief, he at once responds to these 3 men with fear and alarm, as well he should. Intensity of wolves on the hunt, and though their stares are as sharp as filleting knives, there is a deadness in their eyes that implies, quite accurately, that they are as cold-hearted as machines.
"Tom,"
Hollister says in a tone of voice that suggests nothing out of the ordinary has occurred,
"do you remember the name of the brainwashed assassin in the Manchurian Candidate?"
Tom eases away from the newcomers.
"They're adjusted people, injected with a control mechanism. But this nano-web is different from those administered to Mai and Nick Hawk and others on the Hamlet list. This version scrubs away their memories, every last one, deconstructs their personalities, and programs them to be bodyguards who, without hesitation, will give their lives for their master. I am their master, Tom, and if I tell them to kill you, they will do so, with extreme prejudice."
The film director eases away from the Rayshaws until he backs into a sideboard. He is physically rigid, but there is no doubt he's reeling mentally and emotionally.
"Your work has earned you a place on the Hamlet list, Tom, and therefore a death sentence."
The filmmaker dares to look away from the Rayshaws and meet his host's eyes. Although he is a screenwriter as well as a director, he is at a loss for words, perhaps struggling to make sense of this bizarre turn of events and plug it into a dramatic structure that promises him a triumphant resolution.
I could order these men to subdue you and inject you and send you back to California with no knowledge of anything that has occurred here.
Wainwright Hollister rounds the edge of the table, approaching Tom Buckle.
Do you know Roger and Jennifer Bozeman?
As if shell-shocked, Tom says,
What? Roger and Jennifer Bozeman? They live next to me. Neighbors. Next door. Their daughter, Kaylee, 10 years old. She's quite a beautiful child. After you're injected, adjusted, and sent home, if I call you in a few weeks and instruct you to kidnap Kaylee, rape her, torture her, kill her, and then kill yourself, you will obey.
He comes face to face with his guest.
After that outrage, the 2 acclaimed films you've made will be judged the work of a monster, withdrawn from distribution in all formats, never to be seen again. Whatever small effect you've thus far had on the culture will be erased.
The director finally accepts what he desperately doesn't want to believe.
Dear God, it's real. The nanoweb, the injections, the enslavement. Yes, but enslavement is the wrong word, Tom. Most human beings are impetuous, imprudent, ignorant, given to superstition and other irrational behavior. They're maladjusted. For their own sake and to preserve this fragile planet, we merely intend to adjust them. You're insane! No, Tom. I'm the clearest thinking person you'll ever meet. I have no illusions about the meaning of life.
Hollister favors the younger man with a kindly smile worthy of a country doctor in a painting by Norman Rockwell.
I'm also a man of profound convictions. I don't always leave the dirty work to others. Sometimes I do the adjusting myself. The adjusting, or, as in your case, the extermination. But I am also a fair man, Tom. In the contest to come, you will have a chance to survive.
As though inspired by countless moments of movie heroics, Tom Buckle throws a punch, but as ineptly as a supporting character who is playing a fool. Hollister blocks the blow with a forearm, seizes Buckle's wrist, twists that arm up behind the man's back, and shoves him hard. The director staggers into the window wall and slaps both palms against the glass to stop himself from crashing through. To the Rayshaws, Hollister says, Mr. Buckle needs to be suited up and instructed as to the rules of the hunt. Just then, the first wind of the storm invades the terrace, and the scarlet silk scarf, which once covered Mai's pistol, billows off the snow-skinned flagstones and undulates 6 or 7 feet above her corpse, as though it is her very spirit, risen from her hushed and cooling heart. 10. The twin-cam engine, maybe 95 CI, gave the bike true zip. The driver worked the transmission with finesse and took hard corners with the confidence of a Star Wars character piloting an anti-gravity sled. After an almost 20-minute road in a residential neighborhood, in a part of the valley far enough north that it didn't qualify as a Los Angeles suburb. The houses were old, the properties large, the trees tall and plentiful, live oaks and eucalyptuses and all kinds of palms, some of them long left untrimmed. He pulled into a driveway that ran alongside a meticulously maintained bungalow with craftsman details. The place was shaded by immense, well-kept phoenix palms. At the back of the property stood a separate garage with 3 double-wide doors, one of which rose as the Harley approached. The driver coasted under the upfolding panels, stopped in the garage, killed the engine, and put down the kickstand. Jane had been expecting him to drop her miles from where they started, but in a public place. Evidently he had brought her home instead. The 3 garage bays were deep and open to one another, housing a well-equipped machine shop and a number of motorcycles. Wary not so much because he'd brought her here of all places, but because the world in its dark ways had woven wariness through her bones, she got off the Road King, alert. He removed his helmet, put it on the bike seat, stripped off his driving gloves, combed his thick hair with one hand. Wide-set malachite eyes, clean, strong features. The suggestion that a smile was imminent. Jane said, "Thanks for the lift." He cocked his head to study her. "But where are we? And how far do I have to hike to get a bus?" A low growl drew her attention. An enormous dog stood at the open garage door. A mastiff with an apricot fawn coat, black face, and sooted ears. Mastiffs had a reputation as aggressive, which they weren't, unless trained to be. Her rescuer finally said,
"You leaned in all the way. Never tensed, no matter how radical the rake."
"I've ridden before."
"Ridden or driven?"
"Both." Indicating the glowering dog, his master said,
"Sparky's harmless. No bark, no bite.
"No wag either."
Give him time. Maybe old Sparky knows you're carrying a concealed weapon."
"How would he know that?"
"Cut of your sport coat."
"Your dog has street smarts."
"Also, when you were holding tight and leaning in, I felt it against my back."
She shrugged. "It's a dangerous world. A girl's got to look out for herself."
"Too true. Anyway, I've got a solid bike for you."
"I didn't know I was in the market for one."
"You were on foot, so they must have made your car."
"They?"
"The guys with bogus badges."
"You brought me all the way here to sell me a bike?"
"I didn't say sell."
"I'm not going to work for it."
"Stay cool. I'm Wade. My wife's in the house right now. She saw us drive up. Anyway, she's all I need."
Jane put down the tote bag to have both hands free. She glanced toward the house. Maybe the wife existed. Maybe she didn't. If she existed, perhaps she was insurance against an attempted assault, or maybe she was cool with rape and would even assist her husband. Jane had once taken down a serial killer whose wife charmed his targets into a sense of safety so they could be easily abducted. She cooked elaborate meals for the girls during the weeks that her husband used them, brought fresh flowers to their windowless basement prison, and assisted in the disposal of their broken bodies after hubby wearied of them. She said she did it because she loved him so much.
"Name's Garrett. Garrett Nolan."
"I'm Leslie Anderson," she lied. His face finally formed the smile that had been pending. There was a knowing quality to it, which disturbed Jane. The mastiff had entered the garage, sniffed her shoes as though to map the journey that had brought her here. Garrett Nolan went to a wall switch and clicked on the lights in all 6 vehicle stalls.
"Racers, street cruisers, touring bikes. I break them down, build them better, customize them. If you need to get all the way to the Canadian border, you'll want a bagger."
From the Canadian border reference, she inferred that he had assumed more about her status as a fugitive than she'd given him reason to deduce. She felt the skin crepe on the back of her neck.
"I have 2 Road Kings," he continued, "rebuilt. I've got too much in them to just give them away. What I can give you is this 2012 Big Dog Bulldog Bagger, which I was going to tear down next. It's a righteous bike."
"You don't have to give me anything. I have money. I can pay."
"I won't take your money. The Big Dog has a lot of miles on it, but it's in good shape. I've ridden it myself. You don't need it flashed up with performance machine wheels, Kuryakin mufflers, and all the rest. It's a reliable beast of burden and won't call undue attention. Test ride it around the neighborhood. You like it? Take it. There isn't a license plate, but you could go maybe a couple thousand miles before a cop might notice."
She stared at him in silence. until his lingering half-smile flatlined. Then she said, "I asked for a ride out of a tut, and you want to give me a bike. What's this about, Mr. Nolan?" He shrugged.
I believe you. I want to help.
Believe me about what?
That you're innocent.
Never said I was innocent. Anyway, innocent of what? He was a big guy, about 6'2" and solid, with an air of rough experience about him, and yet he suddenly seemed as shy as a boy, looking down at his shoe, meeting her eyes. "Innocent of what?" she pressed. He gazed through the open door, at the house shaded by phoenix palms, at the still cascades of fronds in the warm, breathless day. She waited, and when he looked at her again, he said,
That's a bitch in disguise. But seeing through disguises was part of my job. You're her. You're Jane Hawk.
11. Sparky, the mastiff, sniffed along the zipper of the tote bag as though trained to locate the banded stacks of $100 bills that, among other things, it contained. "If I were Jane Hawk," Jane said, "maybe it wouldn't be smart of you to say so to my face. Half the world hunting her down, she must be one crazy, desperate bitch." Garrett Nolan smiled again.
I won't say what service I was in. We did black ops work in Mexico and Central America. No uniforms. We went native. Our actions targeted MS-13, other gangs, those linked to nests of Iranian operatives in Venezuela, Argentina, Nicaragua.
He turned his back on her and went to a square of perf board beside a workbench and took a set of keys from one of the
We knew who we were looking for. Names, faces. But a lot of the time they changed their appearance. This funny thing happens when you use facial recognition programs to see through disguises. When you do it long enough, often enough, it's as if your brain uploads a little of the software, so you develop an eye for a masquerade, no matter how well it's done.
When he returned to her, he held out the which she didn't at once accept.
Another problem you have is you're a damn good-looking woman.
If I were Hawk, what should I do, scar myself?
Women as good-looking as you rarely use so much makeup and eyeshadow, such bright lipstick. If it can't improve the face, maybe it's meant to obscure it.
That's all you've got?
The mole on the upper lip. Why haven't you had it removed?
I'm skittish about doctors and scalpels.
Fake moles, fake port wine birthmarks, fake tattoos. They're popular camouflage. I don't need a scalpel. Bet I could remove it with a little spirit gum solvent.
Leslie Anderson, she insisted. Born in Portland, late of Vegas. Got myself in trouble when I jacked 5,000 credit card numbers that my hacker boss had stolen. Went into business for myself, running a buy-in fence operation, until he found me. Nolan still held out the keys.
The color-changing contact lens on your left eye isn't fitted properly. There's a thin crescent of blue above the gray. Jane Hawk has blue eyes.
She remembered how, on first meeting him, he had not looked her up and down, but had stared intently into her eyes.
The ash blonde wig is the best, tightly fitted for action, he said. But if the color was natural, your skin would probably be paler. With your complexion, your hair is more likely to be honey blonde, like Jane Hawk's.
She took the keys from him. I don't have to be Jane Hawk to need the bike. But if you're hot on giving it to Leslie Anderson...
Born in Portland, late of Vegas, he said. Another thing is how you move. Spine straight, shoulders back, athletic, quick and confident. That's how she moves in what film they have of her.
Mama Anderson taught her girl not to slouch.
Then there's the fact the media says Jane Hawk took part in some terrorist attack in Borrego Springs, maybe 100 dead, maybe a lot more than that. They say she's still somewhere in Southern California.
If I were her, Jane said, I'd be long gone from the state. Denied the chance to investigate the tote's contents, the Mastiff grumbled with disappointment when Jane picked up the bag. "I really can pay for this," she said.
"Then what would I have to brag on when you're vindicated?"
She stowed the tote in one of the bike's saddlebags. "Let's say I'm her. Why would you do this?"
From my days in the service, I know how deeply the enemies of freedom have penetrated this country's institutions, public and private sector. The way they're demonizing you, their viciousness and ferocity, tells me you're right about the plague of suicides, and somehow it's engineered.
Heard Hawk say it's engineered.
Maybe because nobody's given her a chance. Digital technology and biotech. Somehow, they have to be part of this.
"I wouldn't know," he said.
People are dazzled by high tech, but there's a dark side. Dark and darker. What horror isn't possible today, it'll be possible tomorrow.
"Or maybe it is, after all, possible today," she said. 12. The three Rayshas were of a physical type. Big men with thick necks and broad shoulders and sledgehammer fists. Their eyes cold, their stares as impersonal as camera lenses, as if they were not of woman born, but instead were mortal archetypes of violence, risen from some infernal realm millennia earlier, having come down the centuries on a mission of barbarity, cruelty, and murder. They escorted Tom Buckle to the guest suite where he'd left his baggage. Nothing he said could engender a response. They spoke to him only as must do. They didn't overtly threaten him. Mortal threat was implicit in their every look and action. Items that didn't belong to him had been placed on the bed. Long underwear, a flannel shirt, a Gore-Tex thermalite storm suit by Hardcore, 2 different kinds of socks, supple-looking gloves. Beside the bed stood a pair of boots.
"Strip naked,"
one of the men commanded.
"Dress in those things."
Tom recognized the futility of appealing to these creatures' common humanity, for there was nothing human about them other than their form. Their faces varied, but their expressions were eerily the same, as neutral as the masks of mannequins. No emotion shaped their features. Their faces lacked evidence of personality, and they seemed as remote and ghastly as the pale whiteness of the moon in daylight. Wainwright Hollister's movie was, in fact, reality, and Tom Buckle was the doomed lead in a noir thriller where the theme was meant to be the hopelessness of hoping. He was Edmund O'Brien in DOA, Robert Mitchum in Out of the Past. Watching him undress, the 3 men said nothing. He obeyed them. He could do nothing but obey. He believed Hollister's assertion that they were killing machines. For 26 years he had lived a relatively charmed life on a glide path into film directing. He'd never known terror until now. He was terrified not only of these creatures and of Hollister, but also by a sudden sense that a sinkhole might open in his psyche, a sucking black madness from which there could be no escape. As Tom dressed in the storm suit, Mai's suicide played in his memory so vividly that the room around him seemed to darkle like a theater where all the light was contained within the screen. Her exquisite face, her beautiful body, she a symbol of mystical power, as if she were a goddess who stepped down from a heretofore unknown pantheon. The scene remembered in black, white, gray, as though from a movie made in the 1930s, but for the scarlet silk scarf that slid off her hand and the muzzle flash of her collapsing with an awful grace, her seeming power revealed as an illusion, removed from this world with as little concern as Hollister might give to a cockroach before stamping on it. The room was warm, but Tom felt as cold as the snow-swept world beyond the windows. His heart drummed with fear, but there was anger in it too, an icy rage that scared him. he had never been an angry man. He worried that his fury might compel him to do something that would diminish his already slim chance of survival. When he was suited and booted, with the hood snug around his face, the three men led him into the vast garage, where Hollister maintained a collection of expensive, exotic vehicles. A Lamborghini Huracan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Bugatti Chiron, an armored Gurkha by Pterodyne, and maybe 20 others. A showroom tile floor, a pin spot highlighting each set of wheels. They took him to a Hennessy Velociraptor 6x6, which was a bespoke version of a Ford F-150 Raptor, a jacked-up six-wheel crew cab truck with numerous upgrades. The driver sat alone in the front. The other two Rayshaws flanked their prisoner in the back seat, so that Tom felt wedged between the jaws of a vice. As they drove into the gray light and spiraling snow showers of the late afternoon, the hulk to Tom's right recited the simple rules of the hunt. The quarry would be given a 2-hour lead. On foot, he could head in any direction that he wished, except that he must not attempt to return to the residence. Security sensors would be aware of his approach well before he drew near the house, and he would be cut down by Crystal Creek Ranch personnel with Uzis. "Adjusted people," Tom said, still struggling to believe what ample evidence proved to be true. His instructor's facial features remained as graven as cemetery granite, his stare chisel-sharp but shallow. "The quarry will be armed with a 9mm Glock featuring a 10-round magazine." Neither he nor the other men used Tom's name, or even once referred to him with the pronoun you. The Rayshaw produced the gun, sans ammunition, and briefly explained its features. Tom owned a pistol with which he practiced, at most, once a year. The other 364 days, the weapon was in the back of his nightstand drawer. He had no illusions about being a good marksman. His instructor gave him the Glock. "The magazine and ammunition will be provided upon arrival at the starting position of the hunt. The quarry will also receive 6 power bars for energy, as well as a tactical flashlight." "A map," Tom said. "A map!" None of the three men responded. Snow raveled now in countless skeins through the loom of the day and formed a pristine fabric on the land. "Hollister said I'd have a fair chance." There was no evidence that they had heard him. Nevertheless, he said, "What's fair about this? Nothing. Nothing's fair about it." His own voice embarrassed him, sounding like the whining of a coddled child. He fell silent. The Velociraptor grumbled into the growing storm and the slowly dimming day, flakes like midget moths swarming through the beams of the headlights. They had turned off the blacktop that linked the residence to the distant airplane hangar housing the Gulfstream 5, and seemed to be following a dirt track, difficult to discern under thin, shifting scarves of snow. 15 or 20 minutes from the house, the truck came to a stop. The men flanking Tom opened the back doors and got out. When he hesitated to follow, one of them said, "Now!" putting such menace into one word that Tom at once obeyed. 13. In Garrett Nolan's garage, Jane straddled the motorcycle, flexed her hands around the grips, looking it over. Speedometer, tachometer, clutch lever, brake lever, throttle. Getting the feel of the machine before putting up the kickstand. Nolan said, "One more thing you should know. They say Jane Hawk avoids bus stations, train stations, and airports because facial recognition programs scan travelers for known terrorists and wanted criminals. But that's not good enough anymore." Jane was curious, but Leslie Anderson was on the run only from her boss, not from the feds. So neither of them expressed interest in what Nolan had said. "About a year ago," he continued, "the Chinese government began deploying among their police departments these freaky damn eyeglass-mounted cameras equipped with face rec tech. Now, some of my buddies still in the U.S. Spec Ops recently received the same gear." 6 months earlier, Jane would have taken such a claim with the entire contents of a salt shaker. Fixed camera recognition systems were connected to remote facial databases stored in the cloud, so vast they, along with artificial intelligence analytics, couldn't be loaded onto the front end of a wearable camera. But technology was advancing at a remarkable pace, especially the tech that could be used for population control and oppression.
These sunglasses are wired to a handheld device with an offline facial database of up to 10,000 faces, Nolan said. AI is good enough to match a suspect's face to one in the D-base in just 600 milliseconds. Fixed cameras have limited lines of sight, but someone wearing these can look everywhere.
She couldn't restrain herself from saying, "That sucks." Nolan said,
"If this gear is being issued to some in the military, you can bet your ass security agencies on the domestic side also have them. So maybe if you ever happen to run into Jane Hawk someday, tell her the one face currently sure to be in that portable D-base is hers. Nowhere is safe."
"Has anywhere ever been?" From the seat of a nearby Harley, he picked up a pearl-white Shadowy X9 Air helmet with a dark smoke shield.
"Too bad you can't wear this everywhere."
Accepting the helmet, Jane said, "What if they nail me and trace this bike back to you?"
"They can't. Ever since I left the military, I've been doing business in ways that move me step by step toward the edge of the grid."
"Gonna go all the way off?"
"Sooner than later. We'll sell the house and head so far up country you'd think it was the 19th century.
"Sorry to hear that," she said. "The more people like you and your wife who get out of the game, the more likely the bastards will win in the end." He shrugged.
"We've got one life, and we don't want to live any part of it on our knees, which is likely if we stay here."
14. The two Rayshaws walked Tom to the front of the Velociraptor and about another 40 feet through the vehicle's lances of light before halting. One of them gave him the unloaded pistol. The other put a plastic sack with a drawstring closure on the ground at his feet. They returned to the truck and boarded it. The vehicle hung a U-turn and drove away, taillights tinting the snow with a suggestion of blood as it dwindled into the white cascades. Although Tom stood shaking, he was warm enough in his storm suit. He stooped to open the bag with the drawstrings. It contained the promised power bars and a knitted ski mask that he could wear under the storm suit hood, with holes only for his eyes and mouth. There were also the promised tactical flashlight, the magazine for the Glock, and 10 bullets. He inserted the ammunition into the magazine into the pistol into a zippered pocket on the thigh of the storm suit's right leg. He distributed the knitwear and 6 power bars in other pockets. Maybe the drawstring bag would come in handy. He'd keep it, and, until nightfall, carry the flashlight in it. As he closed the bag, the Bell and Howell tack light clinked against something he hadn't noticed. He fished inside and came up with a micro-cassette recorder. When Tom pressed play, Wainwright Hollister spoke to him.
"You will die in this lonely place, Tom Buckle. If you'd been injected, adjusted, and sent back to California, at least you'd have had the pleasure of a fleeting orgasm when you raped 10-year-old Kaylee at my command. But although there will be no pleasure for you in the hours ahead, you'll be blamed for Kaylee's kidnapping a few days, because when her body is found in your home, it will bear your semen and your blood, which we will harvest from you after your death. The world will know you as a monster, Tom, and everyone will despise your films. You will be sought by police, but, of course, never found. Who can say how many rapes and murders of other little girls will be attributed to Tom Buckle, the phantom pedophile, in years to come? Please don't use the 9mm Glock to kill yourself. I'm so looking forward to the hunt and the moment when I remove the threat to a stable future posed by your dangerous ideas and undeniable talent. Get moving, Tom. You have only a 2-hour lead."
Whether the recording was intended to be a psychological weapon that would unnerve Tom and make him easier prey, or signified nothing more than the billionaire's narcissism and cruelty. Hollister had provided his quarry with precious evidence of the murder that he intended to commit, and of the Arcadian conspiracy in which he was a key player. Instead of depressing or unnerving Tom, the recording brought the light of hope into his heart and warmed him with the realization that Hollister wasn't as prudent or smart as he had seemed in the context of his magnificent house and the company of his zombie guards. He rewound the message and pressed play again, intending to listen only to the threat of the first sentence, so that it might inspire him to escape or put up a hell of a fight if confrontation proved unavoidable. The recorder hissed slightly louder than the descending flakes that softly sheared the air. Hissed and hissed. But the words it had conveyed had been erased, evidently even as they had first issued from the speaker. The meadows were clotted with old snow and silvered with fresh, but he felt as if he stood on a burnt plain, in a world scourged by an apocalyptic fire. The pine woods in the distance as black as columns of char. The current storm, an ashfall. The incinerated sky in slow collapse. The unseen sun, not merely in decline, but dying in the wake of a nova flare. He could almost believe he was asleep. All this a dreamscape of a world in the wake of judgment. The insanity of the Arcadian scheme and the suddenness with which he'd been plunged into mortal peril merely because his talent put him on a list of undesirables seemed too fantastic to be other than a nightmare that would dissolve when he thrust up from his pillow and threw back the covers and switched on a bedside lamp. Although he'd never known such cold as this, the day abruptly grew colder when the early stillness of the storm was swept away by a sudden wind out of the northwest. The snowflakes that had kissed his face now nipped. Wind stung his eyes, and tears blurred his vision. 15. Because she was riding a bike much different from the one on which she had sped away with Garrett Nolan, Jane risked cruising to the motel, a one-star enterprise trying to pass for a 2, where she had left her luggage the previous night. Her locked suitcases contained nothing irreplaceable. However, because of the urgency of the investigation she'd undertaken and the ever-growing intensity of the search for her, she didn't have time to go clothes shopping or visit the source in Reseda from whom she obtained guns, driver's licenses and multiple identities, license plates, color-change contact lenses, wigs, and other items that were essential to the chameleon changes that kept her free and alive. They had apparently tied the Ford Explorer Sport to her, but that didn't mean they knew where her lodgings were. In fact, if they knew, they wouldn't have come after her in the library, but would have been lying in wait in the motel room when she returned. If she could safely retrieve her bags, so much the better. The entire San Fernando Valley had once been a thriving part of the California dream, but some communities were now in decline. The almost third-world shabbiness of this neighborhood belied the Golden State's image of high style and glamour that was barely sustained by the grace and beauty of the better coastal towns. Potholed streets, littered and unkempt parks, used hypodermic needles glittering in the gutters, graffiti, public urination, and homeless people camped in the doorways of vacant buildings were testament to corrupt and incompetent governance. The Counting Sheep Motel was a mom-and-pop operation, cracked white stucco with blue trim, 16 units on 2 levels, encircling a courtyard with a swimming pool. The pool was small, its coping fissured and stained. A mermaid and her adoring entourage of cartoon fish were painted on the bottom, shimmering underwater that seemed not quite as clear as it ought to be. Jane's room, number 3, was on the ground floor, at the front of the building. There was no sign of unusual activity. She rode to the end of the block, turned right, curbed the big dog, and fed coins to the parking meter. After taking the tote from one of the saddlebags, she walked back to a bar and grill called Lucky O'Hara's across the street from the motel. She took her helmet off only as she reached the entrance. In addition to the name of the establishment, the sign above the door featured a pot of gold and a leprechaun. Assuming Lucky O'Hara had earlier enjoyed a lunchtime rush, now, at 3:35, the crowd had gone. 2 retirees sat at the Horseshoe Bar, each alone, one of them in low conversation with the bartender. A young couple engaged in an intense discussion in one of the booths that lined both side walls. The tables at the front of the room were not occupied. Jane sat at a window table for 2, with a clear view of the motel that stood across the street and somewhat west of her position. If the owner and staff and primary clientele of Lucky O'Hara's had once been Irish Americans, that seemed no longer the case. The waitress who took Jane's order, 2 hamburger steaks, one atop the other, hold the hash brown potatoes, add extra vegetables, a side of pepper slaw, a bottle of Corona, was a pretty blonde-haired, black-eyed girl with a Bosnian accent. The Pilsner glass was frosted, the Corona ice cold. Properly chilled beer was one of the humble pleasures that kept her in a positive frame of mind during this ordeal of threat and violence. A hot shower, a piece of favorite music, the fragrance of a flowering jasmine vine growing on a trellis, and countless other little graces reminded her of how sweet life had once been, and could be again. As motivation, a desire to live well and freely again was second only to her fierce determination to keep her child safe, and to give him a future from which those who would enslave him had been eradicated. She watched the motel during lunch. Red curb restricted parking to the farther side of the street. There were no paneled vans that suggested surveillance. No obvious sentries slouched in any of the cars or SUVs. A few doors south of the motel, overdressed for the mild day in layers of ragged sweaters and a black and green tartan scarf, masses of hair and beard bristling as if fossilized in that configuration following an electric shock, a vagrant sat on the sidewalk, his back against the wall of a vacant storefront. Beside him stood a shopping in which were heaped large green trash bags bulging with whatever eccentric collection constituted his treasure. Such a disguise was within the repertoire of a true stakeout artist. The vagrant was the sole subject of Jane's suspicion, until he got to his feet, stepped to the recessed entry of the building, dropped his trackated. Although a federal agent on such an assignment would take pride in the exactitude of the details of his costume and behavior, he would not feel obliged to take a dump in public for the sake of authenticity. Glittering in the sunlight, traffic passed in riotous variety. Jane could not detect any vehicles repeatedly circling the block in a rolling surveillance of the motel. The appearance of normalcy at Counting Sheep concerned her. When nothing whatsoever in a scene looked suspicious, when it seemed picture-postcard serene and downright churchy, it was at such high contrast with every place else in this fallen world that you had to wonder if it was a setup. She had developed measured paranoia as a survival trait, not just since going on the run, but from her years in law enforcement. She spooned ice from her water tumbler into the Pilsner glass to chill the remaining beer, finished lunch, eyed her watch. 4:33. Ordered another Corona in a chilled glass, and asked for the check. She paid, and tipped 30% as soon as the beer arrived, so that when she took another hour, the waitress wouldn't worry that maybe she would skip out on the check. She said, "The bastard was supposed to be here when I arrived. I'll give him another hour to hang himself." Whether she had acquired her cynicism in Bosnia or California, the waitress bluntly said, "Dump him." "I keep saying I will, but I don't. Girl like you has options." "So far, none better than him." "They play too much video game." "Who does?" Jane asked. "This generation men. Video game, porn, internet. They don't know how to be real anymore." "Prince Charming is dead," Jane agreed. "Not dead, just lost. We need to find."
You can't find when you won't look.
Maybe you're right. Do you keep looking for him?
I look, I hope, I date, but always with knife in purse.
Really? A knife in your purse?
The waitress shrugged. It's L.A. A girl can't take chances these days.
Jane nursed the second beer through another hour, watching the motel while pretending to be waiting for Mr. Wrong. The homeless man with the shopping cart moved on to defecate elsewhere. The elastic shadows stretched eastward. The traffic quarreled in greater volume through the street, as if there were no other avenue in all the world. Every traveler bound frantically for the same and, perhaps, terrible place. Counting sheep continued to represent itself as innocent and safe. Excessive hesitation was the mother of failure. Winning required considered action. Get off the X. Move. She returned to the motorcycle parked on the side street. She cruised around the block, pulled into the motel lot, and parked in front of room 5, 2 doors north of the unit in which she'd left her luggage. No one was currently in the immediate vicinity. If she was a figure of interest to someone, he might be watching her from behind a window, through parted draperies. She took off her helmet, left it on the seat of the big dog, and went boldly to room 3. High situational awareness. In condition yellow. No eyes in the back of her head, but alert for any sound that didn't belong in the basket weave of street noise. She keyed the door and pushed, and it swung into a coolness of shadows, revealing the furniture as colorless shapes in the gloom. Before crossing the threshold, she slid her right hand under her sport coat to the grip of the pistol in her shoulder rig. Warily, she glanced back at the parking lot, at the street, at the motel office to the south. Nothing. A single-file succession of fat crows, eerily silent for their raucous kind, passed low overhead. Crisply defined shadows, blacker against the pavement than the birds were black against the sky, glided past her feet, as if to encourage her to flee with them. She was not Jane Hawk. She was Leslie Anderson. If her pursuers knew about the Anderson ID and this motel, they would have come for her in this place rather than at the library. Somehow, they knew about the car, but only the car. She entered, closed the door, switched on lights. A housekeeper had been here. The bed was made. The fragrance of an orange-scented aerosol freshened the room, though under it lay the faint, lingering staleness of marijuana smoke from some previous guest. The door to the small bathroom stood wide open, and a frosted window admitted enough light to reveal that no one waited in there. All seemed the same as when she had checked in the previous afternoon. Nonetheless, she sensed a wrongness in the room that she could not define. 2 sliding mirrored doors served the closet. As she approached them, she looked not at her image, but at the reflection of the room behind her, which seemed somehow strange and not an exact likeness, as if a threat thus far invisible might materialize from some dark dimension suddenly folding into this one. Engine noise swelled as a vehicle pulled off the street and into the motel lot. She focused on the room door reflected in the mirror before her. The engine died. A car door slammed. She waited. Nothing. Sometimes, in the deep of night, when the sleeper's fantasy is benign, a golden meadow, an enchanting forest, anxiety arises with no apparent cause. Just before the dream is invaded by men without faces, whose fingers are razor-sharp knives. Her disquiet now was akin to the dreamer's apprehension, the cause intuited rather than perceived. As she slid the left-hand closet door to the right, it stuttered slightly in its corroded tracks. Her 2 suitcases were gone. She pushed both doors to the left. The other half of the closet also proved to be empty. She drew the Heckler & Koch Compact 45 and turned to the room, which had taken unto itself the strangeness that she had previously perceived only in the mirror, so that every mundane object seemed to have an alien aspect, malevolent purpose. The bathroom window was too small to serve as an exit. The room door offered the only way out. Draperies with blackout linings covered the window to the left of the door. She would gain nothing by parting those greasy panels of fabric to see what awaited her outside. Whatever it might be, she had no choice other than to go to it. Pistol in hand, but held under her sport coat, she opened the door. After the lamplit room, the sun-shot world made her squint. She stepped outside. The big dog bulldog bagger had disappeared. To her left, in front of room 1, under an ill-kept phoenix palm, stood the metallic gray Ford Explorer Sport that she had abandoned at the library several towns from here. Neither of the exits from the motel parking lot was blockaded. No cops, no plainclothes agents. All seemed counterfeit, as if the street were only a movie set on a studio backlot. In the new world aborning, reality seemed frequently displaced by virtual reality. Most people were so enchanted by high technology, they didn't see its potential for oppression, but Jane was aware of the darkness at the core of the machine. The current culture deviated radically from previous human experience, ruthlessly reducing each woman and man to mere political units to be manipulated, balkanizing them into communities according to their likes and dislikes, so everything from cars to candy bars could be more effectively marketed, robbing them of their privacy, denying them both a real community of diverse views and the possibility of personal evolution by censoring the world they saw through the internet to make it conform to the preferred beliefs of their self-appointed betters. In such a world, there were daily moments like this one at the Counting Sheep Motel, across the street from Lucky O'Hara's Bar and Grill, with its smiling leprechaun and pot of gold. Situations that felt unreal, that suggested the world had come unmoored from reason. A man sat in the front passenger seat of her Explorer. In the shade of the big tree, with patterns of palm fronds reflected on the windshield, little of him could be seen. As Jane approached the driver's door, she held the pistol at her side, against her leg. The window in the driver's door was down, allowing her a better view of the guy who waited for her. She knew him. Vikram Rangnekar, of the FBI. Part 2. Bad Weather. 1. The wind did not shriek, but moaned as if nature had fallen into despair, and the snow slanted out of the northwest with none of the softness that the scene suggested, so that Tom Buckle turned his back to the icy teeth of the blizzard. His vision cleared, as the tears that the wind stung from his eyes briefly warmed his cheeks. In the gray spectral light of the hidden and fast-declining sun, the vast plain seemed not to fade into the storm, but to be dissolving at its farthest edges, crumbling away into some white void. He looked southwest, toward the great house. The lights were not entirely screened by the snow, but there weren't even vague window shapes or identifiable lampposts, only a low, hazy amber glow to mark the location of the distant residence. Tom yearned for the warmth within Wainwright Hollister's walls. He briefly fantasized about returning to steal a vehicle, something big like the Velociraptor or the armored Gurkha, and escaping overland or battering through some formidable gate at the entrance to the ranch. However, he believed what he'd been told about the security system's ability to detect his approach and about the ruthlessness with which he would be machine-gunned. For precious minutes, with his 2 hours of lead time ticking away, he stood in indecision, unable to set out in one of the directions that were not forbidden to him. He had no paths to follow, and in the arc of escape allowed him, each of those 270 degrees appeared to be a direct route to certain death. He was not an outdoorsman. His survival skills were limited to the savvy that kept his film career alive, and that had not yet proved to be enough to put him on even the B-list of directors. As the child of a tailor and a seamstress, having spent thousands of hours watching uncounted movies, his experience of the natural world was limited to city parks, public beaches, and documentaries. In this immense, unpopulated, snow-swept tract of land, he simply didn't know the first thing to do, any more than if he had just stepped out of a starship onto the surface of a planet at the farther end of the galaxy. He felt small and vulnerable, as he hadn't felt since childhood. His breath plumed from him in pale, ghostly vapors, as if with each exhalation he were shedding a fraction of the spirit that inhabited his too mortal flesh. If he didn't know how to survive, one thing he did know was that Hollister would never mount the fair pursuit he promised. That the crazy son of a bitch wouldn't come on foot, but in an all-wheel drive vehicle, and the billionaire would be tracking his quarry by means far more sophisticated than reading footprints and sifting spoor from the masking snow. Before leaving California, Tom had checked out Crystal Creek Ranch on the internet. Google Street offered no images, but Google Earth provided extensive satellite photographs. He had been dazzled by the size of the main residence and its associated buildings, enchanted by the verdant vastness of these 12,000 acres. Now, he remembered the watercourse for which the ranch was named. Less of a creek than a small river, it spilled out of the western highlands and flowed past the house, southeast through various woods and meadows, continuing far beyond Hollister's property and eventually passing under Interstate 70. Using the glow of the distant residence as a reference point, Tom tried to call to mind the satellite images of the ranch and remember the route by which the interstate proceeded somewhat south and then more directly east toward Kansas. His recollection was, at best, hazy. He had no idea how many miles he would have to walk in order to reach the highway. 30? 50? It was so distant that even on a clear night the headlights of the traffic could probably not be seen from here. Yet, the interstate offered his only hope of finding help. The Hollister property was surrounded by other enormous and lonely ranches, as well as by unpopulated federal territory. He might wander for days and never encounter a neighbor or a single government land manager. Carrying the drawstring bag containing the tactical flashlight, he set out, south-southeast. He wondered how he would maintain that course when distance and the bleak deluge screened him from the lights of the house, which were his only reference point. Perhaps 150 yards ahead lay a pine woods expressed like vertical strokes of an artist's charcoal on white paper, robbed of detail by the waning light and waxing weather. The river ran through some, but not all, of the ranch's woodlands. If he got lucky and found it among these nearest trees, he could make his way along its banks to the interstate without fear of becoming disoriented and lost in the blizzard. If nothing else, the woods seemed to offer cover. Tom didn't bother to check the wristwatch they had allowed him to keep. It didn't matter whether 55 or 56 minutes of the promised 2-hour lead remained. He surely did not have that much time. Not really. Hollister was a murderer. Murder was not merely a crime, but also a lie, for it made a claim that some lives had no value. If the billionaire could deny the fundamental truth of the profound meaning of every life, he was a liar's liar, a font of falsehood. He might already be on the hunt. With fresh powder pluming from his boots, the rotten drifts of other days and tangled masses of frozen grass crunching underfoot, Tom crossed the meadow, leaving a trail that would not quickly be filled in his wake. Erratic wind not only drove the falling flakes, but also fashioned them into pale shapes, phantoms in grave clothes that hastened across the plain in the weak and dimming light. The land seemed haunted. The world had become so strange that he would not have been surprised if a figure more solid than the apparitions of snow had suddenly loomed before him. A naked beauty, with her ruined face concealed by a shimmering mask of scarlet silk. 2. The Counting Sheep Motel, in its slow disintegration. The hive hum and swarm buzz of traffic. The amplified serpent hiss as a bus air-braked for passengers waiting on a bench. In the distance, the hard tat-a-tat-a-tat of what might be either a jackhammer or an automatic weapon. Bright orange sun, ink spill of purple shadows seeping eastward. In the front passenger seat of Jane's Explorer Sport, warming the moment with his smile, Vikram Rangnekar said, "Hello, Jane." Jane stood at the open window in the driver's door, pistol drawn, muzzle pointed at the pavement. "What is this?" "I've missed you." "Been busy." "I lie awake at night, worrying about you." "I'm okay." "You look okay. You look fabulous." "So, what is this?" she asked again. "The disguise is optimal, cool. It's good." "Maybe not good enough." "May I say, you're prettier without it." "Looking hot isn't my main objective these days." "I have no gun. I mean you no harm." "Puts you in a damn small minority." "If you don't shoot me, I can be of great help to you." "You're FBI." "Not an agent. Never was. Just a computer buccaneer who used to work for the FBI. I resigned 2 weeks ago." Vikram was a white hat hacker of great talent. Occasionally, the Department of Justice had poached him from the Bureau and put him to work on what would have been criminal black hat projects if they had not been conducted under the auspices of the nation's primary law enforcement agency. He'd had an innocent crush on her even when Nick had been alive, though he knew that she was, and always would be, a one-man woman. But he'd liked to impress her with his mastery at the keyboard. As an agent, before going rogue, Jane had always operated by the book, never resorting to illegal methods. But she had wanted to know what the corrupt inner circle at Justice might be doing, and she had encouraged Vikram to show off. He had developed back doors, my wicked little babies, to the computer system of major telecom companies, alarm company central stations, and others, and he had instructed Jane in their use. Once she had gone rogue, the ability to ghost through those systems without being detected had more than once gotten her out of a tight corner. "If I weren't your friend," he said, "there would be like 100 agents here, a SWAT team, helicopters, dogs, bomb robots. But it's just me." "Not only the government wants to wring my neck." "Yeah, there's some freaky group calling themselves Techno-Arcadians, but I don't know what they're all about." Surprised by his knowledge, even as limited as it was, she surveyed her surroundings. Nothing amiss. She looked at Vikram again. "How do you know about the Arcadians? They don't advertise." "Get in. Take us for a drive. I'll explain." "Who were those people at the library?" "Family. A brother, an uncle, cousins." "You look wonderful." "Where are my suitcases?" "In the back." "Take us for a drive. I'll explain." "I don't want to kill you, Vikram." "Good. I don't want to be killed." "So don't make it necessary." She holstered the pistol and climbed behind the wheel of the Explorer and pulled the driver's door shut. 3. For 3 days, Charles Douglas Weatherwax waits in a luxurious suite in the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills, anticipating his next assignment. He is a tall, strong, graceful man, with a face of such clean, stylized lines that it looks like an Art Deco work worthy of being the hood ornament on a high-end automobile,
in the days when cars had hood ornaments and didn't all look alike. He follows a high-protein, low-carb diet, takes 80 vitamin pills a day, every 12 hours drinks a health product called Clean Green, and never fails to apply a number 50 sunscreen after shaving. Each day before dinner, he sets out from his hotel on a long walk, which, in part, takes him through the park across the street. During these strolls, as at all other times, he is looking for something that will justify his existence. There are people, sad cases, who never find their purpose in life. Charlie is not one of them. He has long known the meaning of his life, and he finds his mission deeply fulfilling. During his first tour of the park, on Wednesday afternoon, he encounters a blind man sitting on a bench in the shade of a trio of palm trees. The guy is 50-something, shaved head, neatly trimmed salt and pepper beard. An MP3 player rests on the bench beside him. Without an earpiece, he listens to Jeremy Irons read T.S. Eliot's Burnt Norton, the first of the poet's 4 quartets. The listener's blindness is suggested by dark glasses worn in the shade, implied by a white cane propped at the side of the bench, and confirmed by a beautiful German shepherd lying at its master's feet. The grip of the leash lies untended on the bench, testament to the seeing eye dog's obedience and dedication. Time past and time future. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. Jeremy Irons reads the lines without artifice. His straightforward presentation speaks powerfully to Charlie Weatherwax. Charlie doesn't interrupt the poem, but continues on his way without a word to the blind man. From childhood, he is now 34, he was taught the importance of committing random acts of kindness. His father was a community organizer with a genius for winning grants to improve the quality of life in less fortunate neighborhoods, and his mother was a high school principal, later a district superintendent. Both are now retired. He has often heard them speak of the rewards of a life of service. Random kindness is key to their self-image. The following afternoon, Thursday, he discovers the blind man on the same bench, in different clothing, but listening now to The Dry Salvages, the third of Eliot's 4 quartets. On this second encounter, Charlie realizes that he must act. But by doing what? There is no end of it, the voiceless wailing, no end to the withering of withered flowers. Charlie passes the blind man and his dog, the voice of Jeremy Irons propelling him as if he is a leaf on the surface of a swift stream. He says nothing, does nothing, and throughout the remainder of the day regrets his inaction. By dinner-time, his regret has grown into remorse, a sharp-toothed guilt gnawing at his heart. His sleep is troubled. There is little chance that he will encounter the blind man again and be able to make things right. Yet now, later Friday afternoon, at the same hour as before, Charlie comes upon the sightless listener in the park. Fortunately, he has prepared for this most unlikely third chance. "Beautiful dog," he says, and scratches the shepherd under the chin and sits on the bench. "What's his name?" Clicking off the audiobook, the man says, "Argus. He's a treasure." Unusual name for a dog. The guy looks toward the sound of Charlie's voice rather than directly at his face. "In Greek mythology, Argus was a giant with 100 eyes. "Ah. Unusual, but apt. You were listening to T.S. Eliot?" "Yes, the 4 quartets. I never tire of it. So elusive and layered, words as music. It's a kind of meditation for me." "Beautiful," Charlie agrees. "However, its meaning has always stumped me, I'm afraid. Too complex for my feeble brain. His cat poems are more my speed." The blind man smiles. "Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. Amazing that he could write works of such depth, and some of the most charming light verse ever put to paper.
Charlie quotes,
"Jellicle cats come out tonight. Jellicle cats come one, come all."
Argus's master recites,
"The Jellicle moon is shining bright. Jellicles come to the Jellicle ball."
Hoping for the chance to rectify his previous failure to engage the blind man, Charlie has brought with him a hamburger patty spiced and cooked to perfection by the Peninsula Hotel's room service chef. Approaching the bench, he'd taken it from a small plastic bag. Now, he drops the meat on the park path in front of the dog. Quoting the 4 opening lines from McCavity, the Mystery Cat, louder and with less grace than Jeremy Irons might have performed it, Charlie covers the sound of the shepherd quickly consuming the patty and then says,
"Name's Harvey Hemingway. No relation. Friends call me Harv." "John Duncan," says the bald and bearded fan of Eliot. "Pleased to meet an admirer of old Possum."
Charlie chats him up for a few minutes, and then, when no one is close to them, no one approaching along the path, he says,
"I gave Argus some hamburger." "Oh, I wish you wouldn't have," says Duncan.
"Laced with a fast-acting sedative," Charlie says. Alarmed, the blind man stiffens and calls the dog's name. When there is no response, he fumbles for and locates the grip loop of the leash where it lies on the bench. He tugs, but Argus is deep in dreamland.
"He'll be out for maybe 2 hours, and groggy for an hour after that," Charlie says. "But no permanent damage."
"What the hell is this?" Duncan demands, putting some steel in his voice, as if he is capable of following through on a threat, as if he is Samson, eyeless in Gaza, but still possessing the strength to defeat his enemies. Charlie puts a hand on his companion's shoulder.
"Listen to me, shithead, and listen close. There's no one near us in the park. Lots of traffic out there on Santa Monica Boulevard, but all they see is 2 friends on a bench. They call L.A. the City of Angels, but there are angels in hell, too, and they're not the kind would do you any kindness. You call for help, you make a sound, no one will hear or care. And I'll blind your dog. I have a sharp penknife. I can do it easy."
John Duncan is as still as if he were a bronze figure of a man installed on the bench as a sculpture.
"What I'm going to do," Charlie explains, "is shock you hard with a handheld taser. I'll do it 3 times, each time longer than the one before. It's going to hurt like hell. If you scream or cry out, I blind Argus and leave. In fact, you do any more than whimper like a baby, the dog will need a seeing-eye dog of his own. You hear me? You understand?"
"Why?" Duncan asks.
"You've heard about people who want to make the world a better place by doing random acts of kindness? Well, they're a bunch of phonies. They live a lie and love it. There's nothing real about them. I'm the real deal. I'm what the world is truly about. Acts of random cruelty."
As Charlie reaches under his sport coat and withdraws the taser from a holster, Duncan leans forward, hands clasping his thighs, and pleads, "Please, don't, for God's sake." Jamming the poles of the taser against the blind man's neck, Charlie pulls the trigger. To John Duncan, a 5-second shock probably feels as if a hive of wasps has come alive inside him, swarming and stinging through bone and flesh in an angry search for an exit. His teeth chatter like one of those old novelty sets of wind-up dentures, and then they stop clacking against one another when his jaws clench tight. He shudders, writhes in place, as if tortured by clonic seizures, which continue for a moment after his tormentor lets up on the trigger. His body jerks, arms flail, and then semi-paralysis locks him in his corner of the bench. He is pale and glistening with perspiration. A thread of drool unravels from one corner of his mouth. Faithful to his dog, he neither calls out for help nor screams in pain. If Duncan makes a scene,
Charlie won't follow through on his promise to cut the eyes of the shepherd. He likes dogs. He isn't a monster. He hates people, but he likes dogs. The threat to harm Argus is just a tool to control the blind man, to ensure that he will be submissive. The second tasering lasts 10 seconds. Traffic slows and then surges on Santa Monica Boulevard, each motorist in his own world, as surely as he is isolate in his vehicle, oblivious of the drama on the park bench as he is also abstracted from the lives of the other citizens of the city. John Donne wrote, "No man is an island, entire of itself," which Charlie Weatherwax knows to be the ripest bullshit. The human species is an infinite archipelago of islands, with rough seas separating them. All men and women are vortexes of pure self-interest, their self-love whirling at such velocity that true concern for others can never escape the centrifugal force of their narcissism. To see his victim's vacant stare, Charlie plucks off John Duncan's sunglasses and throws them aside before tasering him yet again, this time for 15 seconds. Throughout Duncan's body, every fascicle of nerve fibers short-circuits. The sightless orbs roll back in the man's head as he is once more gripped by seizures, so that his gaze is without irises, blank and white, a stare as pitiless as nature itself. Charlie puts away the taser and rolls the half-paralyzed blind man onto his right side against an arm of the bench, just long enough to extract the wallet from his right hip pocket. He finds a photo ID and memorizes Duncan's street address. He returns the ID and leaves the wallet on the bench. Hardly more than a minute has passed since Charlie administered the first shock. They still have the park to themselves, though a woman pushing a stroller is entering from Wilshire Boulevard. Propping Duncan in a corner of the bench, Charlie says, "Do you hear me, Johnny?" The blind man makes a wordless sound of distress, and Charlie amps the menace in his voice. "Do you hear me, Johnny?" Duncan's words are slurred, but his eyes roll back into place, like symbols on the wheels in the windows of a slot machine. Bright blue, but oblivious. "Yeah, I hear. I looked in your wallet. I know where you live. You ever tell anyone about this? Describe me to anyone? I'll pay you a visit." "No, I won't. I swear." Charlie rises to his feet. "Random acts of cruelty, Johnny. That's what the world's about. That's the sum of it. Get ready for the next one. It'll be coming. They're always coming." The woman with the stroller has stopped at a distant bench. If she eventually continues in this direction, she will not find the blind man while Charlie is still in sight. He continues on his way. When he glances back, he sees John Duncan leaning forward on the bench, vomiting on his shoes. In a couple of hours, the dog will wake. An hour after that, it will be alert and stable enough to lead its master home in the early dark. The pain John Duncan has experienced is nothing compared to the profound humiliation that he now endures, and that will seethe in him for days to come. Perhaps he will fall into despair, which is not necessarily a bad thing. If it does not destroy you, despair can be a fire that burns away the erroneous understanding of the world by which so many people live. If all of the blind man's illusions can be reduced to ashes, if he can come to understand the truth of the world, that it was not shapen except by chance, and that it has no meaning, that nothing matters but power, its acquisition and its use, that power is won by the infliction of pain and humiliation on others, then he will be free for the first time in his life. Even with the limitations of his disability, he might more often avoid being a victim. Serving as a missionary of pain and humiliation, committing random acts of cruelty, is not work suitable for a common street thug or a crooked politician. Both drug-pushing gangbangers and corrupt senators lie to themselves and to others, claiming to act for the benefit of the clan, for the common good and social justice, in response to oppression, when in fact, they seek power for power's sake. Liars and those who live a lie cannot remake the world for the better. A missionary, like Charlie Weatherwax, must embrace no lies, must live by no illusions, bleak as that might be, for power is the only truth, and truth is the source of power.
4. With its thousands of blacktop rivers and millions of metal currents, the Los Angeles evening rush lasted not 1 hour, but 3 or 4. The valley streets overflowed with vehicles, surging, slackening, surging, to and from the dysfunctional freeways. Vikram gave Jane an address, but the flood of traffic didn't frustrate her. There were many questions to be answered, explanations to be made, and an understanding to be arrived at before they reached their destination. She said, "You could have confronted me in the library." Vikram shook his head.
Not safely, I think. When you see me suddenly show up, you don't see a lean but sinewy, dark-eyed, black-haired young man who might have been a Bollywood star. Instead, you see FBI, and you think you're trapped. So, logically, an unfortunate confrontation ensues.
Lean but sinewy? Vikram shrugged.
When describing myself to various online matchmaking services, the word slim can be interpreted as meaning skinny, or worse. Anyway, say I show up in the library and say, just maybe, you don't shoot me. There's still bound to be a scene that people are witness to. They call the police, they post it on YouTube, and we are toast.
Your relatives herded me into that vacant photography studio. Why weren't you waiting for me in that place, where there weren't any witnesses? Vikram raised his right hand, pointing at the roof of the SUV with his forefinger, as if to say, one important point to consider.
Remember, the chase had only just begun, and you were virtually sweating adrenaline.
I don't sweat virtually.
Nevertheless, the math said the risk of my being shot on sight was still too high at that time.
Math?
I have my formulas. It was wiser to lead you through a few twists and turns, give you time to understand this wasn't a standard law enforcement operation. Then, I show up alone, no backup, and you realize I am harmless.
Who is Garrett Nolan?
Mr. Motorcycle? He's not one of us. He was just a hiccup. There are always hiccups. Some say that life is one long series of hiccups, although, personally, I am not so pessimistic. Farther along that street from Mr. Nolan, a Honda waited at the curb, its engine running. A bright red Honda. Studies show that, in a crisis, the eye is drawn to red things. My brother, wearing a flamboyant red shirt, was prepared to leap out of the red Honda and dash into a Chinese restaurant, ostensibly to pick up an order of takeout, but in fact, giving you a chance to steal his wheels, which, of course, we could track by its GPS. However, you found Mr. Nolan first. Beware, the traffic light is about to turn red.
Jean braked to a stop. She looked at her passenger. Smiling into her silence, Vikram said,
What?
You scripted it like some chase scene in a movie?
When I build a backdoor into the computer system of a major telecom provider, I don't just wing it, you know. To get away with it, I have to be meticulous. Being meticulous is what makes me Vikram Rangnekar.
If Garrett Nolan was a hiccup, unexpected, how did you track me from the time he gave me a ride?
Just in case. My cousin Ganesh tagged you earlier in the library.
She recalled the plump guy in khakis and a yellow pullover at a workstation near her in the computer alcove. Tagged?
As you were leaving, Ganesh fired a little device loaded with an adhesive micro-miniature transponder, hit you in the back.
When she had glanced at Ganesh, he'd been holding something in his left hand, down at his side. I didn't feel it happen.
You wouldn't, Vikram said. It's low velocity. The soft projectile weighs 3/4 of an ounce. It partially unravels and weaves itself into the fabric of your coat. Lithium battery the size of a pea. It's trackable by satellite, just like any vehicle with a GPS.
She said,
"So."
Vikram's eyebrows arched. That is a Hindi word, but appropriate. Wherever did you learn that word? From you. Not possible. I would never use that word in the presence of a woman. You use it all the time when you're at a computer, backdooring your way into one place or another.
Is that really true?
I was unaware. I hope you don't know what it means. It means fuck.
I am mortified.
It's me who should be mortified, being tagged and not even aware of it.
So.
A horn blared behind them. The light had changed. Vikram again pointed at the roof with one finger.
The light has changed.
No shit, she said as she took her foot off the brake.
I sense you're perturbed at me.
No shit.
Why are you perturbed at me?
You played me. I don't like being played.
The math said it was necessary.
Math isn't everything. Trust is important.
I trust the math.
I remembered you as a sweet man. I forgot the annoying part.
Vikram grinned. Is that really true?
Yes, you can be uber annoying.
I meant the sweet man part.
Rather than encourage him, she said, So you knew what motel I was staying in?
Yes, but I expected you to return there in the red Honda, not in the motorcycle. Nevertheless, it worked out.
How the sow did you find me in the first place?
Just so you know, I am not one who is turned on by women talking dirty.
Don't make me have to shoot you, Vikram. How did you find me?
Now that, he said, is quite a story.
5. Charlie Weatherwax leaves the blind man in the park, crosses the boulevard, and walks through the public spaces around City Hall, into a residential neighborhood of tree-lined streets, and from there into the fabled shopping district of Beverly Hills, north of Wilshire. The sidewalks are crowded with moneyed locals bearing shopping bags, also with gaping tourists dazzled by the gleaming shops, as well as by the countless Mercedes, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces. They see one another and interact, but they do not know one another, these islanders of the human archipelago, and they would have it no other way, though if asked, they would lay claim to all manner of communal values. As the sky gradually darkles, and the lighted windows of the closing shops radiate glamour and romance into the evening streets, he makes his way to a fine restaurant at which he has a reservation. A choice table awaits him in a corner of the elegant Art Deco bar, the design of which seems to have been inspired by the clean, highly stylized features of his face. He is not halfway through his martini when he receives an encrypted call on his smartphone. In spite of all its vast resources in both the public and private sectors, the Arcadian Revolution has taken 2 weeks to get a lead on Vikram Rangnekar. But at last, they are ready to provide Charlie with an address. His team will be awaiting him at the peninsula in an hour. He must be satisfied with a less leisurely dinner than he anticipated, and a single martini instead of 2. But the evening will be a lively one, with hard truths taught to the revolution's enemies. 6. Riding shotgun without benefit of a shotgun, Vikram Rangnekar thought, I have never been happier, which was amazing, considering that he had been happy for all his 30 years. According to his mother, Kanta, he had never once been cranky as a baby, and indeed had greeted the obstetrician and delivery room nurses not with a cry of distress at being expelled from the womb, but with a sound that seemed to be part sigh, part giggle, and with a smile. His father, Adil, called him Choti Batasha, which meant little sugar candy, because he was always so good-natured and cheerful.
There were those who resented being exposed to his unrelenting sunniness, and a few who even despised him for it. He repaid their hostility with neither anger nor pity, but with indifference, for he was not inclined to let other people annoy him. Of course, bad things had happened to Vikram. No one got a free ride in this troubled world. There were times when he was sad, but those spells were transient and almost always related to the death of someone he loved or admired. For as long as he could remember, he'd understood that happiness was a choice, that there were people who didn't realize it was theirs to choose, or who, for whatever reason, preferred to be perpetually discontented, even angry, even despairing. Most of that type were very political, which Vikram was not. Or they were consumed by envy, which Vikram was not. Or they loved themselves too much, so that they never felt the world was treating them well enough, or they liked themselves too little and wished they were someone else. Vikram liked who he was, although he didn't think he was God's gift either to the world or to women. He'd had his share of romance. He wasn't a virgin at 30. There were some women who liked lean and sinewy guys who were gentle and treated them with respect. Of his few paramours, however, none had been fated to be with him forever. One turned out to be waiting to meet a slab of muscle named Kurt, who would abuse and disrespect her, and she went off with him. Another, in her second year of graduate school, having learned that men were unnecessary social constructs, vowed to have relations henceforth only with a battery-powered device. The third, an idealistic girl named Larissa, pursuing a career in broadcast journalism, to her dismay concluded that her chosen profession was largely populated by narcissistic, ill-educated phonies, and left Washington, where Vikram lived in those days, to return to her hometown, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where she hoped to find something real. Fortunately, Vikram's happiness did not depend on the condition of his romantic life. He thought again, "I have never been happier." And of course his current extreme good cheer had everything to do with his driver, Jane Hawk, with whom he'd been infatuated for more than 5 years. His was largely a platonic infatuation, though not entirely. He was a man, after all, and Jane was too beautiful and too desirable for any straight man to yearn to be only her friend. However, he knew there would never be any romance between them. The sadness of that realization was but a droplet compared to the great warm welling of happiness that he felt just being in her company. When Nick had been alive, no man on earth could have stolen Jane's heart, for she had loved him and he had loved her, with an intensity that 19th century novelists had described convincingly, but that was seldom found in contemporary arts, because such love alluded to a higher love that inspired only contempt in the artists of this era. Well, contempt and fear. In death, Nick haunted his lovely widow, not by his spirit's choice, but by her insistent invitation. Even if Jane thoroughly avenged her husband's murder, Vikram suspected that Nick might always be in the doorway of her heart, barring entrance to all other men. Unrequited love was reward enough for him, which had better be the case, considering that, by coming to this woman's aid, he put his life at risk, and might not survive long enough to earn even a kiss on the cheek. "How did you find me?" she repeated, as she piloted the Explorer Sport through a pamplona of wheeled bulls, all charging southward on Interstate 405, into a sudden, inexplicable absence of congestion, the light of the setting sun flickering off brightwork and window glass. "It's known that you've been driving off-market vehicles with forged plates," Vikram said. "You had to abandon a black Ford Escape in Texas when the highway patrol pulled you over for some reason, not realizing who you were. You left the trooper handcuffed to your Ford and split in his cruiser. The FBI took your car apart, trying to track its history, but they got epsilon out of it. Nothing. Nada. I remember something you told me after you closed the Marcus Paul Headsman case, about this cash-only car dealer in Nogales, Arizona.
Marcus Paul Headsman had been a serial killer who tried to live up to his surname by collecting the heads of his victims and storing them in a freezer. He said he would have liked to keep their bodies as well, but he would have had to buy several new freezers, for which he lacked the funds. Headsman had stolen a vehicle from Enrique de Soto, who ran a black market operation out of a series of barns on a property outside of Nogales. Enrique paid boosters for hijacked cars and trucks. He ferried the hot merchandise directly across the border to Nogales, Mexico, where his people stripped out the GPS and all identifiers. They rebuilt the engine of each vehicle to ensure it would be faster than anything a cop would be driving, and returned it to Arizona. Enrique provided forged registration papers and license plates for every customer, which, in spite of being bogus, had been inserted in the Department of Motor Vehicles' digital records, and would allay the suspicions of any officer of the law. When Headsman was caught, he gave up Enrique, hoping to buy a little leniency.
I remembered, said Vikram. I remember so much of what you told me over the years. Probably all of it. So I backdoored bureau case files to see what had happened to Enrique de Soto.
Nothing happened to him, Jane said. We were after Marcus Paul Headsman and we got him. No time for small fish like Enrique. Even when the bureau was well managed, when it wasn't being weaponized and used against domestic political enemies, it was nonetheless overwhelmed with cases and needed to practice triage, focusing its manpower on the most egregious crimes that were urgently in need of being addressed. When lesser scofflaws were found wriggling under the rocks that had been overturned in the pursuit of more dangerous and consequential felons, they were either referred to local authorities or added to a collateral crimes file for a later investigation, which is what happened to Enrique de Soto's case. Later investigation usually translated as the day after never, because there was always bigger game to hunt. Vikram said,
I remember you wanted to go after De Soto. But if you pushed the issue, your superiors would see you as a quarterback for lost causes. You had to conform to the Bureau way if you were to have a future in it.
And look how well that turned out.
So, I figured maybe you were getting vehicles from De Soto. I deleted him from the collateral crimes file so that no one else in the Bureau would make a connection between him and the Headsman case. And I went down to Nogales to talk with him.
They were coming toward an exit to a place they didn't want to go. Jane changed lanes, took the ramp, descended the banked curve at what felt like 2 Gs, and shot into a neighborhood of industrial buildings that loomed in dark and threatening configurations against the crimson western sky. She pulled to the curb, put the Explorer in park, switched off the headlights, and turned to Vikram.
Are you freaking crazy?
What? What did I do? Ricky De Soto isn't just some half-assed chop shop dirtbag. He deals weapons. He's in human trafficking. He's a stone-cold killer when he has to be.
Well, you deal with him.
I don't have a choice but to deal with him. I know how to deal with him. I can hand him his balls on a plate if I have to, but I still watch my back every damn second I'm near him. But you? You weren't trained at Quantico. If you carried a gun, you'd be no danger to anyone but yourself. When you walk into Ricky's operation, you're a bunny rabbit stepping into a wolf's den.
I'm no bunny rabbit,
Vikram protested. She punched his arm.
Ow!
You're a sweet, naive, damn bunny rabbit, she insisted, and she punched him again to emphasize her assertion. 7. On the freeway high above, headlights drilled the descendant night as traffic rocketed toward Long Beach and points south. Of the surrounding factories and warehouses and storage yards, some were eerily lighted and engaged in seemingly infernal industry. Others, perhaps abandoned, dark walls bearing spray-painted day-glow gang symbols like the runes of an off-planet civilization. The streets were vaguely lighted by lampposts, some having been shot out for sport. As the last sunlight bled from the sky, the only vehicles on the move nearby were large trucks that resembled military transports embarked on a clandestine mission in a world at perpetual war. Jane's heart pounded, as though she'd just boarded the Explorer after a 100-yard dash. She had lost people who were dear to her, who were dead because they tried to help her, and their deaths weighed on her more painfully every day. Others were even now at risk, not least of all the people who had taken her son, Travis, into their home in Scottsdale to hide him there for the duration. She could kill any bloody-minded Arcadian who came at her with murderous intent and suffer no enduring anguish, but the guiltless who died because of her were a stain on her soul. She hoped, perhaps irrationally, that she'd be able to conclude this crusade without inducing other innocents to join the resistance, only then to forfeit their lives. And now, here was Vikram.
"What did you hit me for?"
"I don't want you dead."
"Don't worry about me. I've got winnitude."
"Winnitude?"
"Winnitude. I land on my feet like a cat."
"Like a kitten. Ricky DeSoto is a viper. You're not in his league."
"Obviously, he didn't kill me."
"Which is astounding. You just walk in on him wanting to know did he sell me some off-market wheels? Me, the most wanted fugitive in the country?"
"I knew it was tricky."
"Tricky?
So I didn't go alone."
She closed her eyes. "Whatever you're about to say isn't going to make it better."
"There were 5 of us. My brother, an uncle, 2 cousins, including Judy, the one who was driving the Escalade at the library earlier. There's safety in numbers."
"There's no safety in numbers," Jane disagreed.
"What's he going to do? Kill us all?"
"Yes, exactly. He'd likely kill you all, have his guys dig a mass grave with a backhoe, dump you in it, cover you up, and go out for a nice lunch."
First thing, I explained about the Bureau's collateral crimes file, how I'd done him the big favor of deleting him from it.
"I want to hit you again! Damn it, Vikram! At that moment he realized only you know about him, and only you could one day insert him in the file again or tell the FBI about him." Massaging his arm where she'd hit him, Vikram thought about what he'd done. After a silence, he said,
"I guess it could have gotten ugly at that point."
"Ugly? Oh, you don't know ugly."
"But it didn't." He grinned and said, "You know why it didn't get ugly? Because Enrique is hot for you."
"That's not exactly news to me, Vikram. If I didn't have the widow in mourning excuse, I'd have had to pull a gun on Ricky more than once."
"I explained to him how I could help you if I could find you, how I could almost surely find you if I knew what you were driving. I gave him a demonstration on his computer, how I can backdoor everyone from the FBI to the National Security Agency to Homeland Security. He was mega impressed. He offered me a position with his company."
"It's not a company, Vikram. It's a criminal operation."
"Anyway, he was excited to think you might survive all this, and then you'd owe him and maybe think of him as Sir Gilligan."
"Who?"
I realized he meant Galahad, from the Knights of the Round Table, but I didn't think it would be smart to correct him.
"That's why you still have a tongue."
"Anyway," Vikram said, pointing at the roof again with his right index finger, "the important thing is he believed me. He told me what he'd last sold you and what license plates he'd put on it."
Nationwide, most police cruisers and many government vehicles were equipped with 360-degree license plate scanning systems that automatically recorded the numbers from all the vehicles around them. They continuously transmitted the data to regional archives, but also to the National Security Agency's million-square-foot data center in Utah. 3 years ago, at the instruction of corrupt officials high in the Department of Justice, Vikram had installed a rootkit in the NSA's system. This powerful malware program functioned at such a low level that he could swim through their data troves without a risk of drawing the attention of IT security sharks. Although he had delighted in demonstrating his genius, his wicked little babies, to Jane, although he had taught her how to backdoor telecom companies, the Department of Motor Vehicles in any of the 50 states, and numerous other entities, he had carefully avoided exposing her to charges of espionage. He had never shown her how to access the NSA or any other intelligence service. So after making a new best friend in Enrique DeSoto, He had backdoored the NSA to search the archives of license plate scans for the number that Ricky had provided when he'd sold the Ford Explorer Sport to Jane.
In the less than 2 weeks you've had the vehicle, Vikram said, the plates have been scanned on 12 occasions. Twice in Arizona, otherwise in various places in Southern California. The most recent was Wednesday in the San Fernando Valley, on Roscoe Boulevard, by a scanner-equipped car belonging to the Environmental Protection Agency.
The NSA also retained vast video files from key public building security cameras and from tens of thousands of traffic cams in major metropolitan areas. Using the date and time, 12:09 p.m., of the EPA automatic recording of the Explorer license plate, Vikram accessed those video archives to review the intersections of Roscoe Boulevard and other streets in the vicinity of the sighting.
It was Wednesday evening when I was tooling this, using my laptop in a hipster hotel in Santa Monica. I found your Explorer on video in 10 minutes and followed it 9 blocks to the Counting Sheep, where it seemed you'd taken a room early that afternoon. So then I got in my car and drove there for real, and sure enough, your SUV was parked right in front of room 3. Before you hit me again, consider that if it was the Black Hats who had that license number, you'd already be in their custody, or dead.
Jane grimaced. I'm not going to hit you again.
But I'll understand if you do. Totally. Unequivocally. I now understand your point of view. Enrique, Viper. Out of my league.
If you were at the motel 2 nights ago, why didn't you contact me then?
The math was still way bad. High probability that you would have shot me on sight, at least to wound.
What? Your formulas are based on the assumption I'm trigger-happy?
No. But math is math. I went back to my hotel and cooked up my little scenario in about an hour and got my cast together, and it worked out great.
Although he was 30, there was a part of Vikram that would be forever an ebullient teenager. Sweetie, Jane said affectionately, to be sure that she had his complete attention. Do you understand how deep the shit is that you're in now?
Up to my chin, he said with a smile. But you need help. You need a friend. I am your friend.
How do you know I'm not as evil as they claim?
Don't be ridiculous.
Maybe I did kill Nick, just as they say. Maybe I sold national security secrets. Maybe you don't know me at all.
I know you. My heart tells me who you really are.
Your heart, huh?
Heart and brain and intuition. You are good to the bone.
She sighed and shook her head. No one is good to the bone. The things I've done, had to do, you don't know. Do you also realize if you become a target of these people, your family will be targeted too? Everyone you drew into your little scenario.
I've taken care of my relatives. They're deeply hidden. Deeply. The Black Hats know nothing about them.
Wrong. This is Google world, Facebook world, Big Brother masquerading as Big Friend, so they know everything about your family, including what underwear they buy.
They have vanished in the mists, Vikram insisted. They can't be found.
Anyone can be found.
They haven't found you.
More than once they have. It's been so close I just about had to shed my skin to slip away.
Anyway, they don't have to stay hidden for long. Just until we vindicate you and destroy your enemies.
In the interest of keeping him real, she gave him some snark. This is Friday evening. Do you figure to finish the job by Sunday? A huge flatbed 18-wheeler with tires as large as those on a supersized earth mover came off the interstate. Like prison yard searchlights, the headlamp beams washed through the Explorer. The truck driver, high in his cab, wore sunglasses at night and looked hard-faced as a robot. An enormous construct of some kind was chained to the flatbed and concealed by canvas tarps. It was all quite ordinary, surely, but lately, even the most mundane things often seemed strange and menacing. When the truck passed and the sound of it faded, Vikram said,
For every back door I build into a computer system, at the order of someone at Justice, and even twice for the FBI director himself. I also built a second back door for my personal use. They weren't wise to that. The old guard is enthusiastic about the power that technology can give them, but at the same time, ignorant about it. They knew epsilon about what I was doing for myself.
Weariness had pulled Jane down in her seat. Now she sat up straight behind the wheel. Vikram spoke fast, as if afraid she wouldn't give him time to win her over.
So, now, I can ghost through any intelligence service, law enforcement, or government computer system of consequence. I can read the encrypted internal emails of every warped agent of every gone-to-the-dark-side agency searching for you. It's all archived, this history of evil scheming. I've already been phantom reading, which is how I caught sly passing references to Arcadians now and then. I didn't know what it meant, but it seemed like they must be some kind of secret society. So, then what I did is I scanned a humongous amount of text messages of anyone who mentioned Arcadians, searching for other unusual words that maybe were dog whistles, that meant something special to them. And I found terms they shared like adjusted people and brain-screwed and something called the Hamlet list, though I haven't been able to figure out what any of it means. I also kept seeing these weird references to a central committee, regional commanders, cell leaders, as if there's some crazy nest of total revolutionaries. And then what I did is I devour and identify as many people as possible who are using these terms.
When Vikram ran out of breath, Jane took a moment to find her voice. You've got names?
Lots of names.
How many? 100? 200?
More than 3,800.
Holy shit!
Some of them are real poobahs, top of the food chain in government, industry, the media.
Jane had killed several Arcadians who had given her no choice but to cut them down, and she had identified others, perhaps a score of them, maybe 200. I've been collecting evidence, but you put together a whole damn membership directory.
I'm sure it's nowhere near complete, but it will be, in a few days. What exactly are they up to? Why do all these people want you dead? Did they kill Nick? Why did they kill him?
Hope thrilled through her. A positive expectation more intense than anything she had felt in weeks. A prickling sensation traced the ladder of her spine, and her heart beat faster, and something akin to joy induced a deep, pleasurable shudder. Vikram, you're a genius.
Yes, I know, but you're a genius too. I've reviewed your bureau file. Your IQ is 165.
I couldn't have done what you've done, she said.
Well, I can't do the things you do. You're right. I would be a danger to myself with a gun.
I'm sorry I called you a bunny rabbit. He shrugged.
There's some truth in the description. Though I would die for you.
Don't say that. Don't even think it.
Well, but I would.
He looked away from her, gazed into the cloistered realm of the aged industrial district, where the shadows seemed sentient and sinister, where the inadequate lights distorted and concealed more than they revealed. In a voice softened by the particular modesty that is a sensitive shrinking from any indelicate subject, he said, I've admired you for a long time. I won't call it more than admiration. It can't lead to anything more. I understand that. I don't mean to embarrass you, and you must not respond. There is no possible response. But I just needed to say it. She reached out and took his hand, and brought it to her lips and kissed it once. Having difficulty swallowing, her chest tight with emotion, she switched on the headlights, pulled away from the curb, and returned to the interstate. 8. The false twilight of the storm gave way to the true twilight. Darkness came down through the stately pines with the wind-driven crystal fall, and the fragrant trees arrayed themselves in the blizzard's ermine, so that little of the snow accumulated on the floor of the woods.
On sunny days, not much sunlight penetrated the layered vaults of needled branches, and there was little underbrush to inhibit progress. Tom Buckle was able to move surely, if not swiftly, among the evergreens. However, the progress that the terrain allowed didn't build his confidence. Until he found the river, Crystal Creek, he couldn't know whether he was heading in the right direction, and the river eluded him. He seemed to be moving southeast in a straight line toward the interstate, but in truth, he had no references by which he could determine direction. Maybe in these parts moss grew only on the north face of the trees, or perhaps the pines inclined toward the eastern sun because the mountains to the west shortened the afternoon. But he was no Daniel Boone, and he was likely to be wrong about everything he imagined, from moss to inclination. He was half afraid that he might not be making any headway at all, that in his disorientation he might be circling through the woods, and were he to switch on the tack light, would find himself tramping across tracks he had made earlier. In this forest of the night, Tom was not blind, but his dark-adapted eyes left him half-sighted. The architecture of nature was rendered in shades of gray and shapes without detail, and at the farther limits of vision the woods seemed amorphous, changing. The trees were marshaled like the ranks of an army of silent giants in a dream, awaiting violent action. He wanted to cover as much ground as possible before using the tack light, for fear that Wayne Hollister might be nearer than he knew. But then he arrived at a shape that nature hadn't made, a looming irregularity in the sameness of pines. He heard a low, rhythmic sound, distinct from the steady drone of the wind and the hiss of the needled boughs that combed it. He dared the flashlight at its least intense setting. Before him stood a square, windowless structure of tightly mortared native stone, about 8 feet on a side, too small to be inhabited. The 4 slopes of the roof met at a pinnacle that featured a finial like a large ice pick, encircled by an egg beater. Mounted on each slope, aimed into its quadrant of the forest, a bowl-like object about 3 feet in diameter had sloped walls funneling to a depth of perhaps 18 inches, from the center of which protruded a finely textured cone. Tom's gut fluttered, as if cocooned within it were some winged thing eager to fly free, and the chill that climbed his spine had nothing to do with the cold against which he was outfitted. The rhythmic, muffled thumping seemed to come from under the small building. He doubted that it could be anything other than the leaden chugging of a propane-fueled generator supplying power to whatever the structure contained. The bowl-like objects on the roof were reminiscent of high-gain antennas. In fact, they could be nothing else. He thought he understood what he had come upon, but he needed to be certain about the purpose of this place. He put the tack light on the ground, tilted it to illuminate the door, and withdrew the gun from the zippered pocket on the right leg of his insulated storm suit. He had only 10 rounds, but he couldn't conceive of needing more than 2 or 3 in any confrontation with Hollister. If he didn't kill the man with the first few shots, he would be cut down himself. Heedless of ricochets and shrapnel, he aimed at the door and fired 3 rounds into the wood between the metal escutcheon and the jamb, the crack of pistol fire echoing loudly through the dark and frosted woods. Bullet-split wood splintered the air, and the muzzle smoked, and the guts of the lock rattled when he kicked the door, rattled louder on the second kick. The door burst open when he kicked it a 3rd time. Warm air breathed over him, like the tiny green, red, and white eyes of some exotic vermin. Scores of indicator lights regarded him from the darkness within. He felt for a wall switch to the left of the door, found it. Banks of arcane equipment were revealed along 3 walls of the hut. Wainwright Warwick Hollister was one of the world's wealthiest men, and as such, he had enemies. Indeed, he evidently thought the entire free society in which he lived was a threat to him. He seemed to be in the grip of profound paranoia. Tom intuited the purpose of this building. The billionaire feared that if a hit team somehow got onto this vast property undetected, they would first marshal their forces in the cover of timberland,
and then make their way within striking distance of the main house by staying as much as possible within one swath of forest after another. This hut was an automated listening post, of which there were no doubt more situated in other isolate woods. Computers running sound analysis programs would seine from the common chorus of nature any noises that implied a human presence, and would alert the security detail at the main residence. Hollister didn't need to track boot prints in the snow or search the storm-shrouded night for the flicker of a flashlight. He need not have the knowledge of an Indian scout of another era. He was at this moment being informed telemetrically that Tom Buckle was transiting these particular acres of pines. In fact, the moment the door of the hut had been breached, an alarm, silent to Tom, surely would have alerted those at the house. No doubt Hollister, whether on foot or in a vehicle, had likewise been informed by way of whatever communications device he carried. The hunter was even now venturing through this island of trees or approaching its shores, and he knew precisely where his quarry could be found. Gripping the pistol in his right hand, Tom Buckle snatched the tack light off the ground with his left, turned from the hut, and ran the gauntlet of evergreens. His eyes were not dark-adapted anymore, and he could no longer presume that darkness would avail him more than speed. He kept the tack light on its broadest, palest setting, the better to see optional pathways through the pines, but also because its narrowest, brightest beam was so intense that, on a clear night, it could be seen 2 miles away. The density of the woods precluded detection at such a distance, but Hollister was likely to be much nearer than that, and perhaps closing fast. The thick-growing woods, seeming to condense around him as he ran, made it unlikely that he would be shot in flight, even if the billionaire was armed with a fully automatic carbine. Scattered patches of the dirty, crusted snows of other days and a thick carpet of pine needles provided treacherous footing. However, the greatest danger came from low-hanging branches, of which there were few in this mature woods, though not few enough. He had lost all sense of direction. He wanted only to flee from the hut and find a meadow where the faint phosphorus glow of the snowfield would make the flashlight unnecessary. Perhaps there would be no high-tech listening stations in the open land, where Hollister need not fear that assassins might gather undetected. The billionaire's voice played in memory as Tom ran. "I am also a fair man, Tom. In the contest to come, you will have a chance to survive." Perhaps a fragile thread of truth wove through Hollister's tapestry of lies, but the devil was in the definitions of fair and chance. He was as fair as certain poisonous spiders are fair when they paralyze their prey with venom that leaves them feeling no pain, while later they are eaten alive. And 1 chance in 1,000 is still a chance, as is 1 in 10,000. 9. Traffic congealed again, and during the rushless last hour of their journey to Newport Beach, Jane told Vikram Rangnekar about Bertold Schenck's nanoweb implants, the Hamlet list, the adjusted people, the brain-scrubbed Rayshaws, shorn of memory and personality, reprogrammed as stoic and obedient killing machines. She explained the degree to which the cabal could influence, maybe even control, the majority of media outlets, as well as the extent of their infiltration into the FBI, Homeland Security, NSA, and other national security and law enforcement agencies. She skimmed through the high points of her actions in recent weeks, quickly describing what evidence she had gathered. Although Jane's story sounded like a fever dream, even to her, Vikram listened with just a few interruptions, and his silence signified neither disbelief nor even skepticism. What he had learned on his own were pieces of a puzzle that clicked into place with each of her revelations, forming a dire picture that was as logical and convincing as it was dark and strange. Each time she glanced at him, his sweet face hardened further from disquiet to dismay to dread. Once, when he met her glance, She saw a horror of the future in his large, expressive eyes. Nearing Newport, as Jane transitioned from Interstate 405 to State Highway 73, Vikram said,
"If we could capture one of these adjusted people and put him through an MRI, would we see proof of this brain implant?"
"I guess so. I don't really know. I don't think we could get one of them to cooperate. And even if we saw proof, I'm not sure we could drill through the media blackout on all of this."
"The Arcadians have it locked down that tight?"
"I don't know how many journalists, publishers, and other media types are true believers in the cause, and how many might be adjusted people, brain-screwed, being controlled by techno-Arcadians. But, yeah, they seem able to block all reportage of this." The congestion relented again, and traffic was moving fluidly. As they descended to the new freeway via an elevated connector, Jane saw a patrol car below, snugged against the right-hand shoulder of the roadway, waiting for an unsuspecting motorist to enter the down-ramp faster than the posted speed allowed. She looked at the speedometer. She was all right. "A few weeks ago," she continued, "I spoke to a forensic pathologist, Dr. Emily Rossman, who had worked in the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's office. When she trephined the skull of a woman who committed suicide, she saw the nanoweb." They swept past the cruiser and merged one lane to the left, heading south on State Highway 73. In the rearview mirror, she saw the patrol car's headlights bloom. Its roof-mounted light bar suddenly blazed and began flashing with authority. Dr. Rossman saw a gossamer, fairy-like structure of intricately designed circuits netting all 4 lobes of the brain, disappearing into various sulci, with a concentration on the corpus callosum. She was scared shitless. She thought she was looking at evidence of an extraterrestrial invasion. The patrol car was coming up fast behind them, but no siren wailed yet. Shortly after Dr. Rossman opened the cadaver's skull, maybe as a reaction to contact with the air, the nanoweb dissolved. She said it was like the way certain salts absorb moisture from the air and just deliquesce. Still without a siren, the cruiser moved one lane to the left of the Explorer and sped past, dwindling in the night as if it too were a construct of deliquescent salts.
"There was a residue?"
Vikram asked. "Some. Dr. Rossman sent it to the lab. She never got the report, because the next day she was told to leave and accept severance pay or be fired. They had trumped up a charge against her."
"Don't they videotape autopsies?"
"As I recall, the video disappeared." Vikram pointed to a sign that listed upcoming exits.
"We're close now. Get off at MacArthur Boulevard."
The patrol car was nearing the top of the exit ramp as Jane drove onto the bottom of it. Halfway up the ramp, she glanced in the rearview mirror to see if another black and white might be tailing her. "Nothing," she said. "I feel boxed in even when I'm not."
"Which is why you've survived this long."
From MacArthur Boulevard, they turned onto Bison and saw a cluster of 4 police vehicles in front of a store in an upscale strip mall to the right. "Tell me that's not where we're going," Jane said.
"It's not. Turn right at the next corner."
He pointed to a self-storage facility on the north side of the street.
"There's a package waiting for us. A ladder to the stars."
10. The clear heavens of the day have slipped behind blankets heavy with unspent rain to bed down for the night. In the southeast, as the sea of clouds rolls across the last quadrant of the sky, the moon is drowning. La Cañada Flint Ridge, in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, north and east of Los Angeles, offers a high-quality suburban lifestyle. Neighborhoods of well-kept homes on tree-lined avenues. Strangely, the pavement is in need of considerable repair, and the lampposts provide no light on the street where Ashok Rangnekar lives with his wife, Doris. Charlie Weatherwax, missionary for the truth of random cruelty, is being driven by the second-in-command of his 4-member crew, Mustafa Al-Yamani.
Because they are valued members of the Arcadian Revolution, they have been assigned a luxury SUV, a Mercedes-Benz G550 squared, with a 4.0-liter, 416-horsepower bi-turbo V8, which will go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 5.8 seconds, provided at the expense of the Department of Homeland Security, which is one of the agencies for which they hold valid credentials. Mustafa is an ambitious 32-year-old who intends one day to live in a mansion on Long Island Sound, in East Egg Village, and be warmly welcomed by old money society as one of their own. In the interest of remaking himself to fulfill his dream, he has petitioned Homeland Security to allow him to proceed in court to have his name changed to Tom Buchanan, but permission has not been granted, as the department is currently short of the number of employees with Arabic names that it needs to meet its multicultural quotas. Charlie and Mustafa are adamantly not two of a kind, and yet they get along well. Charlie's high-protein, low-carb diet, augmented with 80 vitamin pills a day and regular drinks of clean green, is a Spartan regimen compared to Mustafa's fondness for the richest French cuisine and his tendency to order 2 desserts with dinner. Charlie is 6'3" and lean as a wolf, while Mustafa is 5'8" and as solid as a pit bull. Mustafa pursues only icy, blue-eyed blondes, while Charlie will bed any good-looking woman as long as she likes a little pain and/or humiliation with her sex, which he is able to deliver in a most refined manner.
"What kind of deplorable neighborhood is this?"
Mustafa asks with evident distaste. Although English is his second language, he has diligently bleached every trace of an accent from his speech.
"They don't remove the dead trees. And that lamppost looks as though it fell over months ago."
Charlie says, "We're at the extreme northern end of the valley, on the very edge of La Cañada. People who live here aren't looking for downtown action."
"Yes, well, if this Vikram fellow hacked millions of dollars from 9 different government agencies, whatever is he doing in a place like this?"
"Perhaps," Charlie said, "he thinks it's the last place we'd ever look.
With all the money he tweaked out of the system, why would he choose to live with an uncle and aunt?"
"Maybe because he likes them."
"They must be a wildly entertaining couple if he's willing to settle in a backwater like this."
Long in preparation for his ascendancy to the social heights of East Egg, Mustafa carries a cordless razor with which he freshens his shave every 3 or 4 hours, wears a cologne so subtle that one is not consciously aware of its scent, and sleeps every other night with whitening strips affixed to his teeth. His cosmetic surgeon has refashioned his proud Arabic nose into something Mustafa thinks British and suggestive of English blood in his family tree, dating to the age of colonialism. The hair between the knuckles of his fingers has been removed by electrolysis, and his nails are at all times so well manicured that his hands resemble those of an exquisitely detailed mannequin. Now, those hands suddenly tighten on the steering wheel. Mustafa brakes almost to a full stop, so that behind them the headlights of the Cadillac Escalade, which carries 3 other agents on Charlie's 4-man team, flare brightly in the tailgate window of the G550. He points to a large white sign with black lettering.
"What do you make of that?"
"Danger. Proceed at risk. Pavement faults. Slide zone." "There were wildfires last summer and heavy rains this winter," says Charlie. "Always a bad combination. Let's have a look." Here and there, a swath of pavement is missing, as if it's been sloughed away by torrents of racing water, and in its place is a temporary rampart of compacted soil topped with gravel. At each of these points, the hillside to the right is a steep slope of raw earth, perhaps inadequately restrained by a makeshift retaining wall of portable concrete barricades. Otherwise, the pavement is either in decent condition or only fissured and potholed. Some street lamps are missing, others are fallen over, and all are dark. For the last few blocks, the residences have been only on the left side of the street, many with lights aglow. Now, the houses are dark and without landscape lighting. Some are surrounded by recently erected chain-link fences, bearing signs sternly warning against trespassing.
The seventh and last of the dark structures is the address at which they expect to find Ashok, Doris, and Vikram Rangnekar, aunt, uncle, and the nephew who is a fugitive from the law. It is an enormous residence on at least an acre, standing among live oaks, the style of its architecture not definable in the gloom. This property is also fenced with chain link, unsuitable to an upscale neighborhood. Beyond the gate, a Mercury Mountaineer is parked in the driveway. When Charlie and Mustafa get out of the bespoke G550 squared, soft sheet lightning flutters through the rumpled clouds, as though a bright winged legion above the pending storm is hastening to the apocalypse. There is no thunder flowing in the wake of the flying flame, and the night is uncannily still, all wind deep in a pocket of the storm, waiting to be spent. The three men from the Cadillac precede Charlie and Mustafa to the gate in the fence. Pete Abelard, Hans Holbein, Andy Serrano. Pete and Hans have cleared their sport coats from belt holsters, and each has a hand on the grip of his weapon, ready to draw and fire, although Vikram Rangnekar is not considered likely to be violent. By the time Charlie follows the trio, a man has exited the Mountaineer in the driveway. He has come to the farther side of the gate, through which he is speaking to Andy Serrano, who has flashed his FBI badge rather than Homeland ID, because in spite of several unfortunate recent directors, the Bureau is still held in higher regard by the public than is Homeland. Andy is shining a flashlight on this 40-something Latino who seems neither in awe nor afraid, his stance relaxed and his face composed. Because this Latino, Jesus Mendoza, appears unarmed and cooperative, Charlie moves to the gate and shows his badge and takes charge of the scene. As Mendoza swings open the barrier at Charlie's demand, he denies knowing anyone named Rangnekar and insists that the owners of the property are Norman and Dodie Stein, who have been his employers for nearly 20 years. He is a full-time gardener and jack of all trades. On his smartphone, Charlie has photos of Ashok, Doris, and Vikram, which he shows to Mendoza. No, sir. Not him. Not her. No, sir. Not him, either. I haven't ever seen these people. According to Bureau investigators, Vikram Rangnekar formed a limited liability company, Smooth Operator Development, 26 months earlier. 2 months thereafter, Smooth Operator formed a limited partnership called Chacha Ashok. Chacha is Hindi for uncle, specifically for an uncle who is your father's brother. 16 months ago, Chacha Ashok, LP, had purchased this residence in La Cañada Flintridge. This house, Charlie assures Mendoza, is on the property tax rolls as owned by a limited partnership controlled by Vikram and Ashok Rangnekar. Ashok and Doris Rangnekar are also registered to vote in this district. There is some terrible mistake, sir. I am sad to say you have been misled. But then I know nothing of taxes and voting. To me, politics seems like a sickness, and I own no house. Until 2 months ago, I lived here, in an apartment above the garage. Mendoza is polite, self-effacing, but he lacks one quality that Charlie most appreciates in citizens with whom he must interact in situations like this. Although Mendoza is humble, he is not meek. Humility is good. Charlie Weatherwax expects any subject of an interrogation to be no less than humble, but humility is not enough. In urgent cases like this, he never trusts an interrogee until he has reduced him all the way to meek submission. He puts away his smartphone and looms over Jesus Mendoza, who is even 2 inches shorter than Mustafa al-Yamani. He makes a point of exaggerating the Spanish pronunciation of the man's name, calling him Jesus, emphasis loud on the first syllable, as if he is calling out to the author who wrote How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Jesus, is it? Listen to me, Jesus, and listen good. If you're covering for Vikram Rangnekar, Jesus,
I'll bust your skinny ass and put you away in some shithole of a federal prison for 10 years. We're going to search this place from top to bottom, Jesus. And you will assist us without delay.
Mendoza smiles and shrugs.
Of course. We know that the law is good if a man uses it lawfully.
As sheet lightning fluoroscopes the body of the impending storm and shadows like revealed malignancies briefly caper around Charlie, he senses that he has been rebuked.
Exactly what's that supposed to mean?
Instead of answering the question, Mendoza says,
Because of recent mudslides, the city has condemned the property. Mr. and Mrs. Stein are contesting the condemnation in court. Deep caissons can be installed, retaining walls built, the home saved, if the law will allow. Meanwhile, no one is permitted to live in the house. So what are you doing here? Charlie asks. Sir, you see, I can no longer garden or make repairs. I work the night to keep out vandals who might damage the house before it can be saved. Do you think we will vandalize the place, Jesus? No, sir. Of course not. You are the law. Come with me. I will show you there is no Rang Nekar, and never was.
11. A flurry of light, fanning through enfolded clouds. No thunder in the mute throat of the imminent storm. In the hard glare of the security lamps, row after row of identical storage units stood like sleek mausoleums in an automated graveyard for antiquated robots in a machine civilization with pretensions to an immortal soul. The facility was quiet on this Friday night. An owl urgently queried them from some roost unseen. When Vikram unlocked the door to his unit and rolled it up, the clatter echoed along the serviceway, suggesting to the owl that silence was safer. Vikram switched on the light. Several cardboard cartons occupied a small portion of the storage space, with a hand truck to move them.
A satellite dish, 1.1 meters in diameter, he said. Transmitter, receiver, satellite modem, plus all the cables and gimcracks to install a VSAT system.
For what purpose? Jane asked.
To connect with the internet via satellites through a series of internet service providers, so we can go online from any point on the road, weather permitting, and switch then from one ISP account to another at the first indication someone is tracking our signal.
You can do that?
I can do that from a mobile platform.
What mobile platform?
I'm thinking a motorhome.
Jane indicated the cartons. What did all this cost you?
Nada. Used my personal back doors. This gear was ostensibly ordered by the Department of Education through its Office of Educational Research and Improvement, and express shipped by the manufacturer to an elementary school in Las Vegas. The school has been closed for 2 years. My cousin, Harshad, camped out on its doorstep, waiting for the FedEx delivery, and then he brought this equipment here, as we prearranged.
The care Vikram had taken to acquire the equipment, and his talk of using multiple internet service providers, began to suggest to Jane the shape of his intentions. Have you already set up several accounts with satellite ISPs?
More than several. 36. One is held by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, another by the Fish and Wildlife Service, another by the United States Mint, another—
I get it, she said. No one in these agencies is aware of these ISP accounts.
They're shadow booked, and only I have the password that'll activate them.
During the weeks that she'd been consumed by this crusade, Jane had endured many moments when ultimate triumph seemed impossible, but she'd never grown despondent. Despondency drained your energy, made every effort seem useless. It led to despair, and those who surrendered to despair were committing themselves to failure, and perhaps to death. Her precious child was a lamp in this dark world, and she owed him confidence, energy, determination. She owed him everything. For all the times that triumph had felt beyond her grasp, there had been comparatively few moments when hope had been more than a pilot light, when it had burned at full flame in her heart. But now, for the second time in an hour, she felt as if the world was bright with promise. Belief and trust unified within her mind and heart, so she knew that special purity of hope called faith. Faith that she'd succeed, that her enemies would fail. She said, "Those 3,800 names you mentioned? The suspected Arcadians? You're going to drill in hard, verify them, and prove they're part of the conspiracy. Verify them, find any others, the full directory. They seem to be organized into cells. Classic revolution structure. That structure is stupidly pre-digital, vulnerable to algorithmic cross-referencing of micro-details." "What about the names on the Hamlet list? Those who've been murdered and those who are still alive but condemned?" "I'll find them too. Plus everyone who's been injected with a control mechanism. They'll have records somewhere. Everyone they control. They're secret slaves." She didn't believe in fate, but her voice was hushed, as if she feared tempting the very power whose existence she denied. "We could blow it wide open." "We will," Vikram promised. "My God, when they realize what you're doing, they're going to go nuclear, maybe literally." "Which is why we use back doors as much as possible, why we keep jackrabbiting from one ISP to another." Indicating the cartons, she said, "Are we moving this stuff tonight?" "Yeah." "Where to?" "Casa Grande, Arizona." "Tell me about it on the way," she said, and hurried to the Explorer to raise the tailgate. 12. Charlie Weatherwax badly wants the condemned house to belong to Chacha Ashok, LP, with a direct link to Vikram Rangnekar. And if the fugitive and his uncle can't be found here, Charlie hopes to turn up at least a clue as to where they have gone. However, as he and Mustafa Al-Yamani, in the company of Jesus Mendoza, tour the rambling residence with flashlights, his hopes fade. The place has been stripped of all belongings. Their voices sound hollow in these barren, musty-smelling spaces, echoing back from adjacent rooms like the muffled pleas of spirits speaking through the veil between worlds. Outside, part of the backyard has slid into the deep canyon behind the property. The fractured swimming pool can no longer hold water. 2 large oaks have fallen over as the shifting earth has withdrawn from their roots. Inside the house as well are signs that the structure is under stress. Spiderweb fissures in ceiling plaster. Here and there a buckled seam between panels of drywall. An occasional narrow crack in the limestone floors, as jagged as a Richter graph line depicting the energy released by an earthquake. As though he thinks Charlie and Mustafa are lying about being FBI and are sinister inspectors from the city's building department, intent on enforcing condemnation, Mendoza continues to insist that the property can be stabilized with caissons and retaining walls, that the damage can be repaired, that the house can be made as safe as any place in the world. "That's the problem," Charlie says. "There is no safe place anywhere in the world." This statement either mystifies Mendoza, which means he's dim-witted and delusional, or he feigns mystification, which means he's deceitful, engaged in a pretense of wide-eyed innocence. In either case, room by room, Charlie is increasingly offended by this small man's eagerness to speak on behalf of his employer's interests, as ardently as if the property to be saved were his own. 3 sharp flashlight beams scale the shadows from the rooms. Charlie's and Mustafa's lights are at all times coordinated. Jesus Mendoza's beam, however, insistently probes elsewhere from theirs, as though he means to misdirect them, to distract them from subtle clues that will prove Vikram Rangnekar has indeed been here. In an upstairs hallway, a sectioned ladder is half unfolded from an open trapdoor in the ceiling. "What's up there?" Charlie asks, spearing the overhead darkness with his flashlight. "Just the attic," Mendoza says. "The trapdoor was closed last time I was here. Movement in the structure must have sprung the latch.
We need those deep caissons and retaining walls.
Mustafa al-Yamani pulls the ladder down and locks it and leads the way into the upper chamber. With mild protests that there is nothing of interest in the attic, Mendoza follows Mustafa. Charlie ascends last. The attic features a finished floor and is high enough to allow even Charlie to stand erect with plenty of headroom. The requisite spiders creep along the radials and spirals of their crafting, and dead pillbugs litter the white melamine underfoot. But there is also a sturdy 6-by-3-foot folding table, on which stand a computer, keyboard, mouse, and printer. Pretending surprise, Mendoza says,
"Where did those come from?"
"Where, oh where indeed," Charlie snarks. Mustafa drops to one knee to examine the dismantled logic unit that is tucked under the table.
"The hard drive has been taken out. It's gone."
Beside the table stands a paper shredder. The floor around it is littered with confetti, but there are also a few crumpled pages that escaped the scissoring maw of the machine. Mustafa smooths out these papers and examines them. With an expression as solemn as that on the face of the Sphinx, he hands one of his discoveries to Charlie. Produced by the color printer, it is a photograph of Jane Hawk. 13. Like a dreamscape, fogged and forbidding, clothed with snow, the wind is white, and the land lies in virginal dress. Only the woods are dark, but they hold neither threats nor secrets for Wainwright Hollister, whose listening stations have told him where Tom Buckle has been and where he has gone. Under the hood of his storm suit, he wears an earpiece with mic, through which he can communicate with members of the security team at the main house, who provide a running report of Buckle's whereabouts, to the extent this can be known. Using a frequency below the commercial band that serves radio stations, with sufficient wattage to reach anywhere on Crystal Creek Ranch, they transmit to a special FM receiver in his vehicle. He is riding a state-of-the-art snowmobile, powered not by a gasoline engine but by lithium batteries. Given the weight of the vehicle, which is light compared to an automobile, a full charge provides a range between 140 and 200 miles, depending on the difficulty of the terrain. Even at the lower end of that mileage spectrum, he has more than enough power to run down the film director before this machine dies on him. He is immensely enjoying this. He needs a break, a brief escape from the pressures of the revolution that he is leading. A recent event in Borrego Valley, California, has put him under tremendous stress. Fortunately, he thrives on stress. He is energized by stress. The earth will crack in two before Wainwright Hollister will bend to stress. All he needs is this brief respite, this lark with Tom Buckle, and then he will resume his historic march toward utopia. The events in Borrego Valley during the intense search for Jane Hawk's son have spooked some members of the Arcadian Central Committee. A 17-year-old man named Ramsey Corrigan, injected with a control mechanism, suffered a catastrophic and unprecedented psychological collapse as the nanoweb formed over and within his brain. His memory was obliterated. He lost all identity. His ego dissolved, leaving nothing but the id, which is the cold, reptilian, ravenous aspect of the mind that seeks pleasure at any cost and is normally restrained by the ego. For such a fearsome creature, primal pleasures are the only pleasures, and extreme violence is far more thrilling than even sex. Ramsey Corrigan slaughtered his mother, father, brother, and an Arcadian agent, bit, tore, and savaged them with inhuman ferocity, all in just 2 minutes. Then he broadcast his psychological disintegration by way of the whispering room to other adjusted people throughout Borrego Valley. Fortunately, no farther. A crazed but nonetheless compelling rhythmic rant that infected them with catastrophic psychological collapse. 186 people perished in the ensuing animal violence, necessitating a cover-up that paints events as a terrorist attack involving Jane Hawk. If Hollister doesn't rule the Arcadian Central Committee with an iron fist, they will order the reprogramming of the adjusted people, removing the whispering room function from them. But one glitch does not equal Armageddon. For all their revolutionary zeal, some of the committee are gutless. The invaluable whispering room allows the committee of the adjusted to be controlled as one in a crisis, and it will make them a formidable force as the revolution progresses. Anyway, there are nearly 17,000 people with nanoweb implants, and reprogramming them is not a small matter that can be accomplished in an afternoon. Ramsey Corrigan is a one-off. No other like him will be seen. Hollister is certain of this. He is certain because his faith in the technology and the revolution is deep and unshakable. There is one God, and its name is power, and no one can fail who worships power to the exclusion of all else. The snowmobile is a remarkable thing, a fabulous toy. The great benefit of battery power is quiet. The machine makes but two sounds, the soft click of the slide rail cleats being pulled along by the suspension wheels, the even softer shush of the front skis gliding over the snow. Hollister is not using the headlamp, relying instead on the ghostly glow of the dead-white snowfields, which appear to produce illumination, much as a night sea sometimes brightens with the cold candescence of millions of luminous plankton. The only light produced by the snowmobile is from the digital instrument panel between the handlebars, and that is partially screened by the low tinted windshield. However, after traveling around the long woods where Buckle violated the listening station, arriving at the open fields into which the fugitive now progresses, Hollister comes to a full stop and pulls on a pair of night vision goggles. This gear amplifies the meager existing light 80,000 times and renders the world in eerie shades of green, seeming to transform the snow into a melted plane of glass, left radiant and radioactive in the wake of a nuclear Armageddon. The advantage provided by the snowmobile has reduced Buckle's 2-hour head start to perhaps 10 minutes. He is now relatively nearby. Although there are no listening stations in the open meadows, Hollister has other ways of finding his quarry, beginning with the night vision goggles. He scans the green snowscape before him, the falling flakes like emerald embers, searching for a shambling man who is perhaps already stumbling with exhaustion. He can't, with certainty, know which way Buckle might have gone. The fugitive possesses no compass or other means of determining one direction from another, and he might therefore wander in helpless confusion. Aboard Hollister's Gulfstream 5, during the flight from Los Angeles, Buckle told the stewardess that he'd used Google Earth to study the ranch. He said he couldn't wait to see if the property was as stunning from ground level as it was from orbit. If he has any survival skills whatsoever, he'll realize that he can avoid walking in circles only if he finds the watercourse for which the ranch is named and follows it southeast to the distant interstate. A soft denizen of Hollywood, Buckle doesn't have the stamina to reach the highway, but if he remembers the river, and if Hollister gets ahead of him to lie in wait, the filmmaker might hike directly to his death. No man-shape materializes out of the wind-blown green veils, nor any slouching prairie wolves, which will have retreated to their dens for the duration of the blizzard. The least desirable outcome is for Buckle to wander without strategy, become hopelessly lost, and be finished by the forces of nature before his host can look him in the eyes and put a bullet in his head. As a predator, Hollister has no interest in carrion. 14. In this high redoubt of spiders and conspirators, Mendoza's flashlight brightens the photograph with which Charlie Weatherwax confronts him. The jack-of-all-trades studies the picture as if it is not a simple portrait, but is instead as abstract and profoundly puzzling as any Jackson Pollock painting.
You know who she is, Charlie says.
Mendoza frowns.
I don't think I've ever seen her.
You've seen her, all right.
Maybe a movie actress. I don't go to the movies much. All the noise, the violence, the silly superhero stories. I read instead. Tell me who she is.
Mustafa says,
Everyone knows who she is.
Mendoza shrugs and returns the photo to Charlie.
Jane Hawk, Mustafa says. That's Jane Hawk.
Mendoza frowns.
I hear the name sometimes. Some lady in the news. I don't watch news. Hurricanes, tornadoes, shootings, sex, fires, bombs, scandals. All the time end-of-world stories. Like some kind of pornography. I don't like sick pornography.
The man's pretense of ignorance and virtue irritates Charlie. Vikram Rangnekar is believed to have assisted Jane Hawk in the commission of numerous felonies early in her crime spree.
Jesus.
It's now thought he's dropped out of sight to join forces with her. So stop shoveling shit at us, peckerhead, or I'll bust your balls.
The law shouldn't talk like you,
says Mendoza, as he withdraws a smartphone from a pocket of his zippered khaki jacket. The phone is already unlocked.
Put that away, Charlie commands. I'm calling Mr. Norman Stein, my employer. I can't talk to you the way you are. This is his house. He'll have to talk to you.
Don't, Charlie says, dropping his flashlight on the table as he draws the pistol from his belt holster. Stein, if there is a Stein, will likely warn Rangnekar.
Mustafa says, Drop the phone, Mr. Mendoza.
Get smart, Jesus. We need to question your employers now.
They're not criminals. They won't run and hide. Drop the damn phone, asshole.
Mendoza presses a name in his directory and puts the iPhone to his ear as it speed dials. Charlie steps toward him, intending to knock the phone out of his hand. Mendoza quickly backs away.
I'm not armed. This is only a phone. You can see it is only a phone.
Then to Stein, or whomever, he says, Hello, Mr. Charlie shoots him once in the head, and spiders thrash across their webs, startled by the crimson spray. As the dead man collapses, Mustafa says,
I suppose you felt that was necessary.
Shit happens, Charlie says.
It happens frequently around you.
He shouldn't have pulled a gun on us. Using the black and white patterned display handkerchief from the breast pocket of his Tom Ford suit, Charlie withdraws a snub-nosed .38 revolver from the belt holster in the small of his back, crouches, and presses the weapon into Jesus Mendoza's right hand.
Mustafa says, Cool handkerchief. Is that Dolce & Gabbana?
No, Tom Ford.
A Tom Ford display hanky with a Tom Ford suit? You don't think that's too pat?
If you want to move with the crowd in East Egg Village one day, subtle elegance and consistency of style is the right choice.
I understand flamboyance isn't good, but now and then an outfit needs a little punch of something.
Plucking the dead man's smartphone off the floor and rising to his full considerable height, Charlie says, Maybe you shouldn't set your sights on East Egg. You might be more comfortable in Miami, down in South Beach.
Mustafa winces. You have a cruel streak.
It's my mission, Charlie says. 15. Bobby Deacon enjoyed a net worth of more than $5 million. But when he wasn't bedding down in 3-star chain motels that offered Wi-Fi, he lived in his Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, which he had once called the luxurious bastard child of a torrid shack-up involving an ultra-high-end motorhome and a small business delivery van. On the rare occasion when a metaphor occurred to Bobby, it was nearly always sexual in nature, whether appropriate or not. The passenger compartment of the customized Sprinter had been extended by 3 feet and separated from the driver's cockpit by a partition paneled in high-gloss bird's-eye maple with an inlaid plasma TV and hidden DVD player. Amenities included a Bose sound system, power shades on the side windows, and a refrigeration unit that held 24 beverage containers. High fiber count golden wheat wool carpet. 2 immensely comfortable recliners upholstered in cream-colored leather. Behind a door at the back was a toilet with holding tank and a sink offering hot and cold water. The walls and ceiling were upholstered in cream-colored leather with inlaid panels of more bird's-eye maple. A sextet of superbly efficient batteries allowed the passenger compartment to be powered and temperature-controlled for as long as 4 days without the need to start the Sprinter's gasoline engine. Although Bobby thought that a Sprinter looked best in black, this one had a snow-white exterior. The psychology of color was such that a white vehicle rarely struck anyone as suspicious. Likewise, the Mercedes name and emblem shouted respectability. On seeing a white Mercedes Sprinter parked on a quiet residential street, no one would wonder if criminal activities were being planned behind the shade-covered windows of its passenger compartment. Bobby committed crimes, mostly burglary, occasionally a rape when an opportunity arose, murder only twice, but he didn't consider himself to be a criminal. He was an agent of justice. In fact, if he were ever required to fill out a form on which he had to state his occupation, he would capitalize that title, Agent of Justice. Now and then, in dreams, he wore a T-shirt emblazoned with those words in all caps, Agent of Justice. If the dream involved violence, the caps were bold, Agent of Justice. Bobby's dreams were more often than not violent. Bobby was 29 years old. He stood 6'1" and weighed just 139 pounds. He thought of himself as a whippet, one of those sleek dogs, narrower than greyhounds, elegant and fast and agile and stronger than they looked. When he was 20, during a burglary, he discovered this major hot housewife home alone, and he was all over her for a few hours, as only Bobby Deacon can be all over a woman. Her name was Meredith. When he finished with Meredith, she was shaking with terror, but she was even angrier than terrified. She called him disgusting, said he was like a pale spider, a hideous white spider. He said whippet, but she said spider, and kept repeating it. She was so crazed in her anger that she had no regard for either his feelings or her safety, as if she had nothing more to lose, though of course she did. Bobby always carried a pistol, but he didn't want to kill her. He wanted her to live with the knowledge that an agent of justice had visited her in her fancy house and had extracted from her a price for her arrogance and unearned privilege. He always carried knives in addition to his gun. He left Meredith with a new face, one that she would never want to see in mirrors. Now, he sat in a cream leather recliner watching TV, though he wasn't running a movie. The image on the screen was of the house across the street. Cameras were concealed in the Sprinter's exterior trim, allowing Bobby widescreen views to the front, back, and both sides. He could zoom in on whatever subject interested him and study it as if from arm's length. This wealthy neighborhood in Scottsdale, Arizona, had many fine properties, but he was focused on the Cantor residence. Standing on 2 large lots, the house belonged to Segev and Nasia Cantor, who were successful entrepreneurs, 52 and 50 respectively. Segev's hobby was coin collecting. He and his wife greatly admired Art Deco period sculpture and painting, and had acquired a lot of it. Even when people were circumspect about what they revealed on Facebook and other social sites, as were the Cantors, the Internet provided 1,000 windows into their lives, of which they were often unaware. Bobby Deacon knew everything he needed to know about Segev and Nasia. He was confident that burglarizing their home would be hugely rewarding, and that they deserved to be hit, and hit hard. He had never known anyone of their class who didn't deserve being hit. They were who they were, just asking for it, and Bobby Deacon was justice. In spite of the house alarm, Bobby expected to slip into the residence with ease. There were techniques by which to foil even the most sophisticated security systems, and Bobby knew them all. In addition to valuable Art Deco sculptures and period jewelry, he expected to steal maybe $500,000 worth of rare coins. The Cantors stored the collection in a safe, but no safe ever built could withstand an assault by Bobby Deacon, who could crack them like walnuts. But something was wrong. The previous day, Segev and Nasia had left on a long-planned 2-week vacation to England. The house should be vacant. Nasia's widower father, Bernie Rigowitz, was a peripatetic geezer who, in spite of being 81, regularly took long road trips, driving all over the country, revisiting places he and his late wife, Miriam, once enjoyed together. By now, Bernie was supposed to be halfway to Florida. Bobby knew all this because a week earlier, long before parking the Sprinter here yesterday and beginning surveillance, he approached the house at night and, to certain windows, he affixed stick-in-place microphones the size of a quarter and half an inch thick. Because these devices were semi-transparent and placed in the corner of the glazing, they weren't easily noticed. They could pick up voices to a distance of 30 feet. They didn't transmit what they heard, but each included a tiny chip with significant storage capacity, served by a 48-hour micro-battery. 2 nights later, he returned and harvested the audio-rich mics, downloaded their contents, and listened to all manner of conversations among Segev, Nasia, and Bernie. Bobby felt almost as if he and these 3 individuals were family. He despised them no less for having gotten to know them better. But then families largely comprised people who despised one another secretly, if not openly. There were no loving sitcom families anymore. In fact, there never had been. The closer that people lived to one another, and the more they knew about one another, the more reasons they had to hate one another, for there was much injustice among them, and little equity. Bobby Deacon had profound experience of this truth. Anyway, Bernie hadn't left for Florida. But that wasn't the only thing wrong with this situation. First, there were dogs. There had been no dogs in this house, and now there were 2 German shepherds. When old Bernie walked them, they behaved well on their leashes, calm and obedient. Bobby didn't dislike dogs, but he didn't trust them. Cats and burglars had more in common than burglars and dogs. If he might still be able to knock over the Cantor place, then he must sedate the dogs. He would have shot them dead, except that in such a quiet neighborhood, using a gun, even with a sound suppressor, seemed too risky. Old Bernie was not the worst of it, and neither were the dogs. The big problem was the little kid. The boy was maybe 5 years old. He neither went on walks with the dogs nor came out to play. At least not that Bobby had seen. Sometimes the boy stood at a window, staring at the street. Segev and Nasia had 2 daughters, but they were grown and married and gone away to lives of their own. Neither daughter had yet given her parents a grandchild. Bobby had seen photographs of them on Facebook. He was willing to impregnate either of them, or both, and freshen the genetics of the family. So the boy was a mystery. Bobby could sedate the dogs with a tranquilizer gun. In respect of the quiet neighborhood, he could slit the throats of the old man and the boy as they slept. He was swift and silent. However, he didn't like kids, didn't like dealing with them even to slit their throats. They hadn't reached the age of reason. They were unpredictable. You never knew what a bratty kid might do. Little kids were packages of craziness. Besides, a twerp like this one could scream as loud as a fire truck siren and be even quicker than a whippet. Bobby Deacon had profound experience of that truth. The previous night, in spite of the addition of the dogs, Bobby risked venturing onto the Cantor property again, this time planting a stick-in-place microphone only on a kitchen window at the back of the residence. If there might be one room where the boy and the old man were likely to have conversations, the kitchen was the place. Later this night, he will return to retrieve the mic, download its contents, and see if anything they said might clarify the current situation. At the moment, the TV screen offered a medium close-up shot of the target house, where lights glowed only in ground-floor rooms. Altered by sudden movement at a front window, Bobby zoomed in to the max. The boy gazed out at the street. He was a good-looking kid. No one would ever compare him to a hideous spider. Good looks were the ultimate injustice, worse than a high IQ, worse even than wealth. Why should one person be born pretty and another not? Pretty people had a great unearned advantage. Of all the reasons that agents of justice were necessary to balance the scales, exacting a toll from pretty people was the most important, if equality was eventually to be assured. 16. The ruins of the disintegrating sky were channeled by the wind and settled on the land, white onto white, moment by moment erasing reality from the night. In this bleak realm between life and death, uncountable ghosts chased one another across the spectral plain, from nowhere to nowhere. In spite of his knitted ski mask, Tom Buckle's face was cold. The wind pasted snow to the fabric, which was at first melted by his body heat. But then, fresh barrages assaulted him, and the temperature fell, and the exterior of the mask became crusted with ice, to which fresh snow adhered, until he felt as if he were wearing a knight's metal helmet with visor. Only the mouth hole remained soft at its edges, kept flexible by his smoking breath. He scraped at the mask with one gloved hand. The knitwork remained rigid, and what snow came loose from it stuck to the glove, in which he could feel his fingers stiffening. Although the storm suit kept him alive in this fierce weather, it also promoted an ambulatory claustrophobia. He felt as though he were wound in grave clothes, being mummified by wind and cold. The increasing awkwardness with which he moved filled him with a growing horror of being rendered helpless, which was quite apart from his fear of Hollister. When he came to the river, Crystal Creek, he didn't at first understand what he was seeing. A wide, ragged-edged band of blackness slithered snake-like through the virgin meadow, bearing on its back random patterns of white scales. Then he realized that the black was water, too deep and swift to freeze over, and the white scales were plaques of ice or ice-crusted flotsam being carried downstream. If he'd found the watercourse sooner, the discovery would have exhilarated him. But already he was too tired and too daunted by the storm to be convinced that the river offered a certain path to help and salvation. Nevertheless, wearily, he followed the flow, for it would in time lead him to the trafficked interstate, if he could stay upright long enough. He thought that he had been afoot about 3 hours, although it could have been an hour less or an hour longer. He had lost all sense of time. He didn't strip open the storm cuff on his sleeve and check his wristwatch, because, whatever the truth, there was a better-than-even chance that it would be so different from his perception that it would unnerve him. The threadbare reality of the snow-blinded night recovered a measure of substance when trees appeared on an elevated portion of the riverbank. Not a forest this time, a mere copse of 8 or 10 pines. He made his way among them, grateful for a brief reprieve from the wind. The last of the trees stood damaged, perhaps by a recent gale that had been much greater than the current one. An enormous bough, cracked and sagging away from the trunk, swayed back and forth, brooming the earth. This sight inspired Tom to search for a manageable branch that he could break off from the larger mass. When he continued into the next stretch of meadow, he moved backward, sweeping the snow with the thickly needled branch, obscuring his footprints in the inches of new powder. He couldn't entirely erase his trail, but he was able to soften his tracks sufficiently that the storm might obliterate what remained in just a few minutes. Progressing in this fashion slowed him considerably. But being able to do something, however feeble, to foil his pursuer also gave him a welcome sense of empowerment, somewhat knitting up his badly raveled confidence. Tom didn't know whether he reversed 100 yards or 300 along the riverbank before, gasping and nearly exhausted, he came to the crossing. He hadn't expected a bridge. But the moment he glimpsed the span, he knew there must be others like it, mending the divide that the river scored through the ranch. The sturdy post and plank construction, 1 lane wide, with a balustrade and handrail on each side, looked more like a pier than a bridge, because in 40 feet or so it faded into the blizzard, as did the river below. He was reminded of winter days on the beaches of Southern California, when piers seemed to wither away into the fog-shrouded sea. The structure began on an elevated section of the bank, 8 or 10 feet from the river's edge, and was raised about 6 feet above the racing water, ensuring its survival during a flood. Carrying the pine branch, Tom descended the bank, slipped under the bridge, and sat, sheltered from the wind, the water surging past in front of him. He needed to catch his breath and eat a power bar. He was able to extract one from a zippered pocket in which he had stowed it, but his gloved hands were too clumsy to strip off the wrapper. He pulled up his ski mask and tore at the package with his teeth. For hours, consumed by fear and fighting off despair, he hadn't thought about anything but escape and death. With his first mouthful of the high-protein bar, he realized how hungry he was, and when he finished the first, he tore open a second. The monotonous moan and whistle of the wind had become like tinnitus, a sound so consistent that he wasn't always consciously aware of it. When a faint but rhythmic sound arose, it was in such high contrast to the wind song of sameness that he became at once alert. He sat forward, loosened his chin strap, pulled back his hood. The soft, mechanical clicking noise grew less rapid as it grew louder and nearer. When very near indeed, it abruptly stopped. No source of light brightened the night beyond the bridge, nothing to suggest what had made the sound. But Tom intuited a malevolent presence that froze him in a troll crouch of apprehension. He strained to hear anything else within the wind's monotony. After half a minute or so, the noise arose again, in a slower meter this time, but then quickening. Suddenly, the mysterious thing was overhead, on the bridge, its presence certified not merely by the rhythmic click, 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 but also by the creaking of the plank floor under a substantial weight, and by the clatter of something being propelled across the span. It seemed to be a mechanical construct, but it produced no engine noise. As the racket passed overhead and continued toward the farther bank of the river, Tom scrambled out from under the bridge and rose cautiously beside it, his head at the level of the deck. He saw a snowmobile receding toward the north shore, a figure seated upon it. He could only suppose that the vehicle was battery-powered, and that the rider must be Wainwright Hollister. 17. South to San Diego. Satellite dish and associated equipment on board. Vikram in the passenger seat with his feet on the dashboard. Arthur Rubinstein on the music system. Chopin, piano concerto in E minor, opus 35. The windshield wipers sliding back and forth in conflicting tempo with the music. The night awash. The sky depleted of sheet lightning but swollen with rain. He listened intently to the great pianist, accompanied in this case by the Los Angeles Philharmonic, maybe because the performance enchanted him, maybe because he wanted to understand why Rubinstein meant so much to Jane. Partway through Piano Concerto No. 2 in F minor, opus 21, he said, "You, too, are a great pianist." "Good enough. Not great." "So you say, but I've heard you play." "Then you don't have an ear developed well enough to know the difference between good and better."
They say your father is a great pianist, Martin Duroc. They fill the concert halls where he plays. You've long been estranged from him.
A great homicidal pianist, she said.
Which means?
If she and Vikram were going to travel the Valley of the Shadow together, they should have no secrets. He murdered my mother. He took his feet off the dashboard and sat up straight.
They say she committed suicide when you were 8. You found the body.
After a long darkness, sheet lightning opened the skull of the sky, revealing clouds fissured like the surface of the brain and black with malignancies. He was supposed to be 500 miles away, Jane said, preparing for a performance the following day. But he was home that night. I heard the argument. I saw. I thought no one would believe me. I was afraid of him. He is a totally intimidating son of a bitch. Let's not talk over Rubinstein. They listened to the rest of the piano concerto in F minor. When it was finished, she switched off the system. After a mutual silence, Vikram said,
You once had a full music scholarship to Oberlin. You turned it down.
I was more interested in forensic psychology, he said.
Sanity and insanity, the way of criminality. You got your degree, then the FBI.
That's the story.
He stole your music from you.
Like hell he did. He stole my mother and my innocence. No one can steal my music. She reached out to restart Rubinstein.
Wait, Vikram said.
She drove the rain-slick highway, the reflection of headlights in the wet blacktop seeming to pull her like tractor beams toward some destiny she didn't want to contemplate. He said,
I'm so sorry.
You've nothing to be sorry for.
I knew about the estrangement, but I didn't know you came from such a dysfunctional family.
A dark laugh escaped her. Dysfunctional is one word for it. My mother, Kanta, said I was born giggling. My father, Adil, called me Choti Batasha, which means little sugar candy. My family was not to any degree dysfunctional, and yet both my mother and my father are long dead. 18. At the sight of his would-be killer on the snowmobile, Tom Buckle turned to flee, but he was halted by the realization that Hollister was tracking him in the dark, without using the vehicle's headlamp. If he didn't need light to see, he had night vision gear. The billionaire's promise to give his quarry a fair chance did not preclude him from using all manner of technological advantages: night vision goggles, a mostly quiet snowmobile, listening stations, and perhaps much more. Considering the distance to the interstate, the impediment of the storm, and Tom's diminishing stamina, there was little likelihood that determined flight would keep him alive. In fact, there was no chance whatsoever. He thought of climbing onto the bridge and chasing after the snowmobile and shooting Hollister in the back, but he wasn't sure he could do it. Not in the back. He was the only child of a humble tailor and a gentle seamstress whose exceptional workmanship was matched by their decency and honesty. He hadn't been raised to shoot anyone in the back, or even to speak ill of anyone behind his back. His parents' lives were as superbly cut and stitched as the clothing on which they labored. If Tom wanted anything more than he wanted to be a successful director, it was to be worthy of his mom and dad, to honor them by living as they had taught him to live, for he loved them more than life. And suddenly, he knew that trying to shoot his enemy in the back would be as fruitless as it would be cowardly, because Hollister didn't play fair, had never been taught fairness, and didn't take chances. Under his storm suit, his torso would be wrapped in Kevlar. Bet on it. Even his hood was likely to be lined with a bulletproof material, something tougher than Kevlar. For Tom Buckle, only one course of action offered a slim hope of survival. In recognition of it, He returned to the space under the bridge and settled in the darkness on the riverbank. He must shelter from the flensing wind and driven snow, stay warm. He must not exhaust himself in an impossible trek to the distant interstate. He had 4 more power bars. He could melt snow for drinking water. If a day passed without Hollister finding him, 2 days, they would probably assume he'd lost his way in the storm and perished. Maybe he had been injured in a fall, or blundered into the river, or been set upon by prairie wolves. If his body lay under drifted snow, they wouldn't expect it to be found until circling carrion birds marked its position following the spring thaw. When Hollister might be convinced that his prey had proved unequal to the elements and died at nature's hand, Tom could then set out under the cover of darkness, avoiding the woods, with the hope that no listening stations were positioned in the open fields. Without the blizzard to impede him, he would make much better time and would have greater stamina. Although this seemed his best, his only wise choice, Tom Buckle didn't feel good about it. He felt like a small, weak animal cowering in its burrow. These lunatics had blacklisted him. Hamlet listed him as a threat to the culture, as if he could make an already decadent and death-obsessed culture worse with his little movies, which in fact celebrated courage, freedom, hope. That was the burr prickling his conscience. He told stories of courage and fortitude, stories of ordinary people who refused to be crushed by the system or dictated to by self-appointed elites. Yet here he was, quailing in this dark funk hole, beaten down without ever having been beaten up, afraid and on the run from people who couldn't tolerate diverse opinions, who demonized all dissent from the received wisdom of their class and kind, who despised those not in their club. Totalitarians costumed as champions of utopia. If he cowered from them and did not stand boldly against them, they wouldn't need to kill him to render his work meaningless. He would have done that himself, proving his movies were lies, false art in the service of self-deception. He thought of Jane Hawk, of the vituperation directed at her, the false accusations, the blackest hatred ginned up in the media, the legions wanting to kill her on sight or, worse, inject her with a nanomachine control mechanism, so that the meaning of her life would be theirs to determine, her body theirs to ravage, her mind theirs to oppress. Once in a while, a movie qualified as art because it was about truth. Art was art only if it honored enduring truths. Otherwise, it was pulp or propaganda. It seemed to him now that Jane Hawk was living art, her commitment to truth so profound that she risked her life in the pursuit of it. Tom was 26, not yet of an age to have experienced a satori, a moment of sudden enlightenment so consequential that it changed him forever. But now, a satori shook him to his core. Art made life in a dark world tolerable, but when a declining culture arrived at a critical depth, art alone was insufficient either to restore that culture to health or to prevent its further descent into an abyss. He could make 100 films that moved the mind and heart, but at this perilous moment in history, the only art that mattered was life lived in service to absolute truth, as Hawk was living hers. Having retreated from confrontation with Hollister, cowering here beneath the bridge, Tom Buckle was neither a man, nor an artist, nor truly alive. He was a shape without form, as stuffed with straw as a scarecrow of which even crows were not afraid. And if he were ever to like himself again, he had to act. Just then, he heard it. The click, click, click of the snowmobile on the bridge, returning from the north side of the river. 19. Vikram Rangnekar was not one to dwell on loss. because to dwell on it was to disrespect the gift of life and risk becoming obsessed with the fact that all the losses throughout the years eventually lead to the loss of life itself. As they raced south into the rain, he did not dramatize his losses with tears or quaking voice, but merely said, "My mother and father died the same day, a week after my 12th birthday. This was in Mumbai. They went to the market. It was a time of demonstrations, as is often the case. Marxists were demonstrating and Maoists and anarchists. Also maybe 200 animal rights activists who cared nothing for animal rights, but were paid by Wahid Ahmed Abdullah, a notorious Muslim gangster, to cause chaos at a courthouse, so that Wahid's favorite hitman could kill a certain honorable judge and escape into the crowd. At first unaware of one another, the Marxists and Maoists and anarchists arrived at the same square by different routes. They became enraged by one another, and all three factions were infuriated by the animal rights activists, whom they considered to be shallow political thinkers. There was, as well, an elephant that became dangerously agitated by all the chanting and the shouting. Exactly how it happened, no one could say. But someone fired shots. The elephant stampeded, and the various angry elements in the crowd flung themselves at one another with great fervor, trapping among them innocents who just wanted to go to the marketplace. In the end, many were injured, and 6 died. It tells you much about the tenor of those times that the Marxists, the Maoists, the anarchists, and the fake animal rights activists proudly claimed responsibility for the deaths and dared authorities to prosecute them. Only the elephant did not acknowledge blame. Elephant. Yes. Elephant. Jane glanced away from the rain-beaten highway. Her eyes were gray in the instrument panel light. He wished she weren't wearing contacts. The true color of her blue eyes was quite remarkable. She said, "You made that all up." Not a word. Life is a tapestry of tragedy and comedy, terror and fortitude, despair and joy. And it's routinely more colorful and crazy than anything I, or anyone, could invent. How did you get to America? My father's brother, Ashok, had emigrated years earlier, long before the riots and the elephant. He had attained citizenship. He brought my brother and me to this country. I was naturalized in time, became to the computer what you are to the piano, took a job with the Department of Justice, served my country by doing lawful work, but also unlawful work when ordered to do it. I didn't like making my wicked little babies, even for the boss. When I became convinced you were being persecuted for discovering some truth, I decided to make amends for my wicked babies by helping you. So I stole $15 million from various government agencies to finance this operation, and I am now a fugitive, like yourself. Her smile was uncertain. $15 million? What's the punchline? It's not a joke. It's not a joke, huh? So how did you steal $15 million? Lots of government agencies have lax budget controls. Money disappears all the time. Some call it spillage. I found it easy to backdoor various accounting departments, issue a contract payment for a company I called Spearpoint Consulting, and specify immediate wire transfer to an established bank account. So, basically, a robot comptroller sent me the money. 300,000 here, 500,000 there. It adds up. He seemed to have rendered her speechless, which tickled him. At last, she said, "You actually stole $15 million? To help me? Are you out of your mind?" I do not believe so. You do not believe so? I do not believe I am out of my mind. Damn it! You've ruined your life, Vikram.
Together, we will prove the cold hard truth, and you will be vindicated, and I will be totally exonerated because my motive was pure.
Pure?
You keep repeating things I say,
Because I can't believe you said them.
but I did.
Vikram, nobody steals 15 million and is exonerated.
Then I will be the first.
When working at a computer, Vikram was an obsessive planner, cautious and meticulous. However, in his personal life, he could often be impulsive. He thought this was a good thing because one needed balance. All three of his lovers had been charmed by his boyish impulsiveness. Stealing $15 million was by far the most impulsive thing he'd done, and he was pleased with himself. Jane said, "I didn't ask you to do this. I never would."
You didn't need to ask. I knew it was the right thing.
Damn.
I sense that you want to hit me again. You sense correctly. Hit me if it will make you feel better.
She did not hit him. What the hell did you need 15 million for?
Equipment. And the motorhome that will be delivered to us in Casa Grande by an employee of Enrique de Soto.
Oh my God.
And then there was the considerable expense of secreting my relatives, Uncle Ashok, Aunt Doris, my brother, and 4 cousins, where they can't be found for the duration. All in all, I've spent nearly 1 million. The other 14 is for contingencies.
Contingencies?
Yes.
What contingencies?
Any that arise. It's difficult to know what contingencies might arise while conducting a counter-revolution against such vicious people as these Arcadians. It would be so sad if we came within an inch of triumph and ran out of funds, failed, and died horribly.
Vikram.
Yes, Jane?
She shook her head.
Is something wrong? He asked.
I'm afraid for you.
I'm not afraid for me.
That's part of why I'm afraid for you. She switched on the music, as though to put a period to their conversation. On the pavement, in the headlights, shatters of hard rain glittered and danced, as if the heavens were unleashing a storm of glass needles, and the civilized communities of the coast to both sides of the highway seemed to have collapsed into a dark void that the interstate bridged at the peril of all who traveled on it.
Beautiful, he said of the music. More Chopin?
Yes. 21 nocturnes.
A lot of nocturnes.
When you've listened to them, you'll want 21 more.
Chopin is your favorite composer?
One of them. I like his music for its brilliance, but also because it's the one thing my father can't play well. Chopin wrote with great tenderness. My father is a stranger to tenderness. After a few minutes, he said,
"Are you sure you're not mad at me?"
Vikram, I'm not mad at you. I am terrified for you. And I will continue to be terrified for you until you have the good sense to be afraid for yourself. Now let's not talk over Rubinstein. It's like shouting curses in church. In truth, he was a little bit afraid. But he didn't want Jane to know. He could only love her from afar, and his love must always be platonic. And perhaps it would be forever unrequited, even in its platonic form. But it was nonetheless love, and a guy did not want the object of his love to know that he was scared. 20. It's a goblin night. Eerie green snowfields, the falling flakes like luminous citrine scales shed by some gathering of dragons in the sky. On the north side of the river, Wainwright Hollister scans the wintry and otherworldly landscape, but there is no sign of Thomas Buckle struggling through the blizzard. On the south side of the river, there were vague footprints for a while, but they vanished a few hundred yards before the bridge. There are none here in the northern fields. He swings the snowmobile around and returns to the bridge. When he is almost to the south side of the structure, he suddenly wonders if the filmmaker, physically unequal to the challenge of the storm, has taken refuge under the plank-floored span. After traversing the remainder of the bridge, Hollister drives about 30 yards farther and pulls to a stop. He takes off his night vision goggles, dismounts, and leaves the snowmobile silently idling. He draws his pistol, fully automatic with a 20-round magazine, and returns on foot along the tracks left by his vehicle, relying on the phosphorus glow of the snowfield that seems to produce this spectral luminescence of itself. The groaning, keening wind will mask his approach. Arriving at the South Pier, he won't announce himself with a flashlight, but will crouch and fire a burst of 10 or 12 rounds into the darkness under the bridge. If Tom Buckle is sheltering there, he'll be taken by surprise and either killed or mortally wounded. 21. The frozen riverbank his floor, the plank bridge his ceiling, this niche of darkness all but blinding. The click and clatter of the returning snowmobile like the centipedal approach of a hungry stalker in a nightmare about grossly enlarged insects. When the vehicle seemed about to pass overhead, Tom Buckle scrambled from under the east side of the bridge. Gloves tucked in a pocket, pistol in a two-hand grip, he rose to his feet and saw that he'd misjudged the snowmobile's speed and position. It was already beyond him, gliding off the bridge. He started up the slope, intent on shooting Hollister as the man motored past, this demon of untruth, this relentless enemy of all meaning and freedom, who meant to erase the past in its splendor and craft a disenchanted future where power was the only truth and slavery was renamed public service. But Tom slipped, stumbled, fell. By the time he thrust to his feet and reached the crest of the riverbank, the snowmobile was about 10 yards away, heading south, fading into the falling snow. Tom hurried forward through the vehicle's tracks, but quickly realized that the distance, the strong wind, and his inexperience with firearms made a successful hit nearly impossible. He staggered to a halt. Out there, at the limits of visibility, the snowmobile seemed to slow. It stopped. Seen through driven skeins in the witchy light of the snowfield, barely revealed by the eerie instrument panel light from his vehicle, Hollister appeared to be dismounting. Either he'd had sudden trouble with the vehicle, or perhaps he meant to approach the bridge on foot, after establishing that he had driven away. Tom didn't know if it might be intuition or survival instinct or inspiration of a higher nature that seized him and flung him into sudden frantic motion. He sprinted back toward the bridge until, glancing over his shoulder, he saw that the storm masked him and Hollister from each other. Then he turned east and hurried along the riverbank for more than 10 yards. He dropped to the ground and, as much as possible, made himself as one with the snow that was drifted against a low palisade of brush. He could no longer see the snowmobile, but then a hunched and bearish figure materialized from that direction and proceeded toward the bridge, fading in and out of the blowing torrents as if it were an apparition haunting a dead world fallen into perpetual winter. Tom's first intention had been to circle behind his would-be killer and take him by surprise, but he kept thinking about the eerie glow of the snowmobile. Wouldn't Hollister have switched off the motor before he dismounted? And wouldn't the instrument panel have gone dark? Unless the battery-powered nature of the vehicle required that it run continuously in cold weather as bitter as this, lest it be difficult to start. When the phantom figure shambled past his quarry at a distance of maybe 40 feet, Tom hesitated, and then got up from the ground. He pocketed the pistol, but didn't take time to pull on his gloves before he hurried toward where he thought the snowmobile would be found. Bent forward, squinting, wishing he could dare the tack light, he almost missed the vehicle's tracks. He followed them away from the river. As the faint radiance of the snowmobile's instrument panel first caught his attention, a burst of gunfire rattled through the night behind him. 22. As one who is reinventing the world, raising civilization out of a sordid past of superstition and rampant self-deception, forcing humanity to become as efficient as a superbly engineered machine. Wainwright Warwick Hollister often feels a fullness of self that suggests a destiny even greater than what he can thus far imagine. A fullness of mind, as though he knows all that needs to be known, and is too wise ever to be dethroned. A fullness of body, so that he believes he could physically crush any opponent. At times like this, in the urgency of the hunt, when he senses that he's closing in on his hapless prey, his manhood is fiercely swollen, throbbing against his abdomen. Nothing enlivens the libido like murder, because it is the ultimate act of resistance to the pathetic fiction that every life has intrinsic value, which everyone of the master class and every honest slave well knows to be a lie. He moves with stealth in the carpet of snow, crouches at the southern pier of the bridge, and hesitates only a few seconds to savor the moment. Then he leans around the base that supports the bridge and squeezes off a barrage of pistol fire. No shout of surprise or scream of pain erupts from that dark redoubt. Hollister jukes backward when he takes his finger off the trigger, but there is no return fire. When he switches on his tack light and sweeps the beam across the sloped riverbank, he finds no dead man. However, the thin skiff of snow blown under the span has been disturbed, as though Buckle might have rested there and then shuffled out the farther side. Far more intriguing is a pine branch with a broken stem, the needles crusted with snow. Before his pupils can iris down to pinpoints, while his eyes are still somewhat dark-adapted, he clicks off the light and turns away from that bolt hole. Still in a crouch, he presses his back to the bridge pier. Having made a target of himself, he scans the night, not with fear. He will never fear an effete specimen like Thomas Buckle, but with the keen observational skills of a warrior. Every moment of the day, he is a man-at-arms, able to destroy other men financially and emotionally in acts of corporate warfare, or destroy them literally during a hunt like this. Not for him the thousands of novels, the fictions in which his father Orenthal found refuge from the world. Wainwright Warwick Hollister wants no refuge. He wants the world, and he will have the world, because absolute power and the ruthless wielding of it cannot be resisted. Now he scans the duotone kaleidoscope of the churning storm, white flakes and gray drear, certain that his exceptional mind and superlative senses will detect the slightest purposeful movement in the whirling chaos, that if Buckle is circling on him, then Buckle is as good as dead, for Thomas Buckle is neither a chameleon, nor a warrior, nor... Then Hollister remembers the snowmobile, and realizes there is a 1 in 1,000 chance that his quarry is just barely smart enough to have screwed him over. He scrambles to his feet, crests the riverbank, and hurries along the snowmobile tracks that the wind is diligently smoothing away. 23. Earlier, Tom had pulled up his ski mask to eat the power bars, had drawn back his hood to listen to the snowmobile, and stripped off his gloves to better handle the pistol, which he hadn't needed. The stinging cold tattooed his face, made his ears ache. His hands were stiff. He had time only for the gloves, and he had difficulty working his hands into them as he sat astride the snowmobile. He was familiar with motorcycles, and the controls of this machine were similar to those of the hogs he'd ridden, though not exactly the same. Hand throttle, but no brake on the handlebars. When the tracks stopped moving, the vehicle would stop without need of a brake. He anxiously scanned the instrument panel, afraid of making a mistake and stalling out and not being able to restart. The first shot must have gone wide, but it shattered his indecision. As he did what he thought he needed to do, the second shot sang a wasp song past his right ear, and the snowmobile lurched forward as the third bullet cracked off the tail section, or the snow spoiler behind him. Wherever the fourth round went, it didn't kill or wound him. The vehicle's suspension wheels turned, clicking over the cleats, and the slide rail slid, and the tracks churned fast forward into the storm. 24. Hollister thinks he has 8 or 10 rounds left, but he must have fired more than 10 or 12 when he hosed the dark space under the bridge, because only 4 shots remain. 3 other 20-round magazines are distributed in the pockets of his storm suit, but he has no time to extract one and put it to use. As the snowmobile surges forward, Hollister doubles his effort, running as full tilt as the terrain allows. He can sprint faster than any man he knows, because he is in fabulous shape. An Olympian, really. But he understands that he can't leap on Buckle and drag him off the seat. He wants just to stay close to the snowmobile for a few seconds, because the earpiece microphone unit that he's wearing will remain functional only within a 30-foot radius of the receiver transmitter aboard the vehicle. He alerts the security team at the main residence. "Buckle's got the snowmobile! Find him! Kill him!" As the lucky son of a bitch filmmaker powers away into the night and storm, Hollister comes to a halt, gasping for breath. He ejects the depleted magazine from the pistol, extracts a loaded magazine from a zippered pocket, and squeezes off a burst of automatic fire. The snowmobile is out of sight, and the wind howls like a wolf pack, and there seems to be little chance that he can score a hit. He fires a second burst. He is a first-rank pistolier, truly a master marksman. Even firing blindly, he might bring down the fugitive. With his superior skills, his uncanny intuition, and the instincts of a born warrior, there is at least an outside chance that he can achieve what would be impossible for other men. He fires the third and final burst, emptying the magazine. He stands in expectation that he gradually realizes will be unfulfilled. He ejects the spent magazine from the pistol. He inserts a fresh one. He holsters the weapon. The Rayshaws are coming. They'll find their master, Hollister, because there is a battery-powered GPS sewn into his storm suit. As insurance against just such an unlikely turn of events as this, a GPS is included in Thomas Buckle's suit as well. Because this has been a fair contest, Hollister has not tracked his quarry by the signal the man emits. Now, however, even if Buckle abandons the snowmobile, they will at all times know his whereabouts. Thus far, Hollister has given the filmmaker a fighting chance, in a game with equitable rules sincerely observed. This has been strictly mano a mano, a war of 2 conducted on a level battlefield, in a may the best man win spirit. But that is over. When he has the opportunity, Thomas Buckle doesn't step forward to fight like a man, even though he is armed with a pistol. Instead, he hides in a hole, as any rat would hide, and when his hole is found, he runs, just like a frightened rat would run. He steals what isn't his, only so that he can flee faster than he could have fled on foot. There is no reason to respect such a gutless specimen. Tom Buckle has proved that he doesn't deserve fair play, that he deserves only contempt and quick extermination. The flexibility of Wainwright Hollister's gloves allows him to use his pistol without taking them off, but they are less warming than the thicker gloves that have been issued to the filmmaker. He zips open pockets in his insulated pants and slips his aching hands into them. The icy wind is sharp. It cuts at his face, even through the knitted ski mask. He turns his back to it. The Rayshaws have been standing by for just such an unlikely emergency as this. They will be here in 10 minutes. He stands, with head bowed, the gale striking hard blows against his back. Even though the Rayshaws will be here in, perhaps, 9 minutes, it makes sense to take shelter until they arrive. Bent into the wind, he follows his own dissolving boot prints toward the bridge. In the cheerless gloom of the empty, winter-beaten plains, in the ceaseless turbulence of the crystalled air, the night is crowded with the shapes of things, rather than with things themselves. vague mirages of strange pale structures shimmering into existence only to evanesce in an instant. Both fantastic chimeras and phantoms in human form are conjured out of the interplay of the swirling snow and the eerie moonless moonlight of the snowfield, as real as Hollister himself, there in his peripheral vision, but not there when he turns his head to look directly. He is perhaps halfway to the bridge, when an apparition of a different character manifests off to his left. A ripple of color in the storm-bleached night. A silken scarlet something. When he turns his head, the thing doesn't disappear, but flutters like a flame, no more than 10 feet from him, lit not by the snowshine, which would have robbed it of most of its color, but luminous of itself, as if woven of some unearthly silk. It is the precise shade of the scarf with which naked Mai had covered the pistol in her hand before biting on the barrel and emptying her pretty head onto the flagstone terrace. This sight transfixes Hollister, who at first doesn't realize that he has halted in his trek toward the shelter of the bridge. If Mai's scarf hasn't been recovered with her body, if it is blown away into the vast reaches of Crystal Creek Ranch, the odds that it would appear in this place at this time are infinitesimally small. 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion. Having capered through the storm, it should be tangled and encrusted with snow, pasted to a tree in one woods or another, or buried in a drift. Yet it is as pristine as when it slid from Mai's hand. It should blow away into the blustery night, but it flutters in midair like a flame tethered to a wick and candle, quivering as if in a feeble draught, the storm without effect on it. He stands, agape. Abruptly, the scarf, or whatever it might be, ripples to the ground and billows toward Hollister at cross purpose to the wind. It is like some exotic sea creature fluttering across the floor of an ocean, a scarlet manta ray or dazzling jellyfish, and he steps back to avoid it. The thing undulates past him, seemingly as much under its own power as he is, and it vanishes eastward through a southward wailing wind. For a moment, Hollister is unable to move. The scarf seems to have scored a line through the snow before him, a line he can't see, but that he dare not cross. He isn't superstitious. There is no such thing as a ghost, no spirits that might linger after death to haunt a place or person. For there is no such thing as a soul, of which a ghost might be a manifestation. Human beings are brain and body, mind and meat, and nothing else whatsoever. Superstition is the toxin produced by weak minds infected by fantasy and philosophy, and Wainwright Hollister will have none of it. Whether 1 in a billion or 1 in a trillion, the timely appearance of the scarlet scarf is but an example of logical synchronicity in a universe full of infinite possibilities. He feels the cold again, and hears the wind that for a moment had seemed to be silent even as it continued to blow. He crosses the unseen line drawn by the vanished silk, hurrying toward the shelter of the bridge. 25. Wet legions march across the roof. A veil of water glisters past the kitchen window, overspill from a clogged rain gutter. At the breakfast table in the kitchen sits Norman Stein. He is 52 years old, 5'6", too thin except for a little pot-belly, with a face that would be suitable for one of those tasteless lawn gnome statues. Most people probably think that he has a sweet quality, but Charlie Weatherwax regards him with disdain, for Stein looks weak, wears thick glasses, and dresses indifferently. He can't fathom why a woman as attractive as Dodie Stein, who is also at the table, would hitch herself to such a man. She is 49, looks at least 10 years younger, and is an inch taller than her husband. With raven hair and green eyes, she has the face of a Ralph Lauren model, the perfect skin of a woman in an Estee Lauder ad, and a body that is pornographic even when she's dressed demurely, as now, in tan slacks and a white blouse. Inexplicably, she is not Norman's second trophy wife. They've been married for 28 years. Together, they have achieved their success in retail jewelry. Because Jesus Mendoza's smartphone was in use when the jack-of-all-trades died and dropped it on that attic floor, Charlie didn't need a fingerprint or password to access the contacts and find both the phone number and the address for the Steins. While they fight the city to be allowed to stabilize and save their home, they are renting a house in another upscale neighborhood of La Cañada, Flint Ridge. Although the Steins have been easy to find, getting them to acknowledge their relationship with Vikram Rangnekar has been difficult. As it now seems that Rangnekar is associated with Jane Hawk, the Steins are possible collaborators with the most wanted fugitive in America, whom a grand jury has charged with treason and multiple murders. The Steins pretend ignorance and innocence. They express outrage at Charlie's insinuations. They call his suspicions absurd, bizarre, ludicrous, utter bullshit, and they insist that his intrusion into their home, with his team of 4 agents, is illegal. They want an attorney. They are not going to get one. Even the shrimp husband with the face of a gnome appears not to be afraid.
We don't know anyone named Vikram anything, and all we know about Jane Hawk is what we see on TV. So stop this good cop, bad cop routine. We have the right to call our attorney.
Charlie and Mustafa have not been playing good cop, bad cop. They've been playing bad cop, worse cop, and they are about to squash this mismatched pair. Hans Holbein enters the kitchen with a MedExpress kit that contains ampules of an amber solution in which are suspended the many thousands of tiny parts of nanomachine control mechanisms. It also contains hypodermic syringes and everything else needed to brain-screw this uncooperative pair. A little more than 4 hours from now, when they are adjusted people, they will do what they are told and will reveal everything they know about Vikram Rangnekar. Although the Steins have no idea what the MedExpress carrier contains, Norman views it with grave concern and rises to his feet.
Damn you! I'm calling a lawyer.
Mustafa Al-Yamani is standing near the jeweler, and he doesn't hesitate to strike out.
Get real, Normie,
he suggests, and slaps the man hard across the face with the obvious intention of not just subduing him, but also humiliating him. Norman staggers backward, nearly falls over his chair, and collapses into it. Dodie bolts to her feet, a tigress, and reaches for the MedExpress carrier, perhaps intending to sling it at Mustafa. Pulling his gun, giving her a point-blank view of the muzzle, Charlie says,
"Back off, bitch, or I'll put a bullet between your pretty tits."
For Norman and Dodie Stein, the threat and the crudity of it are the equivalent of sudden immersion in ice-cold water. They are shocked into silence, and she drops into her chair. Even if these invading men are what their Bureau ID claims, it's now clear to the Steins that the intruders must be something more than FBI, something worse, something terrible. Charlie's smartphone rings, and when he checks the caller ID, he discovers that it's the leader of his Arcadian cell. He steps out of the kitchen for the conversation. The leader reports that during a review of the property tax records, it's been found that Chacha Ashok, a limited partnership, is no longer listed as the owner of the house in the slide zone. It is now shown to be owned by the Norman and Dodie Stein Living Trust. Likewise, the voter rolls no longer show Ashok and Doris Rangnekar at that address, but instead Norman and Dodie Stein. Appended to the records in each instance are the words, "You have been Vikramized." The cell leader says,
"The little piece of shit hoaxed the data so that it read what he wanted until the third time we accessed it for verification. Then the little scumbag had programmed the records to self-correct automatically, and his snarky little gotcha message popped up.
Evidently, Rangnekar had chosen the house expressly because it was condemned and uninhabited. Then he had put together the tableau in the attic: computer, printer, paper shredder, photo of Jane Hawk. He couldn't have known Jesus Mendoza would be there when Arcadians showed up, or that Mendoza would anger Charlie Weatherwax, a man on a mission. The leader says, "The little piece of shit is in the process of pulling one stunt too many. NSA hacker chasers think he's inside the computer system of the ATF right this minute, up to something big." The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms? Something big? What's something? We'll know soon. The creep is spoofing his way into the ATF, ricocheting through an exchange in Canada and pinballing through half a dozen cities in the US. But we're tracking to source now, and we'll get his real location any minute. After the cell leader terminates the call, Charlie returns to the kitchen, where Mustafa and Hans are holding the husband and wife at gunpoint. Norman and Dodie have moved their chairs closer together. They are holding hands. They are focusing on each other rather than on their guards. She is smiling at her husband. The Steins are innocent, and Charlie has no reason to continue tormenting them. However, they have offended him with their arrogant insistence on their rights. He instructs Hans, Pete, and Andy to remain here, inject the Steins, and stay with them until they are adjusted people. After the webs have formed, if the bitch appeals to you, do with her what you want, and make sure that Mr. I'm calling a lawyer sits like a good boy and watches all of it. 26. 10 miles east of Alpine, California, Jane drove out of the rain, though the moon and stars remained sunken in a sea of clouds. At 9:10, they left the interstate at El Centro, in the Imperial Valley, which offered some of the richest farmland in the world. She found a likely restaurant, and Vikram, clearly wanting to assume the role of protector as much as she might allow, insisted it would be safer for him to go inside and place their order, since the entire law enforcement apparatus of the United States wasn't on the lookout for a beautiful monster named Vikram. He returned with large cokes and bags containing thick roast beef sandwiches with Newski's bacon, provolone, Havarti, and peppered tomatoes in a hero bun spread with basil oil. On the way to Arizona, Jane drove while he ate, and he drove while she ate. And the dinner music was not Rubinstein playing Chopin, but Dean Martin singing his long-ago pop hits. When she finished her sandwich, Jane wiped her hands on paper napkins and switched off the music. Facial recognition capability is no longer limited to transportation hubs. I've been told it's gone mobile. There's now this handheld device linked to camera-equipped eyeglasses. It can hold up to 10,000 faces and recognize a match in 600 milliseconds. Some federal agents already have them. Before long, so will an increasing number of state and local cops. Cool. Not cool. Soon the kind of light disguises I've been using won't be enough to stay safe. Maybe they already aren't. And you aren't disguised at all. I don't need a disguise. Really? In national security circles, you're more famous than any Bollywood star. If they're fans now, just wait till they see my dance moves. She sighed in frustration and for a moment buried her face in her hands. Then she looked at him and said, "Choti Batasha." He grinned. "You remembered." "Being a little sugar candy now will only get you killed." He shook his head. No. We'll wreck these Arcadians in 2 or 3 days, Jane. We'll soon vindicate ourselves." "I need you to understand the risk." "I understand. Your life is on the line. So is mine. So what?" "So what? So what?" he said. "From the day we're born, our lives are on the line. You never know when an enraged elephant is going to charge through the marketplace." 27. It was only 10:15 p.m. when the last of the lights went out in the Cantor house. Bobby Deacon watched the residents on his TV from the comfort of the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter parked across the street. Scottsdale was a quiet city. Many of its residents were early-to-bed types, either because they were overachievers who wanted to get to work early or because they were retirees. Retirees came from all over the country to live in the sunshine of Scottsdale. Bobby despised retirees and overachievers with equal venom, because most of the retirees had once been overachievers, but were now, in his estimation, living unproductive lives for years and years, for decades, greedily sucking up more than their share of resources. When he wasn't setting up a burglary or committing one, Bobby Deacon didn't want the company of retirees. He wanted action, loud music, good drugs, fast women. He didn't like fast women, he merely wanted them. In fact, he despised fast women, slow women, short women, tall women, quiet women and loud women, rich women, poor women, women of every kind, because he needed them. The way women took advantage of a man's need for them, the way they teased and manipulated and controlled and mocked, made them all queens of injustice. As an agent of justice, Bobby felt a special duty to balance the scales between women and men at every opportunity. Not that he liked men any better than he liked women. Men who were more muscular than whippet-thin Bobby Deacon had bullied him bluntly or subtly, sneered at him openly or covertly. Weak men assumed he was a loser, like them. Smart men looked at his narrow face and receding brow and thought him stupid. Stupid men insulted him by assuming he, too, was stupid. Bobby liked people in theory, but not in practice, which was their fault, not his. He thought of himself as a champion of the oppressed multitudes, the suffering masses, and outsiders of every kind. He only wished he liked a few of them as individuals. So many held wrong opinions, ignorant beliefs. They were insufferable. But serving as the champion of deserving victims whom he despised was the burden that he must bear. At 11 o'clock, Bobby left the sprinter and went for a walk in the warm desert night. He was all but incapable of sauntering or strolling. He had the metabolism of a roadrunner, the impatience of a hyperactive cat, and his most casual pace was a few steps slower than race-walking. Therefore, he wore a t-shirt and shorts and running shoes, so that he might appear to be dedicated to exercise, which, in fact, he loathed. Eventually, he arrived at the Cantor house across the street from his sprinter. He went around to the back of the residence. He didn't fear the dogs, even though they were big. Except when they were taken for a walk, the German shepherds were kept in the house. Bobby removed the half-inch thick, quarter-size, semi-transparent microphone that he'd placed in one corner of a kitchen window and continued his pretend constitutional, in time returning to the sprinter. He drove away from the Cantor neighborhood and returned to the motel where he had been staying under the name Max Schreck, for which he had a credible ID and a working credit card. He showered and put on black silk pajamas with a cool pattern of little red grinning skulls. After snorting 2 generous lines of coke, a stimulant, he poured a double shot of Jack Daniels, a depressant, seeking the balance in his life that he also sought for society as a dedicated agent of justice. Then he set up his laptop and support equipment on the motel room desk. He downloaded the contents of the microphone chip to a CD and labeled it for the historical record because he was confident that the justice he imposed on those from whom he stole would, in years to come, secure for him a reputation as a modern-day Robin Hood. He discovered that he'd captured 3 lengthy conversations between Bernie Rigowitz and the boy. He didn't like retirees, and children were uniquely unsettling because their brains weren't fully developed and they were unpredictable. The prospect of listening to a geezer and a little brat yammering at each other made Bobby want to reach for more drugs. But this was work, and a lot of money was involved, so he had to keep a clear head. Partway through the first recording, a third person joined in the conversation. The unknown speaker's voice was of a deeper timbre than old Bernie's, but it was mellifluous and sweet, as though this mystery person was a child who had grown big but somehow remained a child. The kid with a child's voice was called Travis, and the other childlike person was called Cornell, which meant there were 3 people in the house with the 2 dogs.
Well, this sucks, Bobby said.
He was so agitated by this complication that he couldn't sit still at the computer. He got up and went into the bathroom and used the Sonicare to brush his teeth. Bobby Deacon brushed his teeth on average 12 times a day. If he had used a regular toothbrush, he probably would have brushed his gums away and would have seen a periodontist for transplants years ago. He approached dental hygiene with great seriousness, for his smile was his best feature. Women had never complimented him on his good looks, or his hair, or his lean body, but many had told him that he had a nice smile. His teeth were as white as the whitest quartz, aligned in perfect rows. He took considerable pride in his teeth. In addition to all the usual uses for them, Bobby's choppers were both an extension of his highly erotic persona and an instrument of intimidation. In the heat of a sexual encounter, he sometimes liked to bite the woman he was with. Not always, just now and then. And on those occasions when his partner proved resistant, one bite, and the threat of more, could usually subdue her. Some people were more freaked out by being bitten than they were by the threat of a knife or a gun. Bobby found this amusing. He returned to the motel room desk and continued to listen to the 3-way conversation, and no more than a minute passed before he discovered that the little kid, Travis, was the son of Jane Hawk. Stunned, he replayed the revelatory passage 3 times. 4, 5. Then he paused the audio. He stood up, wildly energized. He went to the mirrored closet door and stared admiringly at himself in his black silk pajamas with tiny red skulls in rows as even as his teeth. He said, "Jackpot." 28. In Arizona, the sky was as dry as the land below, salted with stars, the moon like a bitten communion wafer. They arrived in Casa Grande at 10 minutes past midnight. Jane used her Leslie Anderson ID to book 2 units at a 3-star motor inn and paid cash. After they quietly unloaded the Explorer and stowed everything in their rooms, she hugged him. "Good night, Vikram. Sleep well."
"You too."
"No elephants."
"No elephants,"
he agreed. She retreated to her room and into a weariness as deep as any she'd known. This had been a long and eventful day, but it was also emotionally exhausting because of the anticipation of triumph that Vikram had brought with him. The flame of hope that always burned within Jane was low but steady, and it could not be extinguished. However, the hope inspired by Vikram's plan was immediate and bright and exacting. Faith in the eternal demanded no effort, took no toll. But any plan of human conception that inspired hope also required a constant expenditure of energy to sustain it, especially when it was a hope for success against great odds. She removed the shaggy-cut ash-blonde wig, took out the contact lenses that made her blue eyes gray, peeled off the spirit-gummed mole on her upper lip, and traded Leslie Anderson for Jane Hawk. After a shower as hot as she could tolerate, she put on a t-shirt and underpants, went to bed, tucked her Heckler & Koch Compact 45 under the pillow next to hers, and turned off the lights. Recently, she had often needed a vodka and Coke or 2 in order to sleep, but on this night, sleep came without inducement. So did the dream. The last few nights, since certain horrific events in Borrego Springs, sleep had taken her on a tour of places from her past, and ultimately to a portent of her future. She dreamed of the bedroom in the house of her childhood, each detail as it had been, except that she wasn't a child in this visit, but an adult, not of the same scale as the furniture. Of all the things that might have fascinated her, she was drawn to a window, beyond which waited a night of the strangest character. No slightest fragment of a moon, no stars, no uplight from the suburb in which the house stood. The darkness had distilled into perfect blackness. However, what lay before her wasn't merely the absence of light. The gloom lacked another essential quality that she could not at once name. In the fluid manner of dreams, the bedroom became her dorm room at university, then morphed into her dorm room at the academy at Quantico, then became her and Nick's bedroom in the house they had owned in Alexandria before his death. In each place, she moved inexorably toward a window, in the grip of a chilling but unspecific presentiment. She drew open a bamboo curtain in one instance, raised a pleated shade in another, pressed aside a drapery in Virginia. Window by window, she became more sensitive to the cold truth of the absolute blackness beyond the glass. The blinding dark wasn't empty. Unseen structures and a maze of streets lay unmapped within it, and teeming multitudes surged through whatever metropolis, engaged in business unknowable. When next she found herself in a familiar hotel suite, the one in which she and Nick had honeymooned in the heart of Manhattan, she raised the lower sash of the operative window, for it was a glorious building erected before the age of glass monoliths. Out of the lightless void wafted the scent of the city, a melange of odors both appealing and vaguely offensive. Sounds came to her as well, though not the rumble of traffic, nor the ceaseless sirens that had once been a motif of the city's lullaby, nor spirited voices in conversation, nor a single cry of argument, nor laughter. There were instead the footfalls and rhythmic breathing of legions, the susurration of multitudes in motion, engaged in evidently urgent but unimaginable tasks, surging through the blinding dark. As she listened, and strained to see some lesser darkness in this eclipse of all radiance, her disquiet swelled into fear, and her heart raced. The room changed once more, though it was the same hotel and the same window in some future time, when the interior design had been redone. The barren walls were without art, and the furniture without character, everything sleek, functional, lacking even the slightest adornment. And if this might be an age when minimalism was in style, it was also an age when cleanliness was not considered important, for the walls were stained, the floors soiled. As she leaned into the open window, she at last understood what essential quality, in addition to light, was missing from this strange city, and her fear became terror. Frenetic life existed in this darkness, people in the grip of quiet desperation, harried on some mission, in the throes of fulfilling some bleak agenda. But there was no freedom in the busy throng, no freedom, and hence no worthwhile purpose to this endless bustling. The darkness was not an absence of light, but an absence of meaning, for meaning arose only from the exercise of free will. The life in this darkness lacked all merit and significance. This utter lightlessness was of the mind and soul, for it was the world of the singularity, the long-anticipated merging of humanity and artificial intelligence, brains threaded through with the neural lace of nanotechnology. When she tried to retreat from the window, she found herself in the grip of a dual gravity that had wedded her to the earth at the same time that it pulled her toward the window, into the window, outward, into a life of enslavement in the hive. She woke in an icy sweat, and sat up in bed and threw back the covers and said, "Travis." Part 3. Stormtroopers. 1. The wind seemed to have seceded into factions and gone to war with itself, cannonading volleys of snow from multiple directions at once, the plain like a battlefield smoky with ceaseless explosions and the fumes of ruination. Frantic to escape Wainwright Hollister's gunfire, Tom Buckles squeezed the throttle hard, and the snowmobile shot forward so fast that his inexperience with the controls almost resulted in disaster. The land lay in treacherous folds, and the vehicle careened across corrugations of hillocks and furrows. He felt as if he were astride a mechanical bull in a faux rodeo, bouncing on the seat, nearly bucked overboard. Then the machine launched off a crest and went airborne before dropping perhaps 10 feet. It didn't roll, landed flat on its skis and tracks, but he might have been sent tumbling if his legs hadn't been clamped tight to the seat. When the handlebars jerked free of his grip, he also lost hold on the throttle, so he came at once to a stop. Through the turmoil, he'd unintentionally changed directions more than once. He didn't believe that he was any longer headed south. The only thing he felt sure about was that he hadn't turned 180 degrees. Hollister was still behind him and not directly ahead. Therefore, he proceeded at a more judicious speed for a few minutes until he felt that he had put sufficient distance between himself and his nemesis before coming to a halt. Although hours old, the storm gathered power even as the wind blustered more erratically. The blizzard no longer merely whistled or groaned, but shrieked as though he had crossed the border from Colorado into some netherworld banshee nation. In escaping Hollister, Tom hadn't dared the headlamp. Now, when he switched it on, he was only marginally less blind in the swirling chaos of a near whiteout than he had been in the dark. The softly glowing instrument panel was a digital display that offered choices: main, map and trails, diagnostics. As the wind defeated the windshield, whipping white currents across the touchscreen, Tom scrolled down, investigating options, until he came to GPS settings. He should have realized that the snowmobile might be equipped with a GPS, but the discovery unnerved him. If it offered guidance, it also pinpointed his location for the ranch's security team, those expressionless, dead-eyed rayshaws. When he tried to engage the GPS by entering Interstate 70 as his destination, the screen responded with inadequate data. He tried again with Interstate Highway 70, but this also was deemed inadequate. As he tried to think of another way to identify a desired endpoint for this trip, the GPS keyboard disappeared, replaced by the words, "Service unavailable." The storm suit kept him warm enough, yet he shivered within it, and his breath seemed to plume from him in less volume of vapor than before, as though his body must be cooling, his exhalations carrying less heat than they should have. The cessation of GPS service might be a consequence of the extreme weather, or it might mean the Crystal Creek Ranch security force could disable that function at a distance. The latter seemed more likely. But if they could deny him GPS guidance, they might still be able to track him with the same technology. Count on it. They would be on his tail soon, if they weren't already, on snowmobiles and possibly by other transport. He scrolled up and tapped Main. An arc, 0 to 9, spanned the upper portion of the screen, labeled RPM times 1000. Under that, a speedometer window currently registered 0. The batteries were only 32% depleted. The display included a compass. He was currently facing due west, toward the distant Hollister residence. Interstate 70 lay to the south-southeast. If the compass could be trusted, Tom no longer needed to find the river and follow it to the highway. He eased the snowmobile forward into the cold, churning murk, wishing he could make better time, reminding himself that a blind man dared not run. The killers would be coming somewhat faster in his wake. Others would probably attempt to get ahead of him and intercept him before he could reach the interstate and the promise of help that it represented. His memory of the Rayshaws, flat voices, expressionless faces, dead eyes, adrenalized him, and his heart rate spiked. Scrubbed of all memories of their past, their original personalities erased, programmed to be obedient killing machines with no regard for their own lives. They were more chilling than the robots of the Terminator movies. At one time, they were creatures of free will, his brethren in the drama of humanity, and the transformation forced upon them lowered them beneath the beasts of fields and forests. Their souls had not been bargained away in deals with the devil, but had been robbed from them by other men, power-mad men who were in rebellion against their own nature and against all the limitations of the natural order. The Rayshaws didn't eat human flesh, and they didn't shamble through their days in various states of decay, but they were no less the walking dead than were the zombies of countless films and TV programs. If they didn't kill him, they could transform him into one of them, not with a bite, but merely with a few injections. For this new world of radical technology cleaned up the gory horrors of old, making them clean, clinical, and efficient. Gliding through the darkness, through the storm, through this living nightmare of ultimate evil, Tom no longer yearned for a career as a director, no longer wanted acclaim or wealth or the recognition of his filmmaking peers. He wanted only a life and a chance to live it well. 2. Wainwright Warwick Hollister, under the bridge, huddled in fury, his pride bruised, seething with indignation. This man of 1,000 winning smiles isn't able to summon one now. He isn't meant for this humiliation, to have been outfoxed by the son of a mere tailor and a seamstress, by a Honda-driving nobody who wears off-the-rack suits and has directed just 2 low-budget films with quaint themes and insipid values. Buckle has earned worse than the death that is the reward for being named to the Hamlet list. His fate is now this: to be injected with the nanoweb control mechanism and transformed into an adjusted person, and then to have his testicles cut off without benefit of anesthesia, rendering him twice a eunuch. Hollister will do the surgery himself. As one who has suffered since childhood to achieve his current position in life, Hollister believes he has earned the authority to teach others the truth, that nothing worthwhile is achieved without pain. When he was but 10 years old, his mother schemed to divorce Hollister's father, Orenthal, and take her son with her. Wanting an heir molded in his image, not in hers, the old man hired a battalion of attorneys and private detectives to defend his parental rights. Nevertheless, there was an intolerable risk that Mother might in the end prevail. Intolerable because, though she would be a rich woman post-divorce, she would have but a tiny fraction of the great wealth of Orenthal, who was even then a billionaire. Young Wainwright stole a pack of cigarettes from his mother's supply and a butane lighter from his father's study. Over several days in his room, fighting on a rubber ball to stifle his cries, he embellished his fair arms with cigarette burns, treated them with Bactine and Neosporin to prevent infection, and wore long-sleeve shirts to hide the damage. When his arms were proof of horrific abuse, he applied lit cigarettes to his tender, prepubescent groin. Father's estate, at that time, in Connecticut, had a staff of 28. The head housekeeper, Mrs. Ripley, a widow, was a bit of a sadist, although Wainwright didn't yet know that word. What he did know was that Mrs. Ripley took too much pleasure in boiling live lobsters for dinner, grinning fiercely into the enormous pot as the creatures convulsed, that she was hell on the occasional feral cat that wandered onto the property, that she tormented the younger girls on the household staff until at times she made them cry, and that when she pinched him with apparent affection, she pinched too hard and long, her eyes spooky witchy as she did so. Even at 10, Wainwright Hollister had a talent for reading the truth of people, and he approached Mrs. Ripley with little fear that she would decline to conspire with him to ruin his mother, or that she would reveal his treachery to anyone. What he wanted of her was to whip his back with a leather belt hard enough to scar, treat the wounds to prevent infection, and acquire for him the painkillers that would allow him to endure such an ordeal. In return, after she confirmed his testimony against his mother, he would champion her to his father, refer to her as his guardian angel, and pressure the old man to reward her generously. Furthermore, he promised to pay her $100,000 from the first and smallest installment of his inheritance, which he would receive when he turned 18. Whether or not Mrs. Ripley believed he could be trusted to pay off 8 years hence, the numerous burns on his arms and groin were proof of his fortitude and commitment. He secured her agreement to the plot. Even back then, he suspected that the reward to be paid by his father and the $100,000 nearly a decade later were of less importance to her than the opportunity to whip him with a leather belt and destroy his mother's reputation, if not her life. The estate manager, the head housekeeper, and the butler, with his wife, who served as mother's personal assistant, lived in 3 private cottages, each surrounded by a charming garden at the back of the estate. In Mrs. Ripley's private quarters, she whipped young Wainwright with somewhat more fervor than he anticipated, but she proved to be a diligent nurse, especially when treating wounds required the application of a stinging salve. When those wounds scabbed, and when the last of the scabs crumbled away, when the cigarette burns had aged enough to suggest not just recent violence but a history of abuse, the complex divorce proceedings had reached a courtroom. Mother's accusations of serial adultery were countered by father's trumped-up but quite cunningly documented charges of her rapacious embezzlement of funds from family accounts. At that time, Mrs. Ripley approached Orenthal to say that young Wainwright had long adored her and called her Auntie Edna, that they had a special relationship, she and this dear child, that he came to her with all his hopes and dreams and fears. This was the first that father had heard of such adoration, but he listened with interest as Mrs. Ripley told him of the boy's terror of being remanded to the custody of his mother. She said he'd visited her at her cottage in the pre-dawn hours and revealed a dreadful secret that he had kept from her, from everyone. Since learning of Orenthal's infidelities 2 years earlier, Mother had punished the child for the father's sins and had so intimidated him that he dared tell no one until now. After father's physician examined Wainwright and photographed his scars, the boy was interviewed by the judge in chambers, with no one else present except his father's and mother's chief attorneys. Wainwright had rehearsed his testimony for days, spent hours in his room, delivering his lines with varying degrees of intensity and inflection. In front of the judge, he didn't overplay his role. He spoke quietly of fearing his mother, but also, movingly, of loving her, of wondering why she didn't love him. He was not angry, only bereft and confused and beaten down by his experience. When he wept, he did so quietly, sitting with head bowed and shoulders slumped, hands in his pants pockets. With a concealed pin, he penetrated the lining of a pocket and cruelly pierced his thigh. This minor wound produced too little blood to show against his black slacks, but it was sufficiently painful to ensure tears, not just his own, but those of the woman who was his mother's attorney. It was not true that he loved his mother, and it wasn't true that he feared her. He feared only living with her in reduced circumstances, of going from a 52,000-square-foot mansion on a 20-acre estate to a house perhaps a third that size, on a measly acre. Father would remain a billionaire, and Mother might be worth only $50 million, which didn't augur well for the boy's future if his father, embittered about losing custody, reduced Wainwright's ultimate inheritance. Even though he was only 10, the boy had an adult's understanding of finances and a sybarite's appreciation for the pleasures and uses of great wealth. For surrendering custody without a fight, Mother accepted a more generous settlement than she had any right to expect. Father doubled Mrs. Ripley's salary, and Wainwright called her Auntie Edna for the rest of her life. He paid her the promised $100,000 from the first installment of his inheritance, and at the age of 61, she died in her sleep in her private cottage, surrounded by her charming garden. Her death was from natural causes, not at Wainwright's hand. At her funeral, He wept without resorting to a pin in his pocket, because over the years he'd learned to crank up any emotion as he might turn on a faucet. Now, under the bridge, the indignation and rage that have held him in their grip begin to relent a little, only because disquiet claims a place in his mind and heart. The Rayshaws seem to be taking longer than they should to rescue him. He cautions himself not to be impatient. The weather is terrible. Security can't reach him as quickly as on a sunny day. The battery-powered GPS sewn into his storm suit is insurance against disaster. His rescue is inevitable. The space under the bridge offers protection from the skirling wind, but it is as dark as the far side of the moon. He holds his hand inches from his face, but isn't able to see it. Never before has any degree of darkness intimidated Hollister. He does not suffer from nyctophobia. He is not weak like his father. A man who, at the age of 10, burned his penis with a cigarette, if only once, is not a man who fears anything. The quiver of disquiet that troubles him might better be called misgiving. A sense that he has made a mistake, miscalculated. Losing the snowmobile to Buckle is his first mistake in longer than he can recall. It's unlikely that he will make another anytime soon. He is not a man who commits errors with regularity. Indeed, what he feels now is not either disquiet or misgiving, but a vague suspicion of what he can't at first explain. Slowly he comes to realize intuition is telling him that he is not alone under the bridge, that he shares the darkness with what? After decades of absence, true wolves have returned to this part of the plains. However, even in weather as foul as this, it isn't likely that a wolf would take shelter under a structure ripe with the scent of the men who built and frequently use it, rather than in a wildland den. Nevertheless, a worm of foreboding squirms in his mind, and he isn't able to cast it out. To allay his concern, he needs only to scan the space with his tack light, which is when he realizes that he has lost it. 3. With 2 lines of cocaine and 2 shots of Jack Daniels working in his bloodstream, Bobby Deacon was as balanced as the scales of justice and ready to roll. He would not be spending the night in his motel room after all. He had already changed out of his black and red silk pajamas into a white t-shirt bearing the words Agent of Justice in red block letters under a red skull, pale green hospital scrubs that concealed the radical t-shirt, and white rubber-soled shoes. After stopping at an all-night supermarket, he drove his Mercedes Sprinter to the neighborhood in which the Cantors lived. He parked about half a block away from the place, on the same side of the street as their house, instead of directly across from it. His pale green shirt had 3/4 sleeves and hung long to cover the 9mm Sig Sauer P226 in the belt holster on his right hip. In the back of the Sprinter, he withdrew a Rambo 3 knife from a storage drawer. Macassar ebony handle, 12-inch long, 2¼ wide blade of 440C stainless steel, 17¼ inches long overall, 2 pounds 5 ounces. Keenly pointed to pierce, stropped to slice, as pretty a death dealer as ever was made. He inserted it in a custom leather sheath and attached it to his belt at his left hip. The hospital scrubs hid this weapon, too. Carrying a large white canvas tote bag containing everything else he needed, Bobby got out of the Sprinter and locked it. Your average TV and movie burglar usually dressed head to foot in black, supposedly to blend with the night and slink like a cat through the shadows. Any guy wearing black and slinking through a high-end neighborhood of Scottsdale would be a cop magnet and would end up face down on the ground, hands cuffed behind his back. A guy in white wanted to be seen, and people who wanted to be seen were considered as innocent as a white Mercedes van.
Bobby looked like he was an intern or an orderly coming home from the swing shift, a dedicated and exhausted caregiver. All but one of the houses on the block were dark, the occupants either parasitic retirees dreaming of yet another round of golf in the morning, or greedy overachievers who would be up before dawn and grubbing for the almighty dollar. There was little chance that anyone would be at a window and find Bobby suspicious. Anyway, he needed less than a minute to reach the Cantor driveway, and during that time, no traffic passed in the street. At this hour, timers had turned off the landscape lights. Palm trees and olive trees graced the property, casting moon shadows, but with full confidence in his right to be here as an agent of justice, Bobby moved boldly to the back of the house. On the flagstone patio, by the kitchen door, he put down the tote. From it, he withdrew an automatic lock-picking device, called a police lock-release gun, that he had purchased on the dark web, and he set it aside. In respect of the two dogs, he took a tranquilizer dart pistol from the bag and put it beside the lock-release gun. ATN PVS-7-3 night vision goggles, mil-spec Generation 4 gear used by all branches of the military, would make it possible for him to ghost through the house without turning on lights. He strapped on the goggles, but with the lenses tipped up on his forehead for the moment. The last item he extracted from the tote was an illegal radio wave jammer that had been manufactured in Uzbekistan. He had purchased it from a couple in Reseda, California, who supplied a wide variety of useful gear and weapons obtained through their contacts in Eastern Europe and Russia, as well as superb counterfeit ID and documents that they created themselves. He had deeply researched the home security package installed by Vigilant Eagle, and had in fact hacked into the company's computer system without being detected. Theirs was a well-engineered but traditional alarm, featuring sensors on doors and operable windows. After the alarm was set, if a door or window was opened, the affected sensor notified the home base computer somewhere in the house, usually in a closet, and a call went out on a dedicated phone loop, alerting the alarm company's central station, which in turn notified the police. The greatest weakness in the system was that the sensors communicated via radio waves. Having learned the frequency on which Vigilant Eagle operated, Bobby was able to jam it and prevent the sensor from alerting the home base. Recognizing this flaw, a lot of alarm companies had added anti-jamming software to their systems, but thus far, most of it was garbage that didn't defeat the jamming, that only lit a zone fault indicator that no one would notice, without an accompanying audio alert. He slipped the thin pick of the lock-release gun into the keyway on the back door and pulled the trigger 4 times until all the pin tumblers lodged at the shear line. He withdrew the pick and put the device aside. Bobby pulled down the night vision goggles and seated them over his eyes. The gear rendered the world in greens because the human eye was most sensitive to those wavelengths of light nearest 550 nanometers, the green portion on the spectrum. This allowed for a dimmer display that didn't quickly deplete the battery. If the security system included motion detectors, Bobby had no fear of them. They would not have been engaged with 2 dogs roaming the house. From the tote, he removed the deli sausages he had bought at the all-night supermarket and stripped away the packaging. When he opened the door, no alarm sounded. He tossed the 8 sausages into the kitchen and crossed the threshold with the tranquilizer pistol in his right hand. Most German shepherds were by nature diligent protectors of the family. They tended not to sleep continuously through the night, but periodically patrolled the perimeter of the house before returning to bed. In Bobby's experience, upon the discovery of an intruder, they rarely barked or attacked at once, but growled low in their throats as they took a moment to assess the situation. The gift of sausages wouldn't convince a trained attack dog of Bobby's benign intentions, but ordinary house pets were usually at least confused by this ploy long enough for him to pop them with the sleepy time pistol. As he eased the door shut behind him, 2 growling dog shapes with radiant green eyes padded into the kitchen. The scent of the sausages elicited a canine double-take that would have been amusing if they hadn't had such wicked teeth. The meat distracted them just long enough for Bobby to squeeze off 2 point-blank shots. The pistol employed compressed air and made the thinnest whisper of sound. The potency of the tranquilizer was such that the dogs did not have the time or the clarity of mind to address this affront with either a howl or a feeble assault. They mewled and staggered and slumped onto their hindquarters. They slid flat to the floor and whimpered and sighed and settled into sleep. Bobby stood listening to the house. Quiet. The alarm was still engaged, but no call had gone out to the central station. Having successfully entered the house, with the pistol on one hip and the massive Rambo 3 knife on the other, with the 2 big dogs prostrate before him, Bobby Deacon experienced a thrill of power, of extreme potency, and is ready to be all over a woman, as only he can be all over one. As far as he knows, there is no woman here at the moment. Therefore, that desire will go unfulfilled for a while. However, there are people to kill, and a boy who must be worth millions to the right buyer. A lot of fun to be had in the interim. So, sexual gratification delayed will only be sweeter when he can have it. 4. By 20 minutes past midnight Pacific Time, Saturday, Charles Douglas Weatherwax is back in Beverly Hills, in his suite in the Peninsula Hotel, this time in the company of Mustafa al-Yamani. Their cell leader assures them it is indeed Vikram Rangnekar who has for hours been inside the computer system of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms via a back door of his own design. He has spoofed his way there through a Canadian exchange, a Mexican exchange, a Grand Cayman exchange, and an intricate series of U.S. exchanges that has made tracking him to source difficult. However, the best hacker chasers in the National Security Agency are hot on his trail, and soon they will locate him. Because there is every reason to believe that Rangnekar will be found somewhere in Southern California, Charlie and Mustafa are told to be ready to move out at a moment's notice. To pass the time, they sit at a table in the living room of Charlie's suite, drinking black coffee and playing 500 rummy for $10 a point. Charlie places an assortment of 16 vitamin pills beside his coffee and occasionally washes down one of them. By the time he has taken all the pills, Mustafa owes him $3,345. Laying the 2, 3, and 4 of spades on the table, Mustafa says, "In East Egg Village during the summer. Where will I stay in a hotel until I have my own estate? There will be much sunshine. One will need sunglasses. Which will be the most appropriate frames? Those by Giorgio Armani or Gucci?" For Long Island, I once would have said Prada, but no more. Tom Ford. Tom Ford frames? Not perhaps Garrett Late? Tom Ford, Charlie insists as he draws a card from the stack. Maybe Dior Homme. Perhaps in a few years. Now, Tom Ford. I've worried a lot lately about swim trunks, says Mustafa. For East Egg. That is correct. For the beach and pool parties. There won't be pool parties of the kind you mean. Déclassé. But there will be the beach. You want Missoni swim trunks. I thought perhaps Neil Barrett. Not the worst choice, but not the same statement as you'll make wearing Missoni. When Charlie places 4 aces on the table, Mustafa expresses his consternation by saying, "Your mother kisses little girls on their pee-pee." No doubt true. All those years she was a school principal, then superintendent, she had many opportunities to do as you say. Drawing a card from the stack, Mustafa says, "If someone were to insult my mother, I would slit his throat." They wouldn't approve of that in East Egg Village. Charles, may I ask, what is your problem with your parents? By their actions, they taught me to despise phonies, which they are. Every random act of kindness they committed was meant to shine their apples so that no one would suspect they were siphoning federal grants into their own pockets. They made me into a 40-year-old Holden Caulfield. That is a reference to the lead character in The Catcher in the Rye, is it not? Yes.
Mustafa adds the 5 of spades to the 2, 3, and 4 that he previously laid down. Charlie draws a card, a joker. Everything he holds will play, and he goes out. Caught with 30 points in his hand, Mustafa says, "Your father has sex with diseased goats." Charlie's smartphone rings. The cell leader is calling. The NSA has tracked to source the computer with which Vikram Rangnekar is buccaneering through the most top-secret data at the ATF. 5. The Cantor residence was like some weird haunted house in an amusement park, rendered in shades of day-glow green. Bobby Deacon, the lethal spirit that prowled its rooms. In the laundry off the kitchen, he found the door between the house and garage. He dared to open it because the radio wave jammer remained operative. Somewhere on a zone display within the system, another red light appeared, a silent indicator. Quietly, he dragged one of the German shepherds into the garage, and then the other, being careful not to knock their heads against anything. A large water bowl for the animals stood in a corner of the kitchen, elevated in a wire rack for easier access. He carried it into the garage and put it near the sleeping duo. He also placed near them the sausages they hadn't had time to eat. He left a light on for them. He didn't find dogs as repellent as he found most people. After closing the interior door to the garage, he returned to the kitchen and stood listening. The 2 sub-zero refrigerators made no noise whatsoever. On the ovens, the digital clocks changed their blazing numbers without a tick. A clatter startled him and made him reach for the knife in its sheath before he realized the noise came from the ice maker as it spat fresh cubes into its storage bin. With the enormous knife in his right hand, he explored the spacious ground floor, room by room. When magnified 80,000 times and processed by image enhancement technology, even the faint inflow of light from distant street lamps and ambient infrared were enough to ensure that he wouldn't knock anything over. For a task like this, he preferred the knife, because his Sig Sauer 9mm, even with its sound suppressor, was not perfectly silent. His whippet form served him well as he swiftly climbed the stairs. Not one tread creaked underfoot. On the upper floor, a door stood open. Beyond, the master suite. The bed, neatly made, no one there. Farther along the hallway, he eased open a door and entered a room and saw the boy, fast asleep. He went to the double bed and stood looking down at the kid, who was sleeping on his belly, snoring softly. Bobby put the knife on a nearby chair and drew the tranquilizer pistol from under the waistband of his pants. He needed to move the boy without waking him. Natural sleep was not deep enough to allow such a maneuver. Travis weighed probably 50 pounds less than one of the dogs, so Bobby hoped that the dose of sedative in the hypodermic dart wasn't large enough to kill him. Jane Hawk's brat might be worth millions alive, but he wasn't worth beans if dead. He squeezed the trigger. The kid let out a thin cry of surprise or pain. He raised his head from the pillow and seemed to blink in bewilderment and said, "What?" Then he collapsed and began to snore again. The moment was like something in one of those fairy tales that Bobby found so putrid when he was a kid. The beautiful young prince, heir to the throne, dreaming peaceably in the witchy light. The intruder come to steal the brat for the king of the trolls in return for having a curse lifted from himself. Bobby always imagined his own versions of such stupid stories, like, it's a beautiful little sleeping princess, not a prince, and the intruder rapes her, kills her, and then finds the queen in her bedchamber, rapes and kills her as well, then beheads and guts the king of the trolls for daring to put a curse on him in the first place. Now, He jammed the tranquilizer pistol under his waistband. He retrieved the knife from the chair and returned it to its sheath. He pulled the covers back from the boy and lifted him off the bed and carried him to the open door. Quiet pooled in the house. As silent as any sneak thief in a fairy tale, Bobby carried the boy downstairs. 6. Under the bridge, Hollister remains convinced that he is not alone. Having lost his tacklight, he has only logical deduction and imagination with which to explore the palpable darkness and identify what might be sharing it with him. Logic doesn't take him very far. He has already ruled out the possibility of a wolf. The only other man abroad in this gruesome weather is Buckle, and Buckle is off on the snowmobile. Hollister hasn't much exercised his imagination over the years. The novels that enchanted his father seem to be a waste of time to him. He finds movies frivolous, theater tedious. Most music strains to inspire with idiot chords and jejune melodies. The only art he likes is that of painters who furiously assault the viewer with the hard truths of life. Pollock, Rauschenberg, Joan Miro, the marvelous Marcel Duchamp, Edvard Munch, who celebrate the truth of nihilism and who know that there is only one sensible response to the void over which life is lived. Power. Power. Brute power. Because he never indulges in fantasy, he can't be imagining another presence looming near. Impossible. He is not a child given to seeing boogeymen under the bed. This awareness of a threat arises from his singular survival instinct, which he believes to be equal to that of any predatory beast on the earth and far superior to that of other men. The threat is real, imminent. Ironically, however, because his powers of imagination have atrophied, he isn't able to conceive of what menace might be nearby in this blinding dark. He sits with his back pressed to the south pier of the bridge, his head mere inches below the plank flooring, his pistol in both hands, peering toward the river that can't be seen, listening for the sounds of a stalker who can't be heard above the wind. Something has gone wrong with the security team. They should be here by now. They aren't coming on a snowmobile. That would take too long in a storm of this intensity. They're coming in 2 snowcats, big 4-passenger machines on steel treads. No amount of snow or even steep slopes of ice can defeat a Tucker Terra snowcat. One snowcat should be fast on Tom Buckle's trail, and the other should be here, now, brightly lighted, with 3 rayshaws to help him into the warm cabin. The snowcat is not here. He is unable to imagine what happened. Rayshaws are as reliable as snowcats. Rayshaws do what they're programmed to do, endure pain that would disable an ordinary man, overcome any obstacle, because they are meat machines, without fear, without doubt, without concern for their lives. The strangest aroma penetrates the fabric of his ski mask. A lemony fragrance, but not exactly with the zest of lemon. More like verbena. It is an impossible scent in this place, at this time. Yet it lingers for 5 seconds, 10, before fading, to be replaced by the smell of the damp wool of the ski mask and Hollister's fish-scented halitosis. The song of the storm has changed to a threnody, a lamentation, sorrowing through the night as if nature is grieving over some loss. And then a whisper, so soft, so intimate, comes to Hollister through the warp and weft of the weaving wind. Master. Master. The voice is so faint that it can't be real. Not when he's wearing the tightly secured hood that muffles even the storm. He will not credit it. He tunes it out, and, in fact, it goes away. But then it returns. Master. Master. Master.
When he unfastens his hood and pulls it off his head, the morning wind grows louder, but it does not drown out the whisper. Faint as the voice is, he nevertheless recognizes it, and again he smells a trace of the verbena fragrance that she often wore. He had instructed Mai to call him master only when she came to his bedroom to do whatever might please him. Unfailing deference and total submission during sex always thrilled Hollister. The whisper in the verbena can't be real. She is dead. But it's also true that this can't be his imagination running amok. He does not allow himself the weakness of fantasy, and such visitations as this are the worst kind of imagination, superstition. Therefore, he must be hallucinating. Good. He is back in the realm of logic. There are medical conditions of which hallucinations might be a symptom, including Parkinson's disease. But Hollister is in perfect health. He is an exemplary physical specimen, Olympian, really. Hallucinations might also be related to the adverse effects of a medication, but he's on no medications. They can also be a result of substance abuse, but he uses no drugs. He needs no drugs. Power is his only drug. Logic leads to one inescapable conclusion. Someone has slipped a hallucinogenic substance into something that he has eaten or drunk. Everyone on the Crystal Creek Ranch staff is either an adjusted person or a totally brain-scrubbed rayshaw. None is capable of such treachery against the supreme master of the Arcadian Revolution. Logic leaves him nowhere to go but to the realization that the deceitful film director, Thomas Buckle, is the sole suspect. Buckle began his counter-revolution not when he captured the snowmobile, but much earlier, at some point before or during dinner, when by some cunning trick he must have contaminated Hollister's food or drink. This is no shock to him. For most of his life he's been aware that no one can be trusted. When one is only 10 years old, and one's mother selfishly takes steps to end her marriage in spite of the potential to reduce your ultimate inheritance from more than $1 billion to perhaps a few million, when she would move you from a sprawling first-class estate with a staff of 28 to a mere McMansion with at most 2 maids and a semi-butler, your own mother, then you must regard humanity not as a clan of which you are a member, but as a nest squirming with a unique species of viper that has no capacity for loyalty, even to its own kind. Thomas Buckle has proven to be a particularly vicious snake, coming from California with the belief that Hollister is going to fund his pathetic films with millions of dollars, and yet he doses his benefactor with a hallucinogenic substance. Hollister's anger at this treachery and at the helplessness that has been imposed upon him grows until it is as intense as any rage he has ever known. It is worse than what he felt toward his mother when she raised the issue of divorce. Indeed, it is as bad as the even greater fury he had felt a year prior to the prospect of divorce, when she had given birth to Hollister's brother, Diederik Deodatus Hollister. Even before Mother had schemed to reduce her first son's inheritance by leaving his father, she'd plotted to halve his future prospects by bringing his sibling into the world. That first threat to his wealth was more easily dealt with than the second. A private moment with the 2-month-old baby at 3 o'clock in the morning, the gentle application of a pillow to his face. A while later, the night nanny discovered Diederik lifeless, a tragic case of sudden infant death syndrome, which takes the lives of fewer than 2 infants per 1,000. As furious as Hollister was the night he entered that nursery, he is even more furious now. Like Diederik, Tom Buckle has earned his death. Again, he experiences the olfactory hallucination of the verbena fragrance, followed by Mai's voice, as though her lips are mere inches from his right ear.
Master. Master. Master.
Where
is the damn snowcat.
7. The 4-billion-year-old moon in a slow, silent descent. The million-year-old desert, once a sea, once a swamp, where now coyotes prowl in sacred silence over Indian graves older than history, where snakes lie with lidless eyes in anticipation of the morning sun. The town of Casa Grande, less than 150 years old, seeming abandoned in the light of its street lamps. After the dream of the night window, Jane Hawk had been unable to get back to sleep. She dressed and moved a straight-backed chair to the window. She opened the draperies part way and sat in the rented dark, watching the hotel parking lot, in expectation of one kind of trouble or another. As she had awakened from the nightmare, she'd spoken her child's name. She couldn't shake the feeling that Travis was in jeopardy. She had no good reason to believe such a thing, and she cautioned herself not to act precipitously. Travis was tucked away in Scottsdale, safe in the Cantor house, under the protection of Bernie Rigowitz, who was as responsible as any man she knew, assisted by sweet Cornell Jasperson, a singular package of personality disorders who would no doubt nevertheless die for the boy, watched over as well by 2 dogs that adored him. Jane was unable to think of any way the Arcadians could have located him. Often the voice of intuition was clear, its warning specific. At other times, however, it spoke in a murmur, more an uneasiness than a call to action. In such cases, she was well advised to ponder her situation carefully before risking a wrong step, as might a woman who found herself on a ledge 40 stories above the street, with no idea how she got there. Just because she had spoken Travis's name as she woke from the dream didn't mean the anxiety gripping her arose from a presentiment that the boy was in danger. It might instead mean that she feared never seeing him again because, intuitively, she was aware that somehow she was in imminent peril. At 3:20 Mountain Time, she opened the connecting door between units and went into Vikram's room. He slept in the glow of a bedside lamp with a hand towel draped over the shade to soften the light. When she sat on the edge of the bed, he didn't stir. Although 30, he might have been a boy, sleeping as deeply as only boys sleep before they learn the unsettling truths of the world. She spoke his name twice and shook him gently by the shoulder. Upon waking, he appeared briefly bewildered. He spoke several words in Hindi, then smiled at her. She said, "Earlier you said the motorhome is being delivered at 10 o'clock?"
Yeah,
He yawned. "They're bringing it straight from Enrique's shop in Nogales, about a 2-hour drive." "Where are we meeting them? Not here."
no, in the parking lot at the Holiday Inn.
He doesn't know we're staying here?
No, he doesn't think we're getting to Casa Grande until morning, just before the meet.
Was the Holiday Inn your idea, or Enrique's?
His. He said you'd want it to be somewhere public.
He said that, did he?
Don't you want it someplace public?
How big is this Holiday Inn?
I scoped it out when I passed through here on the way back from Nogales last week. It's maybe 180 units, semi-humongous, with a parking lot.
She thought about that, and then said, "Get up. Get dressed. We're out of here."
Well, but I can't do that just now.
Why not?
I'm terribly swollen.
Swollen? From what? You don't look swollen.
But I am, he said sheepishly. I am immensely swollen. You must leave the room before I throw aside the sheets.
Oh. Yeah, I understand. Jane rose from the edge of the bed, moved toward the connecting door, and glanced back at him. "You're quite the gentleman, Vikram." He smiled shyly and spoke in Hindi again. "That sounds like what you said when you first woke up."
It is.
"Ye sham mastani," Madhosh kie jai. What does it mean? This most beautiful night intoxicates me. It is a line from a song. She smiled, then grimaced. This isn't an adventure, Vikram.
It feels like an adventure.
It's a war. Mistake a war for an adventure, you won't live long. If it makes you more comfortable, I'll do my best to stop thinking of it as an adventure. Good. 10 minutes. We'll load the Explorer, but leave Do Not Disturb signs on the room doors. We'll walk over to the Holiday Inn, get a room there, have breakfast in their restaurant. It's not even 2 blocks. 8. The rain passes, but the night glistens and drips. The lights of the LA Metroplex glimmer across valleys and foothills as if to infinity. Charlie Weatherwax and Mustafa Al-Yamani are en route to a warehouse in an industrial area near Ontario, California, where they, and 2 agents coming from San Bernardino, will take down the hacker whom Mustafa now calls the bad boy from Mumbai. According to the National Security Agency, the back door into the computer system of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was created by Vikram Rangnekar, formerly of the FBI, and was only discovered the previous afternoon. For the past several hours, the Fox has been raiding that chicken coop, sucking sensitive data out of egg after egg, looking for failed and even illegal operations that, if made public, will embarrass the ATF and result in several of its higher-level bureaucrats winding up in jail. They have allowed Rangnekar to continue his thievery so that they might have time to track to source the computer he is using. This has proved to be a monumental task, as he has entered the ATF system by way of the most elaborate spoofing exercise anyone has ever seen, not just ricocheting through a long series of telephone exchanges, but also, in the process, pausing to use back doors that he has previously established in certain telecom companies, setting ticking clock system failures that shut down those organizations in his wake. He is responsible for telephone service interruptions in 7 smaller U.S. cities, from Buffalo to Nashville to Sacramento, lasting as little as 40 minutes and as long as 2 hours. This is the equivalent of James Bond in his ultra-cool spy car, foiling his pursuers by spreading clouds of smoke, super-slick oil, and a carpet of nails on the highway behind him. The corrugated metal walls of the large warehouse stand on a concrete foundation. Small windows are set high under the eaves, and pale light rises to them from a source deep in that cavernous space. A chain-link fence surrounds the property. In contradiction to the light inside, a for lease sign on the gate indicates the building is between tenants. Mustafa parks across the street from the target, in front of what might be a factory of some kind that calls itself Quick Quack, where 30 or 40 vehicles suggest a night shift at work. Here they will await the arrival of the agents from San Bernardino. Having settled the issue of swimsuits over a game of cards at the hotel, they have, en route, had a discussion of the proper beach blanket, sun umbrella, and insulated cooler with which to outfit that portion of the exclusive East Egg Beach to which one has staked claim. And Mustafa now raises the most difficult issue of sandals.
If one wants to be seen as from an old wealth family, one would not wear brightly colored flip-flops among such sophisticated beachgoers. But there are so many designer sandals to choose from. It is bewildering. What do you think of opening ceremony?
Charlie considers before saying,
It's a good sandal, if you don't mind being seen in something that costs just $100.
Valentino Garavani offers exquisite Italian craftsmanship at about $350.
Charlie grimaces. In my opinion, that sandal makes you look like a gigolo. There's a Dan Ward design at about $300 that's the definition of elegant simplicity. Just 3 double loops of bungee straps to hold your foot to the basic black sole.
I am embarrassed to say that I'm unfamiliar with that sandal. Really, Charles, you're an invaluable source of information and advice in these matters.
Early on, I learned from my parents what's most important in life, and I've kept my head on straight ever since.
The agents from San Bernardino arrive in a black Dodge Charger, a basic vehicle that indicates they are young, relatively new to the revolution, and have not yet earned much in the way of perks. That is good. Hungry for success, they will take instructions dutifully and be as ruthless as the situation requires. The Dodge parks in front of the Mercedes G550. Charlie and Mustafa confer with the new agents between vehicles. Verna Amboy is dressed in a black suit and white blouse. She's attractive, in spite of a Cleopatra haircut with thick black bangs that squares her face and gives it a robotic quality. Verna's lips are ripe enough to be the sole graphic element in a poster for a porn flick, but Charlie isn't hot for her, because he suspects that, in the bedroom, she deals out pain while refusing to endure any. In black suit, white shirt, black tie, black pork pie hat, and black and white high tops, Eldon Clocker looks as though he went to an alternate universe FBI academy that doubled as a school for blues musicians. But he stands maybe 6'4" and has a neck like an oak tree trunk. When it comes to backup, Charlie favors big. Eldon also proves to be articulate and intense. Regarding backup, Charlie values intelligence almost as much as he does size. The four of them cross the street. The chain-link gate was once secured with a large padlock. Someone has severed the thick shackle of the lock with a bolt cutter. The gate rolls aside smoothly. The warehouse has several entrances. The lock has been drilled out of one man-sized door. Vikram Rangnekar has no history of violence. Nevertheless, the four draw their guns. Charlie orders Verna to be the first to clear the doorway. She'll make the smallest target. We want him alive, he reminds her, because when he'd first issued that instruction on the other side of the street, she had seemed to frown with disappointment. 9. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Jane as Leslie Anderson and Vikram as Vikram were seated in a booth, in the quietest corner of the restaurant in the Holiday Inn, among only 6 or 8 people having breakfast at that hour. Thus far they had received no food, just coffee. After sleeping maybe 2 hours, Jane needed the brew black and in quantity. She took a small bottle from her purse, a pill from the bottle, and washed the pill down with coffee. "What's that?" he asked. "Acid reducer. If I'm lucky, I can avoid a bleeding ulcer until I'm 30. Listen, when Enrique's guys get here, it isn't going to be what it looks like. They'll have the motorhome, and they'll take the second half of the payment for it, but they won't just go away." "Well, but that's the deal." "Enrique de Soto is a vicious snake. When you showed up in Nogales with your relatives, you spooked him, and he wanted to kill all of you. He only does business by the recommendation of people he trusts." Vikram shrugged. "We've been over that. Your name carried a lot of weight with him. I didn't recommend you. The only reason he didn't kill you right then is because you struck him as too naive to be anything but what you claimed to be. He rolled the dice, did a deal, but not for the money. He didn't make a gift of the South Wind, you know. He took the cash, a lot of it. And he'll take the rest. But if he has his way, he'll go back to Nogales with the money and the motorhome." Pointing to the ceiling with his index finger, Vikram said, "One problem with that scenario. Why would I pay the rest of the money for nothing?" She sipped her coffee and stared at him over the rim of the cup, confident that, even as innocent as he was about these things, he would eventually answer his own question. After a silence, he said, "Oh, you mean he'll take the money and tell me to go pound sand?" "Not quite." The waitress arrived to pour more coffee and report that their orders would be ready in a few minutes. When Jane and Vikram were alone once more, she pointed to the ceiling with both index fingers and said, "2 things," before folding her hands around the warm cup. "First, He considers you and your relatives a major loose end. A risk worth taking, but a loose end nonetheless. Along with your money, he'll take you and torture you till you tell him where to find your brother, uncle, cousins. Then, he'll kill all of you. Vikram looked dubious. That seems extreme. Not to Enrique. Maybe you misjudge him. And maybe I'm a purple possum. You said two things. He's going to take me out along with you. He's overdue for trying it. He doesn't want business as high profile as mine. Vikram shook his head. He likes you. He's hot for me. Not the same thing as liking me. I doubt Enrique likes any woman for other than one reason. He spoke so admiringly of not just how you look, but of what he called your take-no-prisoners, kick-ass spirit. Women don't say no to Ricky. Not twice, anyway. I've said no to him several times, with attitude. I hoped I'd never have to go to him again for anything. He's a super macho, thin-skinned sociopath, eager to put me in my place, which he thinks is tied and spread-eagled to a bed, naked, under him. He'll use me for weeks, then kill me, or figure out how to get a big payday by giving me to the Arcadians. Vikram was adamant. No, impossible. You don't truly believe such a thing can happen. That can't happen. Why can't it? Well, because you're who you are. I'm no superhero, sweetie. If Ricky comes here with enough of his men, and if we don't play this smart all the way, we'll be in that south wind and on our way to Nogales shortly after 10 o'clock. But we're meeting in a public place. He knew you'd want it in a public place. The moment you said he made an issue of that, I was sure he's going to jack us. He's trying to make me think he knows the rules he has to play by and he's cool with them. Did he also make a point of introducing you to the men who'll make the delivery? This guy named Tio will drive the motorhome. Short dude, about the size of a jockey, Jane said, with a welt of scar tissue across his throat. Yeah, that's him. And this other guy named Diablo will follow in a Porsche 911 Turbo S so he can take Tio back to Nogales. That's it. Just the two. And if you think Diablo's some Terminator type, he's hardly any bigger than Tio. Jane smiled thinly. A mongoose is a small animal, but in a fight, it'll kill a poisonous snake every time. Anyway, the fact that Ricky told you there would be two and introduced you to the smallest guys on his crew means there'll be more than two, maybe four, most likely 5, and the others will be headbuster types. But it's a busy parking lot. People coming and going right next to a busy street. A lot of people would see. All they need is a distraction. What distraction? Maybe something blows up. Blows up? The waitress arrived with their orders. A cheese omelet for Jane, no potatoes, no toast, a cheeseburger with no bun. For Vikram, 2 eggs over easy with bacon and home fries. What could blow up? Vikram asked. A car? Maybe part of the hotel? You're serious? Or maybe one of Ricky's guys steals a truck, plows it into some cars in the intersection, gets out, shoots a few people, and fades away in the chaos. Vikram gaped at her as she forked up a mouthful of the omelet. I understand the tactic of distraction, but shooting people just for that purpose? Ricky's guys aren't exactly human rights activists. But then, what are we gonna do? The only thing we can do now that it's come to this. Be very careful. He lowered his gaze to his food. I've lost my appetite. She said, when I'm done with this, I'll take your plate, but not the home fries. They'd go straight to my hips. 10. The main room of the warehouse is cold and damp and dark, but for one bank of fluorescent fixtures suspended on chains. A search has confirmed that whoever was here earlier is gone. Although the building has the feel of a haunt, if spirits linger in this place, they do so with utmost discretion. In the fall of hard white light is a folding table, and on the table stands an operative computer, the power cord trailing away to a distant outlet. On the screen are the words, "You have been Vikramized."
"I hate this guy," Charlie says.
In a voice silken but not seductive, Verna Amboy declares,
"I'd like to spend an hour cutting his nuts off with a dull knife."
Mustafa regards her with interest, as though he might ask what brand of cutlery would be suitable if the act were committed in East Egg Village, but he says nothing. Eldon Clocker merely nods solemnly, as if in agreement with the lovely Verna. The 4 words on the screen blink off. A series of letters, numbers, and symbols begin to appear from left to right. A link to a YouTube video. And here it is. The scene is familiar. Another table, another computer. The attic of the condemned house that belongs to Norman and Dodie Stein. The camera is shooting from above, at an angle that happens to capture both Jesus Mendoza and Charlie, with Mustafa off to one side, but also clearly visible. Jesus has a smartphone in hand as he says,
"I can't talk to you the way you are. This is his house. He'll have to talk to you."
"Don't," Charlie says, drawing his pistol. Mustafa says,
"Drop the phone, Mr. Mendoza." "Get smart, Jesus. We need to question your employers, now. They're not criminals. They won't run and hide. Drop the damn phone, asshole."
Mendoza puts the phone to his ear as it speed dials. Charlie steps forward, and Mendoza backs away, saying,
"I'm not armed. This is only a phone. You can see it is only a phone."
And then into the phone he says, "Hello, Mr." Whereupon Charlie shoots him in the head. The image freezes, and words scroll up the screen like a list of credits at the end of a movie. Victim, Jesus Mendoza. Killer, Charles Douglas Weatherwax. Accomplice, Mustafa Al-Yamani. Alarmed, Charlie turns away from the screen and peers up into the raftered darkness of the warehouse, where perhaps another camera observes them. "Say nothing," he warns his team.
"Nothing."
11. Vikram decided to eat his breakfast after all, but he'd taken only 2 bites when his phone rang. It was a disposable, a burner, purchased at a Walmart, and the only people who possessed the number were his brother, uncle, and cousins. The call was from cousin Ganesh, who had tagged Jane in the library the previous morning and who was now using another burner to report on developments. Taught how to employ all of Vikram's wicked little babies, Ganesh was the one who had spoofed his way through a back door at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, had complicated the search for him by temporarily crashing telecom systems in his wake, and had thereby misdirected those who were searching so diligently for his cousin Vikram. "I have kept from you a terrible, terrible thing," Ganesh revealed, "until I could follow it with good news. These bastards went to the Stein house and found the setup in the attic, but a man was there. Jesus Mendoza, providing security for the property at night." Vikram shook his head. No, it's condemned. No one lives in the place. There aren't any contents to steal. He was protecting it from vandals. He took the agents on a tour, and in the attic, when Mendoza tried to call the owner of the house, one of these twisted freaks shot him dead. Vikram went weak with shock and guilt, the fork slipping out of his fingers and clattering against his plate. "No one was supposed to be there. I didn't know." Across the table, Jane stopped eating, sat staring at Vikram. "You couldn't have known," Ganesh agreed. "Don't torture yourself, Baba. Who could imagine anyone doing such a thing?" "Killed him for trying to make a phone call. Why?" Jane put a finger to her lips, warning Vikram to speak softly. Ganesh said, "Only the devil knows the true why of such things. This freak, the shooter,
He's a real mother chode. He's evil. But I kneecapped him, screwed him good.
With the exuberance that was so characteristic of him but absent from his voice until now, he declared,
I took this shitty situation and turned it into chum-chum.
Chum-chum was a sweet, cheese-based dessert. With his eyes fixed on Jane's, Vikram said,
What do you mean by screwed him good, Ganeshji?
The camera in the Stein attic got him and his partner clear enough. I used the NSA's best facial recognition software to match them in the government employee files.
In disbelief, Vikram said, You backdoored the National Security Agency system for this?
Like you taught me so well. Then I edited a little video of the murder, identified everyone in it, and uploaded it to YouTube.
Vikram felt as if his heart were a clockwork, its spring being wound tighter by the second until it might destruct. In the attic setup, they had included a tiny broadcasting camera activated by a motion detector, only so that they would know that the Arcadians had taken the bait and been misdirected there.
How? How did you post it? Through a phantom account, of course. Don't worry. No one can trace me. Ganeshji, Baba, the back doors to lesser bureaucracies were to be used like we planned. But those two major intelligence and law enforcement agencies, you were to stay away from those except in the worst crisis. The mother chode blew Jesus Mendoza's brains out for making a phone call. That's a horror, a tragedy, an outrage, Vikram said, striving to keep his voice calm. But it's not a crisis. Only I decide when we're in a crisis, remember? Only me.
Ganesh sounded chagrined when he asked, Then I have not made shit into chum-chum?
Where are you now? In the parking lot at Quick Quack.
Vikram's clock-spring heart could not be wound tighter.
Across the street from the warehouse? Most of the employees drive SUVs, so I'm virtually invisible in this Escalade.
Ganesh was in that parking lot to make use of the spillover zone of Quick Quack's Wi-Fi service. The moment he saw, through the warehouse camera, that the searchers had found the computer with "You have been Vikramized" on the screen, he ought to have left the area.
You should have split by now, Vikram said. I wanted to see their reaction to the video. It was awesome. The freak who shot Mendoza might have to change his underpants. If they come out of there and see you leaving, it's not time for a shift change, and Quick Quack's workers don't drive Cadillacs. It's an SUV, and most of them drive SUVs.
In an intense whisper, Vikram said,
Not Escalades, Baba. Abandon it now. Leave on foot with just your laptop. Not by the street. Out the back. And don't let them see you. Get far away before you call Uncle Ashok and have him pick you up. Then throw away the phone. Go, Ganesh. Damn it, go! Go! Go!
He terminated the call and switched off the burner phone. His hands were shaking. Jane said, You see why I take an acid reducer? 12. Charlie Weatherwax leaves Verna and Eldon to collect the laptop on the folding table, although he doubts it will contain anything of value to assist in the search for their quarry. Vikram Rangnekar is as slick as a lubricated condom. As he steps out of the warehouse with Mustafa, Charlie says, For all I know, maybe your Mumbai bad boy can watch the interior of this place from Alaska, sitting in front of a screen for hours on end, in order not to miss the very minute when we come through the door, so he can stick it to us with that video before we pull the plug on the computer. But I get the feeling this crap he's throwing at us is more down-and-dirty street tactics than it is the kind of operations the supervillains in James Bond movies put together from their remote castles. The stars are reclaiming the night from the clouds, and a bearded moon gazes down like a radiant prophet, its glow quivering in a few shallow puddles of rainwater on the blacktop. As he and Charlie cross the empty parking lot, Mustafa says,
I'm worried about that video.
Don't be.
Our friends in the private sector are taking it down already. You heard me make the call.
But some people will already have seen it and saved it.
The internet is awash in fake news. The crazies believe everything they see, and everyone else believes nothing. Any comments about the video on Twitter or wherever will be purged. Anyone who gets fixated on it and keeps tweeting will be shadow banned, so nobody will ever see their posts, and they'll think they're the only one who cares. As they pass through the gate they opened earlier, Mustafa says,
"What does that mean? Street tactics?"
Could be that someone was watching the place when we arrived. Old-fashioned surveillance. And operated the warehouse computer not from 1,000 miles away, but from across the street. As they approach their Mercedes, Mustafa looks past it to the parking lot of Quick Quack.
"Maybe we better have a look over there."
13. As the night slowly waned in Scottsdale, Bobby Deacon sat at the Cantor's glass-topped kitchen table with Travis Hawk. The boy's wrists were duct-taped to the arms of his chair. He was still out cold, sleeping off the sedative delivered by the dart pistol. His head hung low, chin on his chest. Bobby had no fear that the other two residents would pose a problem. He used the pistol to sedate them while they slept. They were bound and gagged in their bedrooms. Lost in propofol dreams, they did not yet know that Bobby existed or that he had taken control of the house. He had found a bottle of excellent scotch in the Cantor's bar and poured a few ounces over ice. He sipped it, while considering exactly what he would say when, in a few minutes, he made what might prove to be the most important phone call of his life. While he enjoyed the whiskey, he also studied the sleeping boy, deeply resentful of the kid's good looks. The mother was seriously gorgeous, which was why the media couldn't get enough of her face. The beautiful monster. And the father had been a handsome guy, so the boy lucked into all that beauty. Everyone who saw him probably told him he was cute. It would no doubt take him hours and hours to name all the people who loved him. As long as he lived, hot girls would throw themselves at him. Beautiful people had so many unearned advantages, privileges, that there ought to be camps where they were sent to be made plain or even hideous. As an agent of justice in this raw deal world of countless injustices, Bobby Deacon wanted to draw his knife and balance the scales by carving a little ugliness into the kid's flawless face. He restrained himself because Travis Hawk was a valuable asset and might decline in value if he looked like a junior version of Frankenstein's monster. At last, using a burner phone, Bobby entered the Las Vegas number for Carmine Vestilia, through whom he fenced such stolen merchandise as high-end jewelry and a variety of rare collectibles. A Viagra addict, Carmine slept from noon till 6 and spent the rest of the day doing business and hookers, whom he called showgirls. Apparently, between showgirls, Carmine took the call.
"Yeah?"
They didn't use names on the phone for the same reason they didn't advertise their occupations in the yellow pages. Bobby said,
"You know who this is?" "Am I a mind reader? Give me a little more to go on."
Because he took pride in his voice, which he believed to be mellifluous enough to have made him a recording star if he'd had the looks to match his pipes, Bobby took offense at Carmine's failure to identify him from just 5 words. This had happened before, so it might mean only that Carmine had a tin ear, but it was nonetheless annoying. Bobby sang the first 3 lines of Bridge Over Troubled Water. Carmine said,
"Hey, how you doing, pal?"
"As good as anyone can in such an unjust world."
"Ain't that the truth?"
"Listen, I got a delicate thing here."
"Put it back in your pants,"
Carmine said.
"You're about as funny as diarrhea.
Let's play a name game."
"Hit me with it."
"You remember that showgirl you were so hot for you thought maybe you'd ask her to marry you?"
"Come to my senses just in time. You ought to see the bitch lately. She blew up like the Michelin Tire Man."
I'm thinking of her first name,
Bobby said, because the name had been Jane.
Got it,
Carmine said.
Now you remember we were talking Western movies that time, and the one that was your favorite was my number 2?
You almost got good taste.
The director of your number 1. You take the S off it and put it with your Michelin tire bitch, and you got a major name.
The movie had been Red River, directed by Howard Hawks. Carmine said,
You got my attention. Now do something with it.
Easter's coming in a few weeks,
Bobby said.
So you want to color eggs together or something?
When you were a kid, did your folks buy you Easter candy?
They didn't like buying what they could find a way to get for nothing.
Well, what was your favorite Easter candy? Chocolate bunnies, chocolate eggs full of coconut cream?
Carmine said,
Shit, I don't know. I guess maybe them eggs, but with peanut butter inside. Coconut gives me hives.
My favorite Easter candy was those little yellow marshmallow chicks. You know what I mean?
I'm not some Jersey bozo, pal. I know what little marshmallow Easter chicks are.
I already got myself one this year. It's cute as hell. If it had a mama, she'd really be missing it.
Carmine sighed.
Ain't its mama just a big yellow marshmallow chicken? We've wandered deep in the weeds, pal. You're making no damn sense.
Bobby said patiently,
Remember the Michelin tire showgirl director without the S?
After a thoughtful silence, Carmine said,
No shit.
No shit.
This ain't Easter candy, pal. This here's an Easter miracle.
Bobby said,
I think we should maybe go into the little yellow marshmallow chick business. That is, if you think you can find some financier to back us.
Carmine had another thoughtful silence in him. Then he said,
I ain't never imagined I'd be in the candy business.
You think there's a big market for this?
Yeah, but it's got some risk. Go to the wrong buyer, they want candy for nothing. They use the law like a sledgehammer, bust you up with it till they get their way. I need to think on it.
Don't think on it too long. I can't spend my life here.
An hour or two. So where are you?
Where I am,
Bobby said,
is where no one can find me. I'll be back to you in an hour.
He terminated the call and sipped his scotch and watched the sleeping boy. The Rambo 3 knife lay on the table beside the 9mm Sig Sauer. Bobby wanted to celebrate a job well done. However, he warned himself not to drink too much. Sometimes, when he drank, his impulse control suffered grievously. It could happen suddenly, between one sip of whiskey and the next, whereupon he went from whippet to wild dog. Too much was at stake here to allow that to happen. He looked from the boy to the knife to the boy, and he dreamily considered the possibilities, all the many ways that a measure of justice might be meted out. He didn't actually need to do anything. Imagining patterns of disfigurement was sufficiently satisfying. 14. In the manner of 21st century American corporations, the name is cute hip, while conveying little or nothing about what product or service the company might provide, and the spelling, Quick-Quack, Q-U-I-K-Q-W-A-K, strikes a blow against the oppressive tradition of clarity in language. Although the first word is almost surely pronounced quick, Charlie Weatherwax doesn't know if the second is quack or quake, or if it rhymes with squawk. This does not annoy him. On the contrary, as a missionary for random acts of cruelty, he approves of anything that, in however small a way, contributes to societal chaos. Hondas, Toyotas, Chevys, and Fords fill the parking lot at Quick-Quack. Therefore, the one Cadillac Escalade is an object of interest. Mustafa notices that affixed to the lower right-hand corner of each vehicle's windshield is a decal, a pair of linked cues that evidently signifies the right to park in the employee portion of the lot. The Cadillac has no such decal. The vehicle is unlocked. Charlie opens the driver's door, leans inside, and says, "What's that smell?" At the opposite door, Mustafa peers into an open takeout food container on the passenger seat.
"Not much left, and rather common fare, I'm afraid. Judging by the vinegar smell, I'd say it's beef vindaloo."
"What restaurant?" Mustafa shuts the hinged lid of the container and reads what is printed on it.
"Pride of India."
Standing erect beside the open driver's door, like an Art Deco masterpiece by the sculptor Paul Manship, after whose work he styles himself, Charlie surveys the parking lot. He speaks one word, as if it is a synonym for Satan.
"Rang Nekar."
15. As if Earth had deviated from its historic orbit and swung beyond the warmth of the sun, the night grew colder and the wind more bitter even as dawn was near, the falling snow hardening from flakes to spicules. Infinite white veils conferred upon the once simple plains a new mystique, so that through the billowing layers the eye glimpsed, or the mind imagined, a realm of strangeness and menace that might at any moment manifest in the fullness of its terror. Tom Buckle's ice-crusted ski mask was as solid as a plastered death mask. A chill crept across his face, though it didn't yet press a numbness into his features. Hollister had not provided him with goggles. The air stung tears from his eyes, and in spite of the salt content, they crusted into frost on his lashes. Purblind and blinking ceaselessly, he navigated through the blizzard by the instrument panel compass alone, unable to make good time because the plains, for all their flatness, were treacherous enough to wreck a fast-moving machine and leave him stranded. He thought not at all about his career or about his future, not even about survival, but only about his past. Memory resurrected so many moments with his beloved mom and dad. And there had been a woman named Jennifer, whom he had dated and with whom he'd broken up. She had seemed too far removed from the film business to be the right fit for him, a young director on his way up. But now, he recognized what he'd been blind to then, that she would have been a faithful lover and a stalwart friend, that she would have steadied him, that with her he would have found greater intellectual and emotional depths in himself than he would ever discover alone. He dared hope for another chance. When pale shimmers of light rippled left to right through the sea of snow ahead, like schooling lanternfish quivering radiantly through oceanic depths, he was so exhausted and disoriented that he thought he must be hallucinating. The storm drowned the light for a minute, but then it came again, this time slightly brighter than before. He was perhaps as little as 1 mile from the highway, the slow-moving westward shimmering headlights of traffic in the nearer lanes suggesting that Interstate 70 remained open but allowed travel only at a much reduced speed. For an hour or more, in spite of every effort to remain upbeat, Tom had allowed a gray despondency to color his thoughts, and though he held on to hope, his grip had grown feeble. Now, his spirits rose, but not so fast and high that he felt sure of escape. Whether guided by a lingering thread of discouragement or intuition, he turned to look behind the snowmobile and saw the high-set floodlights of some tall vehicle coming overland, maybe a mile or two away, approaching at a speed that seemed impossible in weather as bad as this, and over terrain drifted deep with snow. 16. The crisp scent of verbena in the dark beneath the bridge. The voice of dead Mai beseeching, "Master, Master." a sense of something fluttering against the eye and mouth holes of his mask, a supple, silken something that is not there when he raises a gloved hand to strip it away. Yet it returns, soft against his lips, and though he can see nothing in the gloom, he knows that this insistent veil is scarlet. He curses Tom Buckle for slipping LSD or some similar drug to him, and he squeezes off half a dozen shots, swinging his pistol in an arc as he fires, in case the phantom lover has more substance than is usually the case with hallucinations. Impacted by at least 2 of the rounds, something reverberates like a large gong, a distinctly metallic sound, which at once rings away Hollister's fear of an ambulatory dead woman and engages his keenly analytic mind. He is long accustomed to thinking of the bridge as a wooden construct standing on concrete piers, but now he remembers that the plank flooring is bolted to a substructure that is essentially a steel pan. His capacity for logical thinking had made him the star of his university debate team, had enabled him to take his father's mere billion and turn it into 30 billion, had allowed him to grasp at once the utopian promise of the brain implants developed by Bertold Schenek, and had inspired him to fund the scientist as well as establish the Techno-Arcadian network with a group of like-minded people. He knows that he is unique, with an unmatched capacity for logical deduction. A modern-day Einstein, really, though with other interests than physics. Remembering the steel pan supporting the planks, he leaps with lightning speed from link to link in a chain of deductions, arriving at the conclusion that, because of the steel span overhead, the security team searching for him has been unable to detect the signal from the GPS sewn into his storm suit. Hollister banishes hallucinations by a sheer act of will and troll walks out from under the bridge. As the faintest suggestion of morning waxes beyond the deep, dark overcast, he stands erect in the storm, ramrod straight, with righteous indignation, and with a fulsome sense of triumph that is nothing new to him. A lesser man, drugged with a near-lethal cocktail of hallucinogens, his snowmobile stolen by a sinister Hollywood sleazeball, left to die in a blizzard, would have perished under the damn bridge. Not Wainwright Hollister. He is programmed for survival as surely as he is programmed for massive success. An indefatigable machine, as many business competitors have discovered to their dismay, as numerous women have learned to their pleasure. In celebration and defiance, he stands screaming curses into the wind, joyfully vilifying his father, his selfish mother, his weakling brother who died in the crib, and Thomas Buckle, until, as logic assures must happen, the second snowcat, manned by 3 Rayshaws, arrives to take him aboard and convey him back into the hunt for the miserable filmmaker. 17. A paleness in the eastern sky, the long and eventful night draining over the western horizon. Maybe Vikram Rangnekar had not expected them to park across the street from the Target warehouse, and perhaps he had been spooked by how close their vehicles were to the entry lane to Quick Quack. Maybe he delayed too long while mocking them with the YouTube video, saw them exiting the warehouse, and decided to abandon the Cadillac in favor of escaping on foot. If so, he has gone behind the factory and out by way of the back of the property. Charlie Weatherwax places an encrypted call to an Arcadian in the National Security Agency, gives his precise location, and asks for an emergency real-time search of the surrounding area. This is an industrial quarter stretching for a few miles in every direction, because the theft of manufactured goods in bulk is ever increasing in such neighborhoods, and because at least a few enterprises in any district of this kind have connections with national defense efforts, and are therefore potential espionage and terrorist targets. There will be 4-way traffic cameras at every intersection, their video automatically fed to NSA archives 24/7. A lone man on foot, carrying a laptop and moving fast as dawn breaks, should be relatively easy to spot. By the time Charlie terminates the call, agents at NSA's Utah data center and elsewhere are scanning traffic cam video, both from the past 10 minutes and from real-time feed. 18. Under the name Chaka Mol, using a forged driver's license that would pass a DMV check, Vikram Rangnekar had booked a room in the Holiday Inn and paid cash before he and Jane ordered breakfast in the restaurant. He had specified a room facing North French Street, which would be much quieter than one overlooking either the busier West Gila Bend Highway or North Pinal Avenue. They were scheduled to meet Enrique de Soto's crew at 10 o'clock in the wider section of the hotel parking lot along North French. At 5:54 a.m., they stood at a third-floor window, studying the scene below, where the action would occur. Vikram said, "I wonder if matadors go to the bull ring hours before a fight to study the stage." "We're not matadors," Jane said firmly, but patiently. "It's not a bull ring, it's a parking lot. And whatever happens down there, it won't be glamorous." In the early light, as would be the case in the glare of 10 o'clock, there wasn't much to see. An expanse of blacktop with rows of demarcated spaces that could accommodate between 80 and 100 vehicles. Ragged, bent, stunted palm trees struggling in desertscape planter beds of yellow-brown pea gravel, like abstract representations of tormented souls in hell. And to the south, a narrow strip of real grass. Currently, there were 30 vehicles in this portion of the lot, perhaps some belonging to staff. The number would likely drop as the morning waned and guests began to check out. She said, "They expect us to come in from the street on wheels. We'll walk out from the hotel instead." "You'll be relieved to hear," Vikram said. "I have a gun in my luggage." "Leave it there." "Well, but I know how to use it." "Yeah? Where did you learn?" "From Mike himself," he said with evident pride. "Mike himself? Never heard of Mike himself." "Mike, at Mike Bernal's gun shop and shooting range." Scanning the parking lot, thinking about how it would go, she said, "Leave it in your luggage." "But you said there'll be at least 4 of them, maybe 5. "If I had a partner trained at Quantico, I'd like the backup. Otherwise, it's a distraction. You'll get yourself killed. And me." She closed the draperies and crossed the room to an armchair and settled in it and turned off the floor lamp. Vikram sat on the edge of the bed, in the light of a nightstand lamp. "Mike says I'm one of the best marksmen he's ever trained." "The way this is going to go down, marksmanship isn't the most important skill." "You already know how it's going to go down?" 90%. You can never be 100% sure. "So how will it go down? What will they do? What will you do? What should I do?" Succinctly, she told him. He was silent for a minute before he said, "That's some scary shit." "You still want in?" "I'm already in." "You can get out." "Not and leave you. You need my hacking skills." "Okay then. I'm going to sleep a while." He got to his feet. "You can have the bed." "The chair is fine." "I won't lie on the bed with you," he promised. "I prefer the chair, sweetie. If I lie flat, that breakfast is going to reflux on me. You take the bed." He went to the window and parted the draperies. "My goalies have retracted, and I stand here as a frightened, prepubescent boy." "You'll be a man again at 10 o'clock, she assured him. "I have full faith in you." She slept. 19. Although Tom Buckle was unable to see anything more than the lights of the tall vehicle racing through the snow-swept morning in his wake, it could only be a snowcat, riding high on articulated tracks like those on a tank, each of its 4 tracks independently sprung and separately powered. No terrain in this part of the world could defeat it. By comparison, the snowmobile was a toy. By now, he surely had escaped Crystal Creek Ranch and must be on property not owned by Hollister. Nevertheless, the occupants of the Snowcat were either the billionaire and a few of his demonic brain-scrubbed security men, or only the dead-eyed Rayshaws. Since Tom could see nothing more than the vehicle's lights, he assumed the driver was not able to discern anything of him in the deeply overcast dawn. Not yet, because he traveled without the headlight. Therefore, the direct bead they drew on him meant the snowmobile's GPS pinpointed it for them. Turning the snowmobile northeast, away from the interstate, he let up on the throttle. The tracks ceased moving, and the brakeless machine came to a stop. He quickly got off the vehicle. He had saved the drawstring plastic bag they'd given him at the start of the hunt, which once contained the power bars as well as the magazine and ammo for the pistol. He knotted it loosely around the throttle. When he cinched the knot tight, the snowmobile took off on its own. Running hard toward the highway, Tom dared glance back and saw the Snowcat alter course to pursue the riderless vehicle, giving him a reprieve. But they wouldn't be fooled for long. 20. Carmine Vestilia owned 5 legitimate businesses in Las Vegas, including a pawn-it or sell-it shop that occupied half a city block and dealt in everything from rock-and-roll memorabilia to rare coins and stamps. A third of the basement was walled off from the rest and accessible only through a concealed door. In that secret space, he received stolen goods from the likes of Bobby Deacon. He stored the items there till he could sell them to one of the many passionate collectors on his list of top customers nationwide, or, in the case of jewelry, until he broke the necklaces and bracelets down to sell the untraceable stones. Or he waited until enough time passed for hot merchandise to cool. Carmine was a very patient man. In the first hour of light, Saturday morning, Carmine met with Sutcliffe Sutherland, not at the pawn shop or any of his other businesses, but in Carmine's 16-room apartment, which occupied half of the 18th floor of a luxury high-rise. The space was a wonder of golden marble and polished black granite and stainless steel, with carpets by Tufenkian, sleek modern furniture by the likes of Roche-Beaubois and Fendi and Visionaire, and heroic-size stainless steel sinuous abstract sculptures by Gino Miles. Frameless, insulated sliding glass doors formed an entire wall that rolled aside at the touch of a button, allowing a seamless continuity between the vast living room and a deep wraparound deck. Although the apartment's state-of-the-art electronics included an automatic daily sweep for listening devices, Carmine preferred to have this conversation outside. High above the street, they were not in danger of having a directional microphone aimed at them from a standard surveillance van. Hotels and other high-rises rose in their line of sight, but some stood at too great a distance to concern Carmine. As for the few buildings from which a high-gain shotgun mic might pick up incriminating words, he had friends among the bellmen and security staffs who, for a few hundred cash now and then, would let him know at once if the kind of people who had subpoena power started setting up a listening station there, with his apartment as the target. He and Sutherland faced each other across a lacquered metal table with a glass top, on which the housekeeper had set a breakfast of fresh fruit and crusty, sugared morning rolls with rich veins of cinnamon paste. A pot of coffee stood on a warming plate. A light, warm breeze sighed off the Mojave, and already the grumble of weekend traffic rose from the streets of the world's busiest resort, background noises that would screen and distort their conversation if anyone tried to listen by way of a stealth drone hovering in the vicinity. In addition, on the table stood an iPod and Bose speakers, which brought forth the voices of singers from a Las Vegas that was before Carmine's time, but for which he longed, the Vegas that had glamour as well as glitter. Carmine was a big man, with the face of a boxer who too often had failed to keep his gloves up. Beefy round shoulders, a barrel chest, and hands that looked strong enough to strangle a horse. Sutty was an even bigger man, with a face suitable for heroic statuary, a bodybuilder's physique, and long-fingered, well-manicured hands. Carmine wore slacks with an elastic waist and a Hawaiian shirt with a pattern of palm trees and flamingos. Suddy wore a three-piece gray suit cut for concealed carry, a white shirt, and a blue tie held in place with a pearl tie tack. In spite of their appearances, they had more in common than not. Carmine was Carmine, and Suddy was chief personal bodyguard for United States Senator Joseph Ford Cargrew. Therefore, both Carmine and Suddy were engaged in criminal enterprises. They ate with the appetite of gladiators, drank coffee, and reminisced a little before Carmine said,
"There's this situation. It sounds like bullshit, but I got no reason to distrust the guy who brought it to me." "So tell me," Suddy said. "I didn't come for the morning rolls, though they're almost better than sex. My mother's recipe. Anyway, it's a what-if situation. What if some guy, not just any dumb dick, but a smart guy, a switchblade in shoes, tough and street-taught. What if, maybe, he stumbles across the people hiding Jane Hawk's kid?"
Suddy said nothing, just stared at Carmine and chewed.
"So then, say this guy, seeing a payday, he grabs the kid. What guy is this? I ain't going there. What he wants is he wants to fence the boy."
"Fence him?" Suddy said, as though repeating a word in a foreign language that he didn't understand.
"This guy, he can get in any house he wants, slick as a snake swimming up a sewer line, coming out in the toilet. He don't smash no window, don't bust no lock, takes what he wants and slips out like a spider through a keyhole. Can he also make himself invisible anytime he wants? You disappoint me, Suddy. You sound like my ex-wives. He always fences what he boosts, so he figures to fence the boy. Your boss don't want to be a hero? He already thinks he's God. Hero's a step down. Where is this toilet snake of yours?" "I don't know. I really don't. He works California, Arizona, so he ain't on the moon. A swap could happen today if maybe the price is right."
The rising sun ascended one more floor, sliding pale light across the terrace, and shadows emerged from all the previously shadowless items on the table. Suddy said,
"Carmine, if this turns out to be a scam, but even if it turns out to be true, either damn way, it could be a shit bomb that neither of us would survive if it blew up in our faces. It ain't a scam. And as for shit bombs, you think I got where I got without risking it all sometimes?"
A large blackbird flew under the terrace of the apartment above and hovered nearby on a warm thermal. Both men stared at it until they were sure it was a real bird, and even though it seemed to be only what it appeared to be, they waited until it flew away before they continued their conversation.
"How much money are we talking about?" Suddy asked. "Whatever's true about Jane Hawk," Carmine said, "it's sure not what's in the news. It's something bigger than all the shit in the news. A lot of you people have such a crazy hate-on for the bitch, you must be pissing blood. 20 million cash. The senator is going to say we don't pay ransom. Think of it as a reward. It's too much, Carmine. Where would we get that much on short notice? It's the damn government, not you and Senator Cargrew. Some years back, the president, he flew $1.5 billion in cash off to Iran to get some hostage freed. $1.5 billion. At least me and my client. We ain't gonna give none of our money to crazy terrorists or build a nuke with it."
Suddy pushed his chair back from the table.
"This will take time to put together, if it can be done at all." "You don't got time, Suddy. Say you come back here with some law, or just some muscle, figuring to cut out of me where my client is. All you get is his name, or what name he goes by with me. I don't know his location."
Suddy took the linen napkin from his lap and threw it on the table.
Carmine said, "One more thing. This guy who has the kid, he's high-strung, and he has this thing about pretty people." "What thing?" "He don't like them. And that boy, he's about as pretty in his own way as his mom. You stretch this out, you try to sweat my client, he's liable to go off on the kid and then just split. When he's on the job, he's used to sliding in and sliding out. He don't know how to bide his time. This has to be fast."
As Suddy got to his feet, so did his host. Coldly, the senator's man said,
"But 20 freaking million, Carmine. Government must be spending that much every week just trying to find a bitch. Relax, Suddy. I done a lot for the senator over the years. We done a lot for each other. You get this boy, you put it on TV that you got him, and his mother, she's gonna melt. She's gonna know what you can do to him, and all the fight is gonna go right out of her."
"Maybe not," Suddy said.
"Maybe there's no fight that can go out of her. Maybe she is fight."
21. Overweight, out of shape, carrying a laptop, on the run, wishing he hadn't eaten the beef vindaloo. Ganesh Rangnekar, son of Ashok and Doris, knew he was smart, very smart. But he also knew that he wasn't as intelligent as his cousin Vikram, and furthermore, he understood that in spite of being smart, he sometimes lacked common sense, a fault that he attributed to the thousands of hours he had wasted playing video games. The more you played a game, the more the world of the game seemed real, but it was the furthest thing from reality. Game worlds rewarded magical thinking, although the real world was deeply mysterious and riddled with strange coincidences. Magical thinking in this one true life led to disaster sooner or later. Sitting in the Escalade, in the Wi-Fi overspill of Quick Quack, watching events in the warehouse on his laptop, Ganesh had felt like a wizard, and the government agents had seemed to be just a squad of clueless orcs, until they weren't. He had been getting out of the Cadillac SUV when he saw Weatherwax and Al-Yamani exit the building on the farther side of the street. With the sun below the horizon and the faint glow of the coming day fanning slowly over the crests of the dark eastern hills, Ganesh ran behind the factory. Chain-link fencing enclosed a storage yard. A vehicle gate stood open. He hurried into a wide alleyway, sprinted north, splashing through puddles, until he realized that a running man carrying a laptop looked like a thief and invited attention. He slowed to a walk. There were night shifts at some enterprises, but others were quiet. A Peterbilt at a loading dock, men driving forklifts, operating hand trucks. Farther along, 3 men taking a cigarette break behind a building. The alleyway led to a street without sidewalks, the street to an intersection, where he turned left onto a major thoroughfare with walkways. But he felt naked on this wider avenue, in the blazing searchlight of the ascending sun, just then painting a first fiery arc above the hills. He darted into another alley, mazing his way through this industrial district, with its assembly lines and machine shops, boiler works and gas works and iron works, with its forges and foundries, all of it mysterious, and much of it suggesting malevolent forces bent on wicked tasks. Even the shadowed alleyways with structures hulking to both sides soon ceased to feel like adequate cover. A pair of early crows were picking at the carcass of a rat with such intensity that they ignored Ganesh as he approached. One protuberant eye of the rodent, swollen from its socket and glazed red by sunlight, regarded him as if with recognition, as if the rat, though dead and beak-torn, were possessed by some unclean spirit dispatched to track him through the eyes of whatever creatures it could inhabit. At the end of the alleyway, Ganesh crossed a littered street and entered a vacant lot bristling with weeds, strewn with empty beverage cans, chunks of shattered concrete blocks, broken boards. When he came to a railway spur line, he decided to abandon streets entirely, where the 4 agents, and by now backup, were no doubt cruising in search of him. He followed the steel tracks that for a while paralleled a concrete-lined watercourse, where 2 or 3 feet of runoff from the night storm surged brown, clotted with debris, like the devil's own bathwater. And then the tracks passed some kind of solar farm, acres of barren land outfitted with rank on rank of tilted dark plastic panels, liberally splattered with white Rorschach blots of bird shit. At last, he came to another street, a hoved and potholed 2-lane, across from an automobile junkyard where numerous species of motor vehicles had come to their end, in places stacked atop one another like fertile beasts enjoying intercourse in a nightmare about self-reproducing machines. The junkyard's name and address were emblazoned above its gated entrance, and nearby stood a cell phone tower, supporting Ganesh's conviction that he'd found the right place from which to call his father and arrange to be collected. Gasping for breath, his heart pounding as if it were drumming the rhythm for a dance band's tarantella, Ganesh put down the laptop and took a burner phone from his pants pocket. He sat, holding the disposable phone in both hands, waiting for his explosive breathing to subside so he could talk clearly. He was sweating copiously. The salty perspiration stung his eyes and blurred his vision. He used the sleeves of his pullover to wipe his face. As he switched on the phone, he heard an approaching vehicle. He looked left. An SUV was speeding in his direction, traveling much too fast for the crumbling 2-lane, veering back and forth across the center line as the pavement tested the driver. Another similar sound drew his attention to the right, where a car raced toward him with equal recklessness. For a moment, Ganesh thought the 2 motorists were engaged in a game of chicken and might collide with deadly force. Instead, almost simultaneously, the vehicles braked hard and, with the full intention of the drivers, fish-tailed to a halt, blocking the roadway. The SUV was a bespoke Mercedes G550 squared, from which stepped Charles Douglas Weatherwax and Mustafa Al-Yamani, stars of the YouTube short film that Ganesh had earlier posted. To Ganesh's right, from the Dodge Charger, emerged the woman in black and the tall black man with the pork pie hat who had accompanied Weatherwax and Al-Yamani into the warehouse. Although he was exhausted, Ganesh sprang up, certain that he must flee, no matter how poor his chances of escape, that his and his family's very survival depended on giving these people the slip. He turned back the way he had come and ran perhaps 20 yards before the helicopter clattered fast out of the west, flying so low that it seemed the pilot meant to decapitate him with one of the craft's skids. Ganesh threw himself face down, and the downblast of the aircraft's rotary wing churned a cloud of dust, chaff, and litter that started him coughing. As the dust settled, Ganesh rose and turned, and came face to face with Weatherwax, who said, "You're not Vikram." "Neither are you," said Ganesh. Weatherwax backhanded him so hard across the face that Ganesh nearly dropped to his knees. The other 3 arrived with guns drawn as the helicopter carved an arc in the sky and returned, at higher altitude, to hover at the ready. 22. The blizzard appeared to be diminishing, or maybe the dismal gray light of the morning, filtered through the pregnant clouds, returned dimension to the world, so that Tom Buckle's mind, numbed by his long ordeal, woke to the truth that there was more to existence than snow. 50 yards from Interstate 70, in snow to his knees, he halted and looked north. Visibility remained poor, although he was able to see not merely the lights of the snowcat, but also the vague shape of it churning away from him in pursuit of the riderless snowmobile. Then, the vehicle turned. From perhaps half a mile, its headlights and roof-mounted floodlights seemed to focus on Tom as if they were the arrayed eyes of some monstrous mutant insect. At that distance, in this weather, he was a small figure to them, if they could see him at all, which most likely they couldn't, considering that his storm suit was mostly white, with blue design elements. When the snowcat began to move again, however, it came straight toward him. If the snowmobile emitted a signal by which it could be traced, why not Tom himself? Could a battery-powered transmitter have been sewn into the outfit they'd given him? Maybe they had gotten close enough to the snowmobile to see that it carried no one, or maybe they had begun to wonder why he was racing away from the highway that offered his best, his only hope. Whatever the case, they must have realized that they needed to be tracking him instead of the machine. He turned away from them and frantically slogged forward toward Interstate 70. At this point, the road rose only a foot or two above the plain, and there were no guardrails. The westbound lanes were nearer, the traffic passing much slower than usual, at maybe 30 miles an hour, fitted with tire chains, headlights blazing even now in daylight. As though harking back to childhood, when the thing under the bed would not harm him as long as he didn't lift the overhanging covers and come eye to eye with it, he dared not look north again. He reached the shoulder of the interstate and pulled back his hood and stripped off his ski mask. If some kind of locator had been hidden in the storm suit, it was probably in the jacket. He zippered it open, shrugged out of it, and felt a suspicious shape, small but hard, sewn in the lining of the collar pouch into which the hood could be stowed when not needed. He rolled the jacket in a ball, used the sleeves to cinch it tight, and threw it into the open bed of a slat-sided truck that poked past at about 20 miles an hour. Standing in a flannel shirt and storm suit pants, he began shivering violently in spite of his long underwear. He waved at the approaching traffic, scissoring his arms over his head, being highly dramatic about it, trying to convey desperation and urgency. As a director of small movies with intimate stories, he'd frequently counseled actors to pare down their gestures, soften their voices, and rely on subtle facial expressions. Now, he waved wildly and shouted and felt his face contorted, as if he were the last survivor in a horror movie with a chainsaw body count north of 10. Although this was not weather in which an evil hitchhiker would likely be trying to lure an unwary motorist to his death, several vehicles passed him without slowing, tire chains clicking, drivers and passengers either pretending to be unaware of him or gazing out from the warm comfort of their conveyances with indifference or curiosity or smug amusement, but never with evident pity. Tom was about to lose it, about to plunge from the shoulder of the highway directly into the westbound lanes, dangerously close to glancing northward, and by that act ensuring that the snowcat would crash into him and pull him under its steel tracks and grind his legs to meat paste in the sausage casing that was his storm suit pants. Just then, a black Ford crew cab pickup slowed as it passed him, angled to the shoulder of the highway, and stopped. Tom ran to the front passenger door and opened it and looked in at the driver, who was the only occupant. A block of a guy, 50-ish, a wide face turned to leather and pleated by the sun, walrus mustache, sapphire blue eyes, jeans, plaid flannel shirt, cowboy hat. His features were so bold and his presence so dynamic that he seemed familiar, famous, like a country music star. But he also looked a little dangerous, as though he had often used his fists for something more serious than gripping a golf club. When he spoke, he had a whiskey-soaked bass voice reminiscent of Trace Adkins.
"You want a ride, son? Or are you just passing out pamphlets for Jesus?"
Overcoming his wariness, Tom said, "A ride? Yes. Thank you." He got in the truck and pulled the door shut.